Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Regarding the matter of me accidentally being transported to the world of Rimuru. Part 1. Lin Chu, college student. Age, 19. Gender, female. Height, 168. Hobbies, eating, leading to improved cooking skills. Clubs, dance, student union, stumbled into it by accident. Strong practical skills, enthusiasm for meetings, math, physics, and chemistry is 3%. Watching the light blue screen unfold her information in front of her, Lin Chu frowned and reached out to click the close button in the upper right corner, but it didn't close. Am I dreaming? She asked tentatively, but there was no response from her surroundings. Generally speaking, when people open their eyes to find themselves in a strange place, they are very panicked and then try to find a way to escape as quickly as possible, but she didn't feel any unease, she even felt a sense of security in this place. It should be a dream, and an unprecedentedly lucid dream at that. However, falling asleep while watching TV was exactly the kind of thing she would do. Lin Chu thought to herself, then bypassed the light blue screen and began to observe her surroundings cautiously. To be honest, in this dream, except for the path in front of her being exceptionally clear, other places were either pitch black or a complete blur, as if telling her there was only one path to choose. Lin Chu followed the path to a spherical building. She opened the door to find a very large space inside, but it was completely empty with not a single item in sight. What a strange dream. Along with her complaint, a mechanical voice sounded. Host, welcome to the Soul Space Station. Who is it? I am the guide who allows many traversers to complete their missions and return home smoothly, or you can call me by my other name, System. The mechanical female voice said a lot, but Lin Chu was completely immersed in her own world, walking around inside the building and even knocking on the walls. This dream is well made, even the physical objects are so realistic. If I didn't know I was dreaming, I probably would have taken it seriously long ago. Host, this is not a dream. Furthermore, you are the chosen one selected by the gods, and you need to go to a novel world to complete a mission. Once the mission is completed, you can return. Look at that, even the NPCs are so dedicated. As expected of a dream I made. Please fasten your seatbelt, host. We are about to head to the sealed cave in the Jura Great Forest. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chu stared blankly at the vast white expanse before her. Then, the mechanical female voice spoke again. Host, please choose your origin. As soon as the voice fell, 4 options gradually appeared in front of Lin Chu. A. Slime. B. Human body. C. Witch. D. Dragon race. Looking at the NPC's professional and dedicated attitude, Lin Chu praised repeatedly. Fine, I admit this dream has caught my attention, but according to the time, I should be getting up. Tell me, what posture do I need to sleep in to continue this? Reporting to host, if you are worried about things in real life, please rest assured. We will freeze time in real life before the traverser's mission is completed, and the host's body will remain intact, maintaining the posture of lying on the sofa eating oranges. Host, after the mission is completed, I will send you back to any point in time you wish to return to, and I will also include a mission completion gift pack. Are you guys being this casual? You brought me here without even saying hello. Host, the probability is the same as winning the lottery. Whoever is drawn is sent. You can treat it as a trip to another world. Lin Chu looked around this place strangely. After confirming that the system's words were correct and that she even stood to benefit, she reluctantly agreed. Wait a minute, if she set the timeline to the summer vacation after her college entrance exam when she went back, that is to say, she completes the task in this world and can come back to keep having fun. Yes, host. Lin Chu thought happily and said to the system, fine, then which novel am I going to for the mission? Notice, it is the light novel, that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Oh, Lin Chu said meaningfully. Never heard of it. System, so where in this novel am I going next? Notice, we are about to head to the sealed cave in the Jura Great Forest. Oh, still never heard of it. The system paused for a second or two before speaking again. Host, please do not worry. I will be with you throughout your journey. In case of any emergencies, there is no need to worry, I will provide the best plan to maximize benefits. Oh. Lin Chu stopped the conversation and turned to look at the 4 options. A. Slime. B. Human body. C. Witch. D. Dragon race. This is a matter of my own life and safety, I must not be careless. Based on her years of gaming experience, it was obvious that options A and B were very weak, option C could both support and fight, and option D could ensure self-preservation but had a chance of being hunted. But who could refuse a fire-breathing dragon? Notice, slime status selected, converting now. What? I didn't. Lin Chu looked at the system's operation in confusion, and immediately after, a large number of system notifications attacked her. Notice, Based on the host selection, the following skills have been acquired. Dragon Power, Dragon's Majesty, Atomic Breath, Atomic Disintegration, Space Transfer, God's Punishment, Deadly Divine Thunder, Evil Eye, Flight, Wind Blade, Hurricane, Absolute Zero, Field Telekinesis, Lightning, Magic, Object Manipulation, Absolute Defense, Fireball, Ice Spike, Insulator, Reality, Virtual Conversion. Based on the above skills, acquired Pain Nullification, Chant Annulment. Based on host state, derived passive skills 10,000 years of laying low, robust bone deep, poison, night vision, telescope, ultra acceleration, magic shield, magic reflection, magical search. Based on host slime status, acquiring slime's innate skills. Notice, acquired skills absorption, self-regeneration, dissolve, thought communication. Notice, detected plot requirements for later stages, newbie gift pack has been delivered. Notice, acquired 1 demon lord seed plus 9,999 human souls. Accompanied by the system's voice, her body began to gradually change, eventually turning into a pink slime with energy so massive she couldn't ignore it. Is it really okay to waste such precious things like this? But if the target is her, then never mind Tilda. After successfully adapting to her slime body, Lin Chu spent several weeks exploring the cave. During these days, she swallowed whatever she saw and slept whenever she didn't feel like walking. After a few days, besides gaining a bunch of pebbles and some weeds she didn't know the name of, she had nothing. Due to the magic perception skill granted by her system, she didn't have to walk in the dark like an ordinary slime. She wondered if she was the only one in this cave. She hadn't seen a single monster along the way. Finally, Lin Chu stopped. She kept scrolling through her skill bar and finally found a skill that looked like it had an extremely high destruction rate, atomic breath. She was prepared to use atomic breath to blow up the cave. Having bounced around for several weeks without even seeing a shadow of an exit, her patience was truly exhausted. Reporting to host, if atomic breath is used, the entire cave will collapse, which will affect the subsequent plot progression. What does that have to do with me? Reporting to host, the plot progression concerns whether you can complete your mission. Seeing that Lin Chu wasn't moving, the system further stated that she could leave the cave simply by following the blue slime. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and teleport me there. Just as Rimuru started walking according to the map provided by Great Sage after swallowing the storm dragon, a pink slime fell from the sky and landed perfectly on his head. Huh, so fast. I wasn't even ready yet. Lin Chu marveled as she looked at the surroundings that had finally changed a bit. But wait, where was that slime? The system provided a downward arrow. Lin Chu looked down. Good grief, he's being ridden by me. After she hopped off the blue slime, a request for a telepathic link appeared. An NPC should have the awareness of an NPC, leading the way properly is your ultimate task. Lin Chu waved her hand at him and used her slime body to repeatedly gesture forward. After being rejected multiple times, the blue slime in front of her seemed a bit angry. He hopped around in front of Lin Chu and even used a hand formed from his slime body to give her head a tap. Lin Chu was tapped and retreated several steps. Ouch, how can this slime hit people? System, accept the link. Rimuru, who found that the other party stopped moving after he hit them, was very confused. He hadn't used much force, why did this slime stop moving? At first, he thought it was just an ordinary slime that had accidentally fallen on him, and it was also the first of its kind he had seen in this cave. With a, might as well try, attitude, he sent a telepathic link to see if slimes really were low-level creatures as the storm dragon had said. But during the dispute with the pink slime, he discovered that this slime seemed to have thoughts and kept telling him to hurry up, she should belong to the intelligent category of slimes. However, he didn't understand what this slime was trying to express to him, so he sent several telepathic links, but they were all rejected one by one. He couldn't help himself and gave her a tap. Seeing that the other party finally agreed to the link, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally connected. Hello. You're the first of my kind I've encountered in this cave. What's your name? You've accepted my telepathic link, you just need to reply to me in your mind. Seeing that the other party still ignored him, Rimuru was a bit puzzled. Could he have guessed wrong? Was this slime actually not very smart? Or rather, did this slime not have a name, which is why she kept ignoring him? Rimuru thought about the slime's various behaviors and felt the second option was more credible. Just as he was thinking of helping the other party choose a name, she began to reply in his mind, same kind. Referring to what? Race or reincarnation? After Lin Chu sent that, she watched for the other party's reaction. Wow, were you reincarnated here just like me? Nice to meet you, fellow countrymen. Learning that the other party was also a traverser, Rimuru's previous dissatisfaction vanished instantly. How should I address you, fellow countrymen? Oh, let me introduce myself first. My name is Rimuru Tempest, and I'm not a bad slime. This guy is a bit overexcited. In my past life, I was Japanese, named Satoru Mikami. I was stabbed to death by a criminal and reincarnated here. What about you? How did you come here? How did I come here? Lin Chu paused for 5 seconds. I can't exactly say I died from choking on a tangerine. PFF'd. What is he laughing at? Oh, I forgot. I opened a telepathic link with this guy, now whatever I think can be heard by him. To prevent her secret from leaking, Lin Chu reacted by jumping heavily onto Rimaru's head, attempting to squash the thing. But she failed. Now the two of them were like a game of Jenga played by children, one on top and one on the bottom, looking like a limited edition jelly with two flavors stacked together sold in supermarkets. Lin Chu wasn't satisfied and jumped heavily a few more times on top. However, to Rimaru, it felt more like a child throwing a small tantrum. He extended his jelly-like feeler to pat her head, indicating that being reincarnated by choking on a tangerine was nothing. I'll accept your comfort, but why are you still laughing, hey? Composing her emotions, Lin Chu stated her name. Lin Chu. Ellen as in, forest of two trees, and Chu, as in, Chu Renmei. I am a descendant of the dragon. After saying this, Lin Chu stared at the expression on the other party's face with a mischievous intent. A question mark appeared over Rimaru's head. Chu Renmei. Descendant of the dragon. What are those? The playfulness on Lin Chu's face instantly turned into speechlessness. What? So you don't know who Chu Renmei is? She waved her hand at Rimaru. If there's a chance, I'll take you to see Chu Renmei. As for being a descendant of the dragon, then I'll have to mention the 5,000 years of Chinese history to you. Ah, so you're from Huasha. Rimaru said with a smile. Nice to meet you. A fellow countryman from the same earth but a different nation. But Lin Chu, names from a past life cannot be used here. Do you need me to help you come up with one? Is that so, system? Yes, host. However, you can be renamed with the name Lin Chu. No need, Rimaru. I'll still go by the name Lin Chu. After all, it's a bit hard to get used to a sudden change. Well, that works too. At that moment, the voice of the world rang out. Individual slime has been named Lin Chu. Simultaneously, Lin Chu felt a large amount of magicules within her body being emptied. Just like that. So casual. But this voice is so mechanical. It's not as pleasant as the system's voice. Yes. After sorting herself out, Lin Chu hopped off Rimaru and turned to look at him. Well then, Rimaru, lead the way. Lead the way. Lead the way to where? You're asking me which way. Of course the way out. Do you know, I came before you based on divine guidance, wanting you to lead me out. Do you know how many days I've been here? Lin Chu said with a sob in her voice. How many days? I don't know. Rimaru. No, think about it. You can't see sunlight here, and you don't know the time, so I certainly wouldn't know how many days I've stayed, right? Oh, I see. Rimaru said thoughtfully. But, I don't know how to get out either. Lin Chu, are you messing with me? But seeing Rimaru's innocent look, as if he really didn't know the way out, Lin Chu began to suspect the system again. System, didn't you say the slime named Rimaru could lead me out? What's the situation now? Did I find an imposter? Notice, the protagonist aura and good luck on the individual named Rimaru can lead the host out. Huh. Plus the map he carries. Oh tilde. After getting the definite answer from the system, Lin Chu expressed that in that case, it was time to show her true skills. She looked back at the slime in front of her, lowered her head, and shrank her slime body into a small ball, making herself look very pitiful. Rimaru, I was joking. Actually, I feel like I'll never get out. Seeing the little pink ball looking so aggrieved, Rimaru's sense of guilt instantly increased. He came up to Lin Chu and gently patted her head. Don't worry, Lin Chu, we will definitely get out. Lin Chu, acting pitiful, successfully hitched a ride with Rimaru, but things didn't seem to go as she expected. Hey, Rimaru, how long have we been in this place? About 2 months or so. Don't worry, Lin Chu, we'll be out of here soon. Hearing this, Lin Chu slumped into a puddle of liquid, looking utterly hopeless. System, doesn't this guy have a map? Why is it still so slow? He must be a fake. Notice, the interior of the Jura cave is extremely vast. Even if one walks non-stop, it will take a significant amount of time. Having received a definitive answer, a listless Lin Chu followed Rimaru. Soon, they saw a rusted gate. Wow, the exit. But, how do we open it? Lin Chu looked up at the massive iron gate, then at her own lump of a body. Just as she was about to blast it open with atomic breath, the gate opened in the next second. Talk about a strong survival instinct. Seeing that people from outside were about to enter, Rimaru quickly pulled the dazed Lin Chu behind a nearby rock. They watched as 3 people entered, turned invisible, and headed into the cave. Beside her, Rimaru marveled at how useful that skill was, saying he must get on good terms with those 3 in the future. Lin Chu listened with a face full of black lines. So you're that kind of slime. Remember to teach me once you learn it. Leaving the cave, Lin Chu bathed in the sunlight, enjoying the fresh air of nature, and generously gave Rimuru a few fruits she had picked. After eating the fruit, because she couldn't taste anything, Lin Chu thought her sense of taste had developed a problem, like COVID, and hurriedly ate a few more. The system likely sensed her confusion and informed her that slimes do not have a sense of taste. Lin Chu, hey, what a load of bull. Looking at the fruit on the ground, she didn't give up. System, what method can be used to restore the sense of taste? Notice, by consuming a human body to obtain a human form, the sense of taste can be restored. Oh. Lin Chu stared blankly at the fruit that had fallen onto Rimuru's head. If consuming a human body is the only way to gain taste, an orphan on the verge of death would be the most suitable candidate. No family, no one to rely on, with no proof of their existence in the world other than the friends they made. But where to find such a perfect candidate was still a problem. Or, she could randomly pick a human who met her aesthetic standards, become friends, and then swallow them whole once their lifespan ended to gain taste. That method would work too, though it would take quite a long time. Or maybe, just throw away morality and kill someone at random. After all, she was a monster now, and it seemed normal for monsters to kill people. However, this plan and the first one were too cruel, she couldn't accept them. Besides, killing someone just to gain a sense of taste sounded a bit absurd. She didn't crave taste that much, at most, she just couldn't taste things. Forget it, I'll just go with the flow. Lin Chu shook the stray thoughts from her head and refocused on the road ahead. Speaking of which, she and Rimuru hadn't encountered anyone on their way. Was this road not frequently traveled? She and Rimuru were hopping along when suddenly, a bunch of goblins appeared in front of them. These goblins were wearing tattered clothes and holding pitted weapons, looking at them with great fear. Time to work. Lin Chu was just about to show off in front of Rimuru, but unfortunately, the other party spoke first. Oh strong ones, may I ask what your purpose is in heading this way? The speaker was a young goblin. Lin Chu gave him and the subordinates behind him a cursory look. Seeing their frail figures, she abandoned the idea of taking them all out in one go. We are both slimes, Rimuru replied politely. Hearing Rimuru's reply, the leader-like figure didn't respond but kept his gaze locked onto them, as if in fear of something. Oh strong ones, we only came to investigate because we felt your powerful auras. We mean no offense. Seeing the goblin's fearful expression, Rimuru seemed to understand something and said, we don't have any other purpose. We just want to find a village to rest in. We aren't evil slimes tilde. Hearing Rimuru's words, the goblin leader's body suddenly stiffened. He lowered his posture even further and said to Rimuru, strong one, we already know of your power. I hope you can speak a bit more quietly. Rimuru was puzzled. Strong one. Where is there a strong one? Why don't I see any? After saying this, he even looked around to both sides. Lin Chu, raise his hand. Strong one, you must be joking. Even in this form, your power cannot be hidden. I believe you must have become like this for some special reason. Rimuru was puzzled again, while Lin Chu felt exhausted listening to this conversation between the blue one and the green one. She spoke up. It's like this, we are both slimes, just a little bit different from the usual ones. That's right. I'm Rimuru, and she's Lin Chu. You can call us that. Seeing the goblin leader's body trembling constantly, Rimuru still felt a hint of confusion. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Lin Chu beside him quickly suppress her aura. Ah, so that's how it's done. Rimuru also followed Lin Chu's lead and quickly suppressed his aura. Without the powerful pressure, the goblins weren't as afraid anymore. The scene was a bit awkward because Lin Chu only realized after asking the system that her dragon's majesty, along with a large amount of magicals, was gushing out. From a magical vision perspective, she and Rimuru were basically a giant exposure event. Fortunately, the goblins didn't sense anything else and instead invited the two of them to their village. Arriving at a luxury villa, in the village, an old goblin sat across from us. In front of him was a pot of black tea that looked like it had been sitting there for who knows how long. I am the chief of this village. Please guide us, oh strong ones. What is it you want to ask of us? Lin Chu asked straight to the point. Because of her blunt nature, she didn't like beating around the bush and preferred speaking directly. The old chief explained the whole situation. When he mentioned the disappearance of the storm dragon, Rimuru felt a bit guilty. I have a general understanding of the situation. So, if we help you, what's in it for us? Hey, Lin Chu. Rimuru tapped her through their thought communication. What? We must have some reward. We can't let them think we'll just help with any random favor. Rimuru listened and didn't say anything or stop her, likely acquiescing. So, Lin Chu took a step forward and waited for the old chief's answer. The old chief thought for a while, as if making a decision. He let out a heavy sigh, and his clenched fists relaxed. O strong ones, if you are willing to help us, then we shall pledge our eternal loyalty to you both. After saying this, the old chief knelt down, and the young goblins beside him followed suit. Hearing the old chief's answer, Lin Chu tapped Rimuru via thought communication. Hey, Rimuru, how about that? Loyalty. Rimuru thought for a moment and looked at the old chief. We understand what you mean. So, you're being forced to fight against invading monsters, right? Yes. We humbly beg for your help, please. Well, I don't mind. Then it's settled. Defeating invaders is just like grinding monsters to level up in a game world, isn't it? Indeed. Because Lin Chu spent some time talking with the goblin chief, Rimuru didn't head to the wounded as quickly. Now that there were dying goblins among the injured, this plot point naturally triggered. The old chief led them into a tent and knelt down, begging them to save these goblins. This feeling of being knelt to was very uncomfortable, so Lin Chu told him to get up quickly and then looked at Rimuru. Rimuru understood her intent, hopped over to a wounded goblin, swallowed them in one gulp, and then spat them back out. It was a bit gross, but there was no other way. The chief watched as the wounded became lively and energetic in such a short time, his mouth hanging wide open. Is a slime's healing magic really this powerful? Because Rimuru's healing magic quickly cured a group of dying goblins, his and Lin Chu's status in the goblins' hearts rose once again. After accepting the bows of the chief and the other goblins, we began preparing for the battle that night. Night. All the young goblins stood on the perimeter ready for battle, while the young and elderly goblins were in the middle. Rimuru prepared traps just in case. As for Lin Chu, she was, of course, responsible for being beautiful. Just kidding. Since it was Rimuru alone who dealt with the monsters in the cave, and Lin Chu's skills had an extremely high destruction rate, one mistake could collapse the entire cave, she usually just quietly watched the whole process of Rimuru killing monsters, eating them, and gaining mimicry. However, this behavior seemed to make Rimuru misunderstand something. It was likely because of this misunderstanding that he acquiesced to her watching the battle from the sidelines. In the distance, a wolf's howl broke the beautiful silence. What was bound to come had arrived. If you leave now, I won't do anything, Rimuru said, standing in front of the goblins. The direwolf king didn't buy it, instead, he wanted to tear Rimuru apart and use the goblins as a blood sacrifice. Suddenly, countless direwolves charged forward, but they were all shot down by arrows from the goblins behind the fence, and some fell into the traps Rimuru had prepared. Enraged, the wolf king prepared to charge and tear Rimuru apart himself, but he was caught by Rimuru's skill sticky thread and finally had his life ended by a water blade. That blood splattered quite far. Listen, direwolves, I give you a choice, obey or die. The direwolves didn't speak. To be, or not to be, that is the question. Lin Chu casually added. Seeing that the direwolves didn't respond, Rimuru devoured the direwolf king's corpse and mimicked his form. Listen, I'll let you off this time. If you're unwilling to obey, you're allowed to leave immediately. After speaking, he activated the skill coercion to scare the direwolves into fleeing. Leave. No way. These direwolves were meant to become her and Rimuru's subordinates, she couldn't let them go. While Rimuru wasn't looking, Lin Chu quietly threatened the direwolves using thought communication and added Dragon's Majesty. The direwolves were a bit terrified. One was telling them to leave, the other was telling them not to. One played the good cop, the other played the bad cop. Can't you two communicate before speaking? Somehow they reached a conclusion. Braving Rimuru's and Lin Chu's pressure, the direwolves stepped forward. We are willing to follow you both. Huh, wouldn't it be better to run away? But, you both. I suspect Lin Chu had a hand in this. Rimuru thought to himself, his slits of eyes looking at Lin Chu, who was slumped like a puddle of liquid nearby. Is it peace? Lin Chu asked, poking out a small head. Ah, yes, it's peace. The goblin tribe happily threw down their weapons and began to celebrate. And just like that, the battle of the goblins came to a simple end. After counting the goblins and direwolves, Rimuru had them pair up and began giving each pair a name. Go for it, Rimuru. Lin Chu cheered with a grin. It's just naming, no pep talk needed. Moments later Rimuru sensed something wrong. Why did naming feel as if his body were being hollowed out? Notification. Naming transfers the magicules within your body to the named creature, turning the monster into a named monster. So that's how it is. He silently glanced at the pink blob sprawled in the sun. Looks like Lin Chu had set him up. Next time she could do all the naming. With that thought, he continued handing out names to the line of little goblins. After finishing every goblin and the direwolf chieftain's son, he finally collapsed and stayed unconscious for 3 days. During those 3 days Lin Chu ate, drank, watched the goblins and direwolves evolve, accidentally fell into a straw hut, got buried for a while, then leapt out through a gap. Of course she wasn't idle. First she studied every skill she possessed, then, under the excuse of hunting, tested them out. In a lonely wilderness she looked left and right, confirmed no one was around, and told the system to open her status page. System, show my personal page. A pale blue screen appeared in the air. Lin Chu studied the words closely. Name: Lin Chu. Age: 1. Gender: none. Species: slime. Innate skills: Dragon power, Dragon's majesty, atomic breath, atomic collapse, space transfer, divine punishment, annihilation thunder, evil eye, flight, wind blade, hurricane, absolute zero, telekinesis, fist force, telekinetic control, absolute defense, magical search, fireball, ice thorn, fortify, bone boring poison, night vision, super acceleration, mana shield, pain nullification, chant abandonment. Special skills: absorption, ultra regeneration, dissolve, thought communication, insulator, reality virtual switch, lie low for 10,000 years, magic rebound. Special items: Demon Lord Seed, 9,999 human souls. Magical value: 9,999,999,999. She stared for a while before telling the system to close the page that looked like a browser game. All right, let's see who will have the honor of being my first test subject tilde. A crimson giant ant promptly appeared. Apparently Lin Chu had barged into its territory. No matter, the place was hers now. Moving at lightning speed, she dodged the crimson ant's repeated attacks. Wind blade. The ant's head flew off. She used space transfer to send the corpse back to the goblin village. She teleported back, walked a bit farther, and found the giant ant's nest. Great, extra food tonight. The giant ants caught the scent of their fallen kin on her and surrounded her. Lin Chu sneered. Soon they'd realize how stupid that was. She rose into the air, channeled every drop of magicals into a formation before her, and fired atomic breath at the clustered ants. Honestly, anyone with trypophobia shouldn't look at those ants packed together. When the smoke cleared, she stared at the huge crater where no trace of the ants remained. No dinner. After a moment of mourning, she set off to find the next prey. Learning from the ants, she carefully killed everything edible looking in the Jura Great Forest and hauled it back. When the newly awakened Rimuru saw the mountain of prey, he shot her a, "You did all this." Look. Lin Chu proudly planted her hands on her hips. Correct. With Rimuru awake, the goblins and Ranga's direwolf tribe fully evolved, and her own hunting success, we threw a feast. Rimuru announced 3 rules. First, never harm humans. Second, no fighting among ourselves or with humans. Third, no despising other races. Lin Chu amended the second rule. No fighting humans, unless humans strike first. We don't start trouble, but we don't run from it either. To forestall Rimuru's protest, she expanded on human nature. After all, he had once been human and knew how fickle the heart can be. As for the enormous crater, she hadn't decided what to do, she'd just let things drift. Because Lin Chu left the deep pit unattended, someone came knocking on her door the next day. The visitor possessed a special sense of nature, and paired with specific nature-themed attire, she looked very refreshing. Hello, I am Trainee the Tree Spirit, the administrator of the Jura Great Forest. Hello, how can I help you? Rimuru asked politely. It's like this. Regarding the incident in the east of the Jura Great Forest, I would like this cute pink slime to explain. The Tree Spirit lady greeted Lin Chu politely. Lin Chu felt a bit guilty, but since she hadn't done it on purpose, she simply told the whole truth. Yes, I was hunting at the time. After discovering a giant ant nest, I attacked them, but I accidentally overdid it, and didn't even leave any scraps behind. Oh, is that so? The Tree Spirit looked at her gently. Ah, is that all it takes? Miss Lin Chu, you need to deal with that deep pit. Please don't just leave it there, or monsters might accidentally fall in. Alright, I'll find some time to fill it in. Miss Lin Chu, please handle this as soon as possible. The Tree Spirit looked at the nonchalant slime very seriously. If she hadn't happened to see it, she probably wouldn't have believed so easily that this little pink ball had actually created the deep pit. Listening to their conversation, Rimuru was a bit confused. How big could a pit made by a slime be? Did it really need finding time to fill? My name is Rimuru Tempest. Excuse me, but could you take me to see the deep pit that Lin Chu, this pink slime, created? Rimuru asked as he looked at the Tree Spirit. After all, in his impression, Lin Chu was a slime who needed his protection. After arriving at the location, a pit about 20 meters wide and seemingly bottomless appeared before their eyes. Rimuru looked at the deep pit in disbelief. Lin Chu, you did this? Yes, I can demonstrate it again. No, there's no need. Miss Lin Chu, please think twice. Fine, I won't do it. Lin Chu jumped down into the pit and then used a skill to fly back up. She looked at the pit from midair. This pit really is huge. Lin Chu, you're responsible for filling this huge pit you made, Rimuru said seriously to Lin Chu while looking up into the air. Okay, I get it. After thinking for a bit, Lin Chu decided that since she had so many magicals, she might as well create a magic pool specifically for healing. Lin Chu told Rimuru and trainee the tree spirit her idea. They looked at her skeptically. Where are you going to find that many magicules? You two are thinking too small. Rimuru, give me the herbs you used to treat the goblins last time. After swallowing Rimuru's herbs, Lin Chu began to continuously copy and paste them within her body. Then, using her internal magicules and a bunch of antibody buffs, she merged them with a large quantity of herbs and converted them into healing-type magicules. She aimed at the deep pit and poured them in with a heart-chilling intensity. As for magicules, she had as many as she wanted. She had over 9 billion magicules. Filling this giant pit was no problem at all. The two who had just been doubting Lin Chu watched as the magicules poured down like they cost nothing. It wasn't until the entire pit was filled that they finally reacted. Rimuru was even more shocked. Great sage, assess Lin Chu. Name, Lin Chu. Age, 1 year old. Gender, none. Species, slime. Intrinsic skills, dragon power, dragon's majesty, atomic breath, atomic decay, space transfer, divine punishment, divine lightning of annihilation, evil eye, flight, wind blade, hurricane, absolute zero domain, telekinesis, fist power, object manipulation, absolute defense, magical search, fireball, ice spike, strong, bone-piercing poison, night vision, super acceleration, magic barrier, pain nullification, chant annulment. Special skills, absorption, self-regeneration, dissolve, thought communication, magic reflection, insulator, real virtual transformation, eternal survival. Special items, unable to assess. Magical count, 9,999,999,999. After seeing the massive database, Rimuru was no longer calm. He originally thought swallowing a dragon was ridiculous enough, but he hadn't expected Lin Chu to be an even more ridiculous existence. Lin Chu, up in the air, didn't notice the change in Rimuru's gaze, mainly because his eyes were too small to see. As for the deep pit, it had now become a high-quality healing pit. No matter how severe your injuries, whether it was a soul impact or a curse, standing by the edge would allow you to be fully restored and regain your freedom. However, to be safe, Lin Chu added a counter-effect buff for outsiders. If they approached the pool, it would be useless, just a simple pool. Lin Chu also specifically distinguished the buffs for monsters and humans. Monsters standing by the pool would receive all antibody buffs, while humans would only receive a portion, making them slightly stronger than normal humans so they wouldn't die so easily. Of course, Rimuru also had administrative privileges. Lin Chu looked around and felt that having such a large pit sitting there wasn't very aesthetic, so she looked at Trainee, who was following behind her. Miss Trainee, could you enclose this edge and leave an exit? The tree spirit was stunned for a moment, then began to manifest magicules. Looking at the healing pit enclosed with vines and an exit left open, Lin Chu bought an emerald lid from the system mall. It fit perfectly over the deep pit she had created. Thinking it looked a bit plain, she added some emeralds to decorate the edges. Once everything was finished, Lin Chu looked at the brand new healing pool and nodded with satisfaction. Mini theater. Rimuru, follow the lead of my eyes. Lin Chu, Rimuru, where are your eyes? The matter had come to a close, and Lin Chu had left. After all, everything was settled, and she had no intention of staying here. As for the spring pit, it was currently surrounded by a group of monsters, but being surrounded didn't do much good. Only the goblins and direwolves could enjoy the top-tier SVIP benefits of the antibody buff and herbal treatment, not to mention Rimuru. After resolving this matter, Rimuru told Lin Chu that he was going to the Dwarf Kingdom to solve housing and other construction issues, and he asked Lin Chu to look after the home and protect the remaining goblins and direwolves. After confirming that the little girl had the ability to protect herself, Rimuru didn't say much more and set off with Ranga and a few goblins who knew the way. He left Lin Chu staring blankly at this group of monsters whose survival skills were comparable to cockroaches. Rimuru, don't you think the word, protect, is a bit redundant? Now that the goblins and direwolves both had the ability to protect themselves, she once again had the idea of wandering around. This time, she had to control her strength. She couldn't create a second spring pit, and it would be best if no one came looking for her. She thought for a moment, since she couldn't go east, she would wander to the west. Surely nothing else could go wrong, but even if something did happen, she could only release Dragon's Majesty to give them a scare. Before Lin Chu could appreciate the azure sky, the vast forest, the beautiful scenery, and the fresh air, her path was blocked by a massive, furry black spider. Before she could say anything, the giant spider launched an attack at her. Holy crap! How is there still this kind of thing? Lin Chu dodged in a panic, not forgetting to grumble. I have to be careful fighting this guy, otherwise, it'll be a disaster if a bunch of little spiders explode all over my face. After thinking it over, Lin Chu simply released Dragon's Majesty all at once. She maintained that state for a long time until the spider disappeared without a trace before she stopped. Because she felt it was a hassle for monsters to jump out and block her way, especially the disgusting ones, Lin Chu kept releasing Dragon's Majesty the whole way. With no monster interference and being able to enjoy the atmosphere of nature, wasn't it wonderful? However, the next day, someone came looking for her again. Trainee told her that a monster was releasing intimidation in the western forest, declaring war on the monsters there. It had already caused a huge stir, and many monsters were preparing. She asked if Lin Chu knew the specific situation. I don't know. How could I possibly know? I've been staying in my tribe and haven't gone out. How could I know the situation in the West? Right, Miss Trainee. Besides, asking this poor, weak, and helpless slime, aren't you asking the wrong monster? Lin Chu blinked her eyes, trying to look innocent. Trainee didn't believe her. Are you sure you're weak, poor, and helpless? If I hadn't seen you fill the deep pit with your own magicals with my own eyes, I might have believed you. Miss Trainee, where is the trust between monsters? Obviously, Trainee didn't buy it. She repeatedly emphasized the rules of the forest to Lin Chu and made her sign a letter of guarantee before she was willing to leave. After sending Trainee off once again, Lin Chu felt a bit exhausted. It's better not to go out lately. Speaking of which, why hasn't Rimuru come back yet? It's been almost a week. She used Magical Search, trying to sense the Magicals on Rimuru. Before long, she sensed him, he was far away, and she estimated it would take 2 or 3 days to get there. Soon, Rimuru responded via a mental link, saying that everything had been settled and he would be back soon, telling her not to worry. Ah, life is so boring without Rimuru to take the fall for her. After naming the 500 goblins who came to seek refuge, Lin Chu felt an unprecedented lack of words. She rubbed her eyes, let the 500 goblins undergo the baptism of the spring pool, and after packing her things, she set off. Although she had just said she wouldn't go out last time, nothing could stop her desire to go out and play. However, she didn't expect that Rimuru would return just as she was leaving. She sent a greeting to Rimuru via thought transmission, checked her equipment, and set off. How should I put it? Since she was a slime, humans felt relaxed when they saw her, and a few even wanted to use her for leveling up. But once she released Dragon's Majesty, they fled faster than one another. Adventurers with no dignity. Lin Chu hopped along the road while her mind wandered. After all, where there are adventurers, there's an adventurers guild. Wouldn't that be similar to a certain guild that looks towards the stars and the abyss? I wonder if this world's guild swallows primogems, surely they wouldn't be that stingy. After an unknown amount of time, she arrived at a lakeside. At the edge of the lake was crystal clear white sand that felt wonderful to the touch. She loved burying her body in it. It felt like sticking your hands into a bin of rice at the supermarket and feeling your hands being surrounded by grains. Lin Chu played for a while, captured the scenery using magic sense, and continued on her journey. This time, she stood atop a high mountain, looking at the rolling peaks, the crisscrossing ravines, and the summits shrouded in mist, which couldn't help but remind her of the magnificent mountains and rivers of her homeland. After capturing the beautiful moments there, she continued to her next stop. After hopping continuously for over a month, Lin Chu circled back to the Dwarf Kingdom. Because Rimuru had been here before, the people treated slimes very kindly. For this, she silently thanked that blue tubby in her heart. She walked into an elf-run establishment that resembled a bar. The elves inside were quite surprised to see Lin Chu. After she briefly introduced herself, an elf asked if she knew Rimuru, explaining that she and Rimuru looked incredibly similar. Aside from the color scheme, their body shape and expressions were essentially identical. Perhaps because she looked too cute, a romantic elf big sister placed Lin Chu on her lap. After all, who could refuse a pink slime that felt so good to the touch? If anyone could, just add a blue slime to the mix. After chatting for a while, an elf girl suddenly spoke up, would you like a fortune telling? Fortune telling. Lin Chu became curious. That's right, want to give it a try. Is it free? Yes, it is. Lin Chu grew interested. Sure. The elf girl smiled and placed a crystal ball in front of her. So, what do you plan to have foretold first? An elf nearby suggested, how about foretelling Miss Lin Chu's fortune? No, that's too vague, another elf complained. Then what should we foretell? How about, the person who will be entwined with Miss Lin Chu for a lifetime? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone immediately agreed. The elf girl gave a faint smile and then gestured for Lin Chu to place her hand on it. As the images in the crystal ball began to swirl, Lin Chu's heart leapt into her throat. The image in the crystal ball began to clear, and everyone saw a handsome youth with blue hair and golden eyes appearing on the sphere, but it only lasted for a moment before ending. Who is this blue-haired guy? Lin Chu searched her mind for anyone with blue hair, but the answer was no one. However, since these elves knew Rimuru, it meant Rimuru had also visited this shop. She wondered if he had a fortune telling too. Regardless of him, she continued to enjoy the feeling of lying on the big sister's lap. That night was spent on the elf big sister's lap. Doge. Rumors. According to an elf, Rimuru's fated person, besides Miss Shizu, also includes a young girl dressed in gothic Lolita attire. After staying in the dwarf kingdom for a few days, Lin Chu set out on her journey once again. Ah, the wind is quite noisy today. But before Lin Chu could soak in the atmosphere, a surge of powerful magic smashed a large crater directly in front of her. Well, this crater wasn't as big or as deep as her spring pool. From Lin Chu's strange sense of competition. Once the surrounding dust cleared, a pink-haired girl appeared before Lin Chu. First time meeting you. I am the only dragonoid, the demon lord who holds the title of Tyrant of Destruction, Milam Nava. You seem to be the strongest existence here, so I came over to say hello. Seeing that Lin Chu remained silent, she spoke again. My eyes, the dragon eye, can detect the hidden amount of magicals in an opponent. I can see that your magical count is on par with mine, so there's no need to pretend to be weak. As expected of a demon lord, she comes with a built-in magical detection function. Coach, I want to learn that move. Lin Chu composed herself. So, do you have some business with me? Not really, I just came to say hello. By the way, I just wanted to compare and see which of us is stronger. After all, for there to be a slime with a magical count equal to mine, I won't let you leave until we've settled who's the winner. Looking at her stance, it seemed she really wouldn't let her go. Facing the other's pressure, Lin Chu released her own dragon's majesty. Fine, however, I don't want to fight here. Lin Chu used space transfer to open a rift to another dimension, gesturing that they should fight inside because she didn't want to destroy the area. Milam didn't care, as long as this little pink blob agreed to fight her. After Milam went in, she urged Lin Chu to hurry up, and then Lin Chu closed the spatial rift right in front of her. Action choreography. A certain dragon made. She wasn't worried about Milam suddenly returning, because Lin Chu herself didn't even know where she had teleported Milam to. I wonder how Rimuru is doing. Lin Chu sent all the photos she had taken along the way using magic sense to Rimuru, photos of rivers, great mountains, and even photos of her happily playing with the elf big sisters in the dwarf kingdom. She soon received a response from Rimuru. Nice photos, Lin Chu. Of course. Hey, how have you been lately? Are the goblins and direwolves doing well? The goblins, the direwolves, and I are doing very well. A lot has happened recently, I'm planning to tell you all about it when you get back. Oh, right, I have a surprise to show you. Really? What kind of surprise is it? You'll know when you get back. Oh, alright then. Ending the mental conversation with Rimuru, Lin Chu began preparing for the journey back. Calculating the time, she had been wandering outside for nearly half a year, it was time to go back and rest. On the other side, Rimuru fell into deep thought while looking at the photos Lin Chu sent over. Lin Chu, did she also have a divination? If she did she ask the same question he did during his divination? On the road, Lin Chu encountered a not-so-bright monster. The other party claimed to be a great lizardman and demanded she hand over the food in her hands to them. In exchange, the great lizardman would grant her protection. Yeah, that's what that idiot said. Let's just call him Big Brain, for now. Lin Chu bypassed him, not really wanting to talk to him. Then, Lin Chu was surrounded by Big Brain's subordinates. It's just a giant ant, there are plenty more over there. If you go now, you might find some. What kind of hero robs me? And, Great Lizardman. PFF'd. Seeing that they had no intention of letting her go, Lin Chu released the dragon's majesty accumulated in her body, adding the special effects of the god-slaying lightning. Under these two overpowered skills, Lin Chu's appearance became terrifying in the eyes of these lizardmen. These few lizardmen had never seen such a scene. One by one, they fled back in terror, leaving only Big Brain still standing his ground. Not bad, he can actually withstand my intimidation. Wait, his legs seem to be shaking. Ah, he fainted. Foaming at the mouth, Lin Chu's gaze gradually shifted from approval to speechlessness. She looked at the charred ant meat in her hand and suddenly lost all desire to eat meat. She threw the meat away and walked for a few more days with a speechless mindset. Finally, she arrived at the edge of a cliff and looked out into the distance. After spacing out for a while, Lin Chu looked again. Perhaps she felt the sunset scenery was the final point of her journey, or perhaps the journey was too tiring and she didn't want to keep walking. Thus, she decided to go back and see if the goblin and direwolf tribes led by Rimuru had grown stronger. Thinking that walking back the way she had come for half a year would be too exhausting, she chose to summon the system. System, teleport me to Rimuru's vicinity. Notice, constructing teleportation magic. Teleportation construction complete. In an instant, the sky suddenly darkened, and a spatial rift appeared in front of Lin Chu. At the same time, on Rimaru's side, everyone fighting the pig-headed emperor noticed this unusual crack in the sky. What on earth is that? Then, under everyone's gaze, a pink slime jumped out from the crack. Lin Chu looked around in a daze, while the people around her were also staring blankly at that high-profile spatial rift, then at Lin Chu who was bouncing non-stop on the ground. A huge sense of contrast followed. Ahem, anyway, you guys carry on, carry on. Lin Chu didn't want to get involved in the war, so she hurriedly hopped away. As she was hopping away, she even made eye contact with a blue-haired child. Sigh, nowadays, even children have to go to the battlefield. Life is not easy. Not noticing the expression on that child's face, she found a random open space to watch the show. After watching for a long time, she finally noticed something was wrong. Why are the goblins and direwolves here too? She used telekinesis to grab a random goblin to ask. After enduring that goblin's exaggerated expressions of how much he missed her, she finally learned that this war was led by Rimuru to crusade against the pig-headed emperor. However, she didn't see Rimuru at all. Lord Lin Chu, that blue-haired child is Lord Rimuru. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Say that again. Rimuru cultivated into a human form. Lin Chu looked at the child who was bravely killing enemies on the battlefield in total shock. Quickly tell me what cultivation method he practiced, I want it too. After the goblin finished explaining the reason, Lin Chu silently put the goblin down to let him join the war, while she herself wailed towards the sky on the side. Why hasn't a single human volunteered to be swallowed by me? She howled for a while and then calmed down. Whatever, I won't think about it. Back to watching the war. When she saw the blue-haired child get caught, Lin Chu was about to step in, but seeing the child turn into a large pool of sticky liquid and devour the pig-headed emperor, she retracted her intention to help. This kid doesn't need support, he can even pull off a counter kill while at low health. He knows how to play. After Rimuru absorbed the experience from the pig-headed emperor, he searched the surroundings for the slime he had just seen. Finally, he locked onto his target on a distant hillside and flew over with a smile. It's been a long time, Lin Chu, Rimuru said, looking down at the slime he was meeting again after half a year. He took in her scrutiny, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he waited for her to praise the changes he had undergone over the past 6 months. Lin Chu frowned, looking at Rimuru, who was dressed like the leader of a mountain bandit camp. She really wanted to tell him that all he was missing now was a tiger skin skirt. Facing his expectant gaze, Lin Chu gave a few perfunctory remarks, but he seemed to want her to say a bit more. Just as Lin Chu was about to run out of idioms to praise his fashion sense, a handsome man with short red hair and a katana approached. He bowed to Rimuru and then looked at the slime, who bore some resemblance to Rimuru. Lord Rimuru, who is this? Ah, she is Lin Chu. Hearing this, the man in red was stunned and couldn't help but take a few more looks at the pink slime. Initially, his impression of this leader was that she was a completely irresponsible person who relied entirely on Rimuru's development. However, when he saw the territory she had conquered in just 2 days and the powerful magicules emanating from that massive healing pool, he was deeply shocked. Lord Rimuru said that this masterpiece was created by that Lin Chu, and his determination to follow both lords grew even firmer. Benimaru snapped out of it and hurriedly gave Lin Chu a deep bow. So it is Lord Lin Chu. I have long looked forward to meeting you. Lin Chu quickly told him to rise. How should I address you? I am the leader of the ogre tribe, and now I am a subordinate to Lord Rimuru and yourself. You can just call me Benimaru. Lin Chu's eyes widened, very surprised by this subordinate who had appeared out of nowhere, and she looked at his appearance more closely. As expected of a name given by Rimuru, it really fits the scene. Rimuru picked her up and looked at Benimaru. Benimaru, gather everyone for a meeting first. Lin Chu, I'll introduce these new companions to you on the way. In this way, Lin Chu learned about what had happened during this period. She heard about the adventurer trio, Miss Shizu, as well as the dwarf Kajin and the 3 dwarf brothers. She also met the group from the ogre tribe. Having received treatment from the spring pool, they naturally regarded Lin Chu as a high-ranking figure on par with Rimuru. After the meeting, it was only natural that Rimuru's actions over the past 6 months led him to become the chancellor of the Jura Great Forest Alliance. Meanwhile, Lin Chu, who had accidentally created the spring pool that helped many monsters with life and death issues, also ended up as a chancellor. She sprawled lazily in her seat, checking the map the system had just sent her. She was shocked by what she saw. The territory that originally belonged to her and Rimuru had suddenly expanded by a huge margin. Lin Chu took a deep breath, trying to look as calm as possible while quietly talking to the system in her mind. System, is there a mistake? Why is it such a large area? Host, there is no mistake. This is your masterpiece from half a year ago. What? I didn't do anything. Host, please think carefully about what you were doing half a year ago. What was I doing half a year ago? I was still traveling. No, it's about what happened before your travels. Before the travels. Lin Chu rested her chin on her hand and began to recall what she had been doing. It seemed she had blasted a hole in the east and released some intimidation toward the west. But wasn't that all settled? She remembered a dryad coming to find her to sign something. Host, that is correct. However, your actions were perceived as a warning by the monsters. Furthermore, monsters saw the dryad coming to negotiate with you, so they flocked to join you one after another. I see. No wonder that red-haired guy just now was so willing and devoted to her, without showing even a hint of disloyalty. Returning to the village, Lin Chu looked at the brand new Tempest and recalled the initial straw huts and tents. Indeed, comparison is the thief of joy. Seeing Rimaru's proud expression, she decided to use those words of praise again. Just as she was about to speak, she was drawn to the Pegasi in the sky. Leading them was Gazel Dwargo, the king of the dwarf kingdom. Honestly, he looks very righteous. Rimuru habitually placed Lin Chu into Xian's hands, and Lin Chu habitually found the most comfortable spot in Xian's arms to enjoy the show. Perhaps because it was uncomfortable having Xian's two indescribable things pressing against her head, she jumped from Xian's hands to the ground and extended two feelers, wanting Benimaru to hold her. Don't misunderstand, she just wanted to confirm if there were any changes in Benimaru's body after being baptized by the spring water. She wasn't actually lusting after him. At this moment, Gazel Dwargo, the hero king, noticed Lin Chu and wanted to have a match with her as well. He believed that since the slime Rimuru was very strong, this slime wouldn't be much worse. Well, his intuition was correct, Lin Chu was indeed very strong. However, Lin Chu didn't want to fight him. If he suddenly died during the fight, it would be game over for her. Seeing Lin Chu's reluctant look, Rimuru smilingly declined. After all, he knew how strong Lin Chu was and really didn't recommend these two fighting. In the evening, Lin Chu and the hero king Dwargo came to the Sento, the bathhouse, that Rimuru had ordered to be built. Since Rimuru knew Lin Chu was younger than him, he served juice to Lin Chu and beer to Dwargo. Dwargo was full of praise for the beer, which made Lin Chu a bit tempted, but under Rimaru's supervision, she wasn't able to taste the beer of this world. Next time, she wouldn't be in the same bathhouse as Rimuru. Watching the former village turn into a decent kingdom after a few months, Lin Chu sighed with emotion that Rimaru's decision to let the orcs, a massive labor force, join this big family was the right choice. The names of the country and the city were also finalized. Since the contributions of the two were equal, everyone planned to name them after both of them. However, Lin Chu refused to have her name in the country's name, citing embarrassment in her mother tongue. Lord Lin Chu, you mustn't. Lord Lin Chu, for all you've done for the Jura forest, having your name in the country's name is only fitting. Lin Chu, didn't you say yourself that you can't work for free and must have some reward? Lin Chu, being able to name a country after yourself doesn't just represent high prestige, it also contains the citizens' trust in you and Rimuru, as well as their expectations for you both and for this country. Lin Chu. I'll use it, I'll use it, I'll use it. I'll do it. Lin Chu compromised, she simply couldn't handle so many people. After much deliberation, it was finally decided that the country would be named Tempest, taking letters from Lin Chu's surname. The full name was the Jura L. Tempest Federation, and the city was named Central Capital Lin Chu. With the country's name settled, she and Rimuru were sunbathing on the grass that day. Since swallowing the pig-headed emperor, Rimaru's entire slime body had grown a size larger, and he felt even better to the touch. Speaking of which, do slimes need to sunbathe for calcium? Before she could come up with a logical answer, Lin Chu was blasted into a pit by a powerful burst of magic. Nice to meet you. I am the one and only Dragonoid. And the demon lord Milam Nava, who holds the title of Tyrant of Destruction. Such a familiar conversation. Lin Chu opened her eyes and found the fellow she had previously sent away standing right in front of her. However, her attention was all on Rimaru's side. Great opportunity. Time to slip away. Just as Lin Chu was secretly rejoicing, thinking the other party couldn't find her, she was snatched up in the blink of an eye. Lin Chu, do you two know each other? Rimaru asked, looking at Lin Chu, who had turned into a puddle of liquid in Milam's palm. We do. I even wanted to have a match with her, but this slime is very cunning and even sent me to the most remote area from here. Milam smiled and turned to Rimaru, saying, don't worry, I only came here to say hello to you. I didn't expect to run into this cunning slime again. After saying that, she kept kneading Lin Chu's body, trying to restore her to her original round shape. Rimaru transformed into his human form, took her from Milam's hands, and aimed her face at himself. Is that so? Lin Chu. Ah, generally speaking, that's how it is. Lin Chu didn't dare look Milam in the eye at all, it was too embarrassing. Well, since I've found you, let's have a match. But this time, I won't enter your so-called different space. Milam wagged her index finger at Lin Chu, waiting for her answer. Not far away, Benimaru and the others found the source of the massive shockwave. When they ran over, they found Rimuru and Lin Chu, with a strange girl standing beside them. Feeling the powerful intimidation coming from the strange girl, they quickly shielded the two and pointed their swords at Milam. Lin Chu silently watched the actions of Benimaru, Xian, and the others. Young man, I appreciate your attempt to show off your skills before a master, but it's best not to. I'm afraid I'll have to be the one to collect your body. Rimuru looked at the nervous Benimaru and the others, telling them that she was just here for a duel with Lin Chu and there was no need to be so tense. A duel? Does that mean we can see Lord Lin Chu's full strength? Xian said excitedly. Lord Lin Chu, I support you. Lord Lin Chu, we're all very curious about how powerful you really are. Hearing it from Lord Rimuru feels a bit unreal. We'll only believe in your strength once we see it with our own eyes, Gobta said, striking what he thought was a cool pose. Seeing Lin Chu's reluctant expression, Rimuru said he also wanted to see her fight Milam. After all, he wanted to see the gap between Lin Chu's strength and that of a demon lord. Fine, for your sake, I'll treat it as a bit of exercise. She cleared her throat and said loudly, since everyone is so curious about my strength, I'll reluctantly have a match. You'd better watch closely. She beckoned to Milam and went to a clearing a bit further from the Tempest Kingdom, using absolute defense to create an all-around protective shield in the air. Finally, the time has come. Milam said to her excitedly. Come, attack me with all your strength. Lin Chu sighed, released all her magicals, and launched a large-scale atomic breath at Milam. Essentially, all the space inside the protective shield was covered by the atomic breath. It's been a long time since I felt my whole body go numb. Again. Milam grew excited and launched a dragon breath at Lin Chu. Lin Chu dodged it and fired back with an atomic breath. The two exchanged moves very politely within the shield. The whole scene was full of special effects. If it weren't for the absolute defense, the kingdom Rimuru built might have been destroyed. Seeing that her attacks had no effect on Milam at all, Lin Chu looked at this extraordinary young girl. It seemed it was time to unleash all her skills. Such a rare testing opportunity couldn't be missed. Seeing Lin Chu stop moving, Milam was very happy, thinking these were all the tricks the pink slime had. She used her final move, preparing to take her down. Drago Buster. A powerful magical pressure surged toward Lin Chu, but she still didn't move. On the ground, Rimuru frowned, curious about what she planned to do. A huge magic circle appeared in front of Lin Chu. In the process of driving the magic circle, the originally blue sky suddenly darkened. Several bolts of black thunder crashed down following Lin Chu's gestures, and a golden magic circle appeared above the two of them. From the circle, massive fireballs larger than boulders rained down. Finally, the skill in front of Lin Chu collided with Milam's skill with a boom. The skills of both sides were evenly matched, eventually forming a giant mushroom cloud. Not bad. Let's see if you can take this hit once I change into this form. Milam used the magic power within her body to enter her battle mode. Warning. Powerful magic value detected. Enable self-protection. Since the system's prompt had appeared, Lin Chu enabled it without a second thought. Instantly, she felt a power that didn't belong to her spreading through her body, and her consciousness was directly taken over by the AI. Milam, who had intended to take the opportunity to approach Lin Chu, was startled by the sudden change in her aura and cautiously took a few steps back. Lin Chu stood still for a few seconds before slowly attacking in Milam's direction. Meanwhile, the real Lin Chu was lying in her space, happily eating a freshly exchanged watermelon while watching. Honestly, watching a fight from this third-person high-definition perspective was quite satisfying. Notice, through calculation, aggregating all of the host skills can counter the powerful magic. Enable Map Wipe Cannon. Enable. Lin Chu directly clicked the Yes option. In her vision, Milam's Drago Nova collided with Lin Chu's Map Wipe Cannon, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Under the pressure of the powerful magic, a crack appeared in the absolute defense shield. The potent magic leaked through that crack and scattered outward. Rimuru and the others also felt this catastrophic magic and grew worried about Lin Chu's life. The result was that, with the support of the system and the AI, she and Milam reached a draw. Seeing that everything was over, Lin Chu wanted to pack up and leave, but she was stopped by Milam. Milam wanted to determine a winner with the slime in front of her and wouldn't accept a draw. Since Lin Chu didn't want to continue fighting, she tentatively let her win. Lin Chu flew to Rimuru's side, and Xian hugged her excitedly. How was it, Lord Lin Chu? Did you win? Lin Chu looked at her, nodding and then shaking her head. Let's call it a draw. But the demon lord didn't want a draw, and I wanted to end the fight, so I just let her win. Hearing Lin Chu's indifferent tone, Rimuru and the others were shocked. A draw. That was one of the three oldest demon lords, and they actually fought to a draw. Just how powerful was Lin Chu? Rimuru began to ask the great sage for Lin Chu's data, but the result was that she couldn't be detected. He looked at Lin Chu, who was chatting with everyone, and doubt began to rise in his heart. Although Milam and Lin Chu had fought to a draw, since Lin Chu said Milam won, Milam didn't care much. As she walked, she happily chatted with Lin Chu. Having gotten to know Milam through their fight, and given Milam's childlike nature, Lin Chu successfully became close friends with her. Seeing Milam like a child, Lin Chu decided to cook personally and let Milam taste some great Chinese delicacies. Arriving at the kitchen, she prepared to make everything she could. Considering that Rimuru might not be used to it, Lin Chu thoughtfully made miso soup, sushi, and ramen. Looking at the table full of food, she nodded with satisfaction. Rimuru looked at the table full of dishes and used a mental link to ask Lin Chu where she had gotten so many ingredients from the real world, even producing salt, soy sauce, and seasonings. Come here, lean in, and I'll tell you. Seeing Rimuru actually lean his ear in, Lin Chu found it funny. She whispered into Rimuru's ear, and he heard the words, top secret. Having received a speechless look from Rimuru, Lin Chu contentedly went over to Milam. Seeing Milam devouring the food so fast she even choked, Lin Chu patted her on the back. Eat slowly, no one is going to take it from you. There's dessert later, as much as you want. Really? That's great. After saying that, she kissed the pink slime on the cheek. It had to be said that Lin Chu's texture was no worse than Rimuru's, and Lin Chu would even snuggle into a girl's embrace. Where else could you find a slime that was cute, a great cook, and knew how to act spoiled? Ah, snuggling with girls is the best. Lin Chu smilingly used psychokinesis to bring over pudding and jelly. Milam laughed even more happily and simply placed Lin Chu on her lap. Lin Chu Chan tilde, have you considered coming to work in my country? There's a salary tilde. Lin Chu rested her face in her hands and was about to refuse when Rimuru snatched her back. No. Lin Chu is our country's top combatant. How could she go and be your private chef? No matter what Milam said, Rimuru wouldn't agree. He held Lin Chu in his arms as if afraid Milam would steal her away. Honestly, he was squeezing quite hard. Lin Chu finally managed to break free from Rimuru's arms, only to be picked up by Milam. Lin Chu Chan, won't you come to my country? My citizens are very friendly. Looking at Milam's close-up face, Lin Chu smiled slightly. In your dreams. Although the current Lin Chu could only watch others eat while swallowing her saliva, it was still nice to see everyone eating with such gusto. A sense of satisfaction welled up within her. Could my great Chinese cuisine not win you all over? After finishing the meal, Milam leaned back in her chair, rubbing her stomach with an expression of pure bliss. The others weren't much better, except for Rimuru, who was still casually eating at his seat. This one is even more of a heavyweight. But slimes don't need to eat or excrete, right? The food swallowed would just dissolve in the stomach pouch. Ever since Rimuru gained a human form, his appetite had almost caught up with hers. Before, because he couldn't taste anything, he didn't eat at all. Only Lin Chu would eat a little symbolically, although she couldn't taste anything either, eating like she was, swallowing a date whole. At least it was a gesture, even if it wasn't worth a fool. Milam had originally planned to leave after eating, but because the food Lin Chu made was so delicious, she decided to stay for a few more days before departing. Hearing Lin Chu's worries about not having transformed into a human form yet, Milam patted Lin Chu's head and said that one day, she would surely become a slime with a human form. Lin Chu gave her thanks and began to ponder at the dining table the meaning of a slime's life if they couldn't eat. I wonder if Rimuru ate too much. His slime form seemed to have grown a size larger, and he felt even better to the touch. Lin Chu looked at the round Rimuru and then at herself, wondering if she should make him go on a diet or something. Speaking of which, her magicals count was so high that she should be even larger than Rimuru in slime form. Why was his bigger instead? He ate too much. He definitely ate too much. After everyone had their fill of food and wine, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Led by Xian, Lin Chu arrived at her own house. She marveled as she looked around. It even had the vibe of the five-star hotels she stayed at in her past life. As expected of those in construction. After seeing Xian off, Lin Chu began to admire her house. The interior design leaned towards a Chinese style. To put it simply, it had an ancient, classical charm. After she finished admiring it, she began to research the system mall. Besides the seasonings used for cooking, scrolling down revealed a pile of magic circle management and operation options. Regarding the fact that my system is preparing me to become a great mage. After a few hours, Lin Chu finally learned the things inside. She used magicals to activate a cooling magic circle, tapping a few times in the air with her tentacles, and a wave of cool air immediately emanated from the circle. She then bought an iced cola from the system mall and took a massive gulp. Ah, refreshing. It would be perfect if there was a game console too. Unfortunately, the mall didn't have that. Wondering if others had these things, Lin Chu opened the mental link connected to Rimuru and asked a few questions. Okay, they don't. I don't know how they've managed to endure. Lin Chu generously explained all the magic circle knowledge she knew to Rimuru, hoping he could apply it to other things. However, she didn't expect that such things already existed. For example, the faucet had a heat-conducting magic circle inside. As long as someone with magic opened it, hot water would come out. But if such things already existed, why hadn't the cooling magic circle been created yet? Not worrying about it too much, Lin Chu transferred all the seeds she bought from the mall in one go and told Rimuru to plant them properly. After resting for a while, Lin Chu went to the warehouse where the grain was stored. She placed a small magic mechanism on the warehouse door. The magic mechanism was a magic circle used to replenish food. If anything was missing, people could come here to get it. She added a sign to each magic circle to indicate which vegetables, fruits, or seasonings it contained. Of course, with the support of the magic mechanism, the items inside the magic circles would never run out. Lin Chu went to the kitchen and placed potatoes, chili peppers, green beans, and other foods that could be eaten immediately into the kitchen. She then called over Miss Shuna and several other cooks, passing on all the cooking knowledge she knew to them. What? I can't be the one cooking every single meal, right? After settling these matters, Lin Chu went to her room to prepare for a nap. Primarily, slimes don't need to eat, excrete, or sleep. But Lin Chu was so bored that the only thing she could do to pass the time was sleep. In any case, no matter how long she slept, she wouldn't feel tired. She lay on the soft mattress, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lin Chu felt that if she didn't have the system, hadn't met Rimuru, and hadn't come to this forest, she would probably have slept in that cave until the end of time. Rimuru and the others were having a meeting in the bathhouse. I didn't expect a demon lord to come in person. But at least we made a promise not to go on a rampage. But shouldn't we be concerned about the movements of the other demon lords? What do you mean? Seeing that Rimuru didn't understand, Kajin explained, there are several demon lords, and they all keep each other in check. This time, Master and Lord Lin Chu declared they've become friends with Lady Milam, which means this town is now under Lady Milam's protection. Originally, this might have been a stroke of good luck. Lord Rimuru and Lord Lin Chu are our leaders, so in the eyes of other demon lords, it represents an alliance between the Jura Great Forest and Demon Lord Milam. Demon Lord Milam's influence increases, and the balance between the demon lords is broken. But in reality, there's nothing we can do to stop Demon Lord Milam anyway. A moment of silence. As for dealing with Lady Milam, we leave that entirely to Lord Rimuru, who is her close friend. Indeed, Lady Milam is one of the oldest demon lords and one that must not be made an enemy of. This time, we can only leave it to Lord Rimuru. Rimuru was shocked. You're dumping it all on me. What about Lin Chu? Lin Chu is also Milam's close friend. Master Rimuru, although Lord Lin Chu is superior to you in terms of fighting, when it comes to communicating with others, you're the one who needs to step up. Rimuru thought back, it was true. Whenever outsiders came before, he was the one doing the talking, and he did have a few more years of workplace experience than Lin Chu. Well, leave it to me. At worst, I'll just have the little girl learn a thing or two from me. Thinking this, Rimuru's slime form sank a bit deeper into the water. The next day, Lin Chu was startled awake by a loud noise. She flew to the scene and saw Milam sending a magic born with purple hair, golden eyes, and beast ears flying with a Razan Sho Ryu Ha. Hey, what's going on? Holy crap. Rigard, what happened to your face? It's quite unique. Seeing Rigard's face with half the skull exposed, Lin Chu hurriedly poured a recovery potion made from hippocute herbs over his head. At the same time, Rimuru arrived, drawn by the massive impact. After settling everything, the two looked at the culprit, who had a face practically begging for praise. Milam looked triumphant, her hands on her hips, acting very proud. Lin Chu, Rimuru. This magic born was a bad one, but I just took him down, so you can rest easy. Rimuru looked at Milam, then at the magic born lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, and sighed. Didn't I say no rampaging without my permission? He's not someone from this town, so it's fine, it's fine. It's not fine, it's not fine. But since you protected Rigard, I'll forgive you if you skip one meal, Lin Chu said gloomily from the side. How can you be so mean? That's too much, wah. It's all this guy's fault, he's so rude. No, I'm going to punch him again. Milam said with a sob in her voice, raising her dangerous fist to give the downed magic born another blow, only to be forcibly stopped by the two of them. Due to the overall structure of the meeting room, the table could only be square, so Lin Chu used a magic circle to dismantle and rebuild it. Under Lin Chu's magic circle, several new areas were added to the meeting room's original structure. The decor remained the same, except she changed the square table into a round one. Watching Lin Chu perform a total renovation with just a few taps in the air, Rimuru and the Kajin brothers were so impressed by the convenience that they wanted to ask her for a template. In the meeting room, Milam got her wish and ate lunch, which was a sandwich. Lin Chu, thinking there was nothing to do, wanted to go back to sleep, but was dragged to the meeting by Rimuru. His reasoning: "You've already slept until noon, you must get up." During the meeting, a man claiming to be Karyan's subordinate sat opposite Rimuru. He arrogantly called Rimuru and Lin Chu low-level slimes, saying it was a pity that the ogre tribe, lizardmen, orcs, and the entire Jura Great Forest were being managed by a bunch of small fry. "Hey, you seem to be looking down on my friends. Let me tell you, that pink slime is with me. Milam, if you say any more, you're really not getting dinner." "I got it, I'll behave." After being scolded by Lin Chu, Milam immediately sat in the corner of the sofa, looking aggrieved. Based on the beastman's arrogant response, Rimuru calmly counterattacked: "We are indeed slimes, and we rule 30% of this forest. If you intend to provoke us, then we will have no choice but to go to war. Therefore, please think twice before you answer." As expected of someone with workplace experience, his way of speaking is different. Lin Chu nodded inwardly. The beastman thought for a moment and felt that what Rimuru said made sense. Furthermore, doing this wouldn't benefit Lord Karyan, and he might even face a scolding. With this thought, his tone toward the two softened. "My apologies. Lord Karyan ordered me to recruit the mysterious Magic Born." "Magic Born, you mean us?" "It seems the other demon lords also witnessed our battle against the pig-headed emperor," Rimuru calculated. "That guy Karyan, he actually broke the promise." Milam released a startling intimidation behind the two of them in anger. The beastmen were terrified. Lin Chu followed their gaze and saw Milam acting as if nothing had happened, even leisurely whistling. Sichuan opera face changing. Milam addition. "I understand the situation. In that case, you may leave. Also, tell Demon Lord Karyan that if he wishes to negotiate with us, please schedule an appointment." After the beastmen left, Rimuru went to Milam to ask about Demon Lord Karyan. "I can't even tell you these things. We promised not to interfere with each other." Milam blocked Rimuru with her hand, her tone very firm. "There it is." She took the initiative to say there are secrets between the demon lords. Rimuru didn't get angry at being blocked. Instead, he leaned in a bit closer. "Is this just a promise between you and Karyan, or does it involve the other demon lords as well?" "No, it's fine. Anyway, Karyan sent his subordinates to interfere with you, didn't he? We're close friends, we should help each other. So I think I should learn about the demon lords besides you." Seeing Milam not answering, Lin Chu chimed in from the side: "That's right. If we don't know what you promised the other demon lords, Milam, we might accidentally interfere with them." Seeing Milam still hesitating, Rimuru offered to help make weapons for her, while Lin Chu offered to provide snacks. "As close friends, of course we should help each other. New weapons. Snacks. Ha ha ha. That's right, close friends are indeed the most important." By using a few small tricks, the two easily obtained information about the demon lords. She really is an easy-to-handle demon lord, Rimuru thought silently, looking at the girl sitting on the sofa leisurely eating cake. After obtaining information about the demon lords, the storm that had arrived with demon lord Milam began to swallow the nation of Rimuru, Lin Chu, and the others even more violently. One of the countries near the Jura Great Forest, the Kingdom of Farmus, held the title of a major commercial power and the gateway to the Western nations. Having learned about the pig-headed emperor, this country sent a pig-headed emperor investigation team to the Jura Great Forest, namely, Yum and his group. The investigation team was then ambushed by night spiders on their way and was rescued by Gobta mid-journey. Because of this, the group got to know each other. Upon learning that Gobta was a member of the wolf ghost soldiers responsible for patrolling the Jura forest and other reasonable explanations, they didn't think much of his timely appearance. In reality, Gobta had simply discovered that these spiders were particularly delicious during a hunt and had become obsessed with finding them. Then Lin Chu, having finished her meal, was forced by Rimuru to attend a meeting. His reason: "Watch more and learn more, so you can say a few words when we establish diplomatic relations with other countries in the future." Lin Chu, while Rimuru proposed establishing diplomatic trade with the Kingdom of Bloomend, he also dropped the news that Dworgen, the Dwarf Kingdom, had established diplomatic ties with Tempest. After receiving confirmation from the former minister Besta, the person from the Kingdom of Bloomend, Fuse, said he would stay to confirm whether Rimuru's country was an ally of humanity. Thinking about how Dworgo, the Dwarf King, and Milam acted in the bathhouse, Lin Chu felt that this part was probably going to repeat itself. "Hey, another one has come here to live in a dream." Rimuru wanted to credit the defeat of the pig-headed emperor to Yum from the Kingdom of Farmus. He wanted Yum's subordinates to tell the outside world that Yum was the hero who defeated the pig-headed emperor and that they were just magic born who helped him. This way, the outside world would see them as magic-born who helped a hero and are trustworthy, a status much more approachable than being mysterious and threatening magic-born. Lin Chu kept nodding along from the side. As expected of a transmigrator with workplace experience. The cunning outlander. In order to avoid attending meetings with Rimuru and the others, Lin Chu decided. She would lock herself away under the pretext of researching magical mechanisms, claiming she was busy. No time to listen. Finally, she received Rimuru's approval. Great, she no longer had to stay cooped up in the meeting room. Since she started spending time in the meeting room, she felt as if she hadn't transmigrated at all and had instead joined a student council. Every day was just meetings, and more meetings. Of course, Lin Chu wouldn't just slack off all day with this opportunity, she had to produce something. Otherwise, her only merit in everyone's eyes would be her fighting prowess, while everything else was just eating, drinking, and playing around without doing any work, relying entirely on Rimuru's development. Giving people that kind of impression wouldn't be good. Rimuru had also heard about the warehouse's magical mechanisms, so he quickly approved Lin Chu's request. With her abilities being what they were, it wouldn't make sense not to let her go out and develop things. To be precise, Rimuru had been observing Lin Chu's situation in the meeting room. Besides sleeping silently, she was just spacing out. Rimuru had called her several times without a response, so Lin Chu should just stick to combat duties. As for meetings, he could handle them himself, meaning the final right of interpretation belonged to him. The room. Lin Chu opened the system mall to check what other effects the magic circles inside had. After searching for a while, she found a magic circle that could perform anthropomorphization. Lin Chu found it novel and clicked to check. Anthropomorphic formation array can transform into a giant humanoid form to release skills and repel enemies. The humanoid form can be imagined by the creator. Alright, you're the one. Notice. Humanoid form magic circle obtained. Activate. Not for now, not for now. I'll release it once I find a place with good feng shui. Exiting the magic circle interface, Lin Chu still felt she had discovered too little. She asked the system if it could upgrade and add more items, but then the system went silent. Could it be that everything I create in the future will be magic circles or the like? While magic circles are very useful, it's really quite monotonous. Technology would be fine too. Just as Lin Chu was lamenting that the system gave too little, a book fell onto her forehead, covering her entire slime body. Notice. Host has obtained the plot book. Once Lin Chu regained her senses, she quietly stared at this book that seemingly leaked the secrets of heaven. Having the plot book equals she would know everything that happens in the future equals changing fate equals the world's biggest bug. Yupara, the system is the best. HMPH. And so, Lin Chu flipped to the first page of the book and began reading, finishing it by nightfall. Great, now she knew exactly what plot points would happen next. She was now like a god slayer or a Buddha slayer. The kind that no one could stop. Provided, of course, that no one came looking for trouble. In the afternoon, the adventurer trio and Milam brought the carcasses of dead monsters, preparing for a feast. However, Trainee the tree spirit's sister, Tria, arrived with news of the resurrection of the disaster class Charybdis. Eating had to be set aside. Well, it was time for another meeting. Originally, Lin Chu thought meetings no longer had anything to do with her, but she was dragged back to one by a kind and amiable Rimuru. The reason was that while she could skip normal meetings, those concerning national affairs and meetings with people from other countries were mandatory. In Lin Chu's words, she didn't have to speak, but she had to be present. It was a matter of respect for others. That makes so much sense I'm speechless. But fortunately, she had already read the entire plot, so whether she attended the meeting or not didn't really matter. During the meeting, Lin Chu learned the following information about the Storm Great Demon Vortex. 1. A calamity-class monster and a spiritual life form that can repeatedly die and be reborn, requiring a physical body for its resurrection. 2. Possesses tyrannical power rivaling that of a demon lord. 3. Ruler of the skies, ground forces are ineffective against it. 4. Uses its intrinsic skill monster summon to call forth shark-like monsters to cause havoc. 5. Currently, 1 demon lord class monster and 13 sky sharks are flying toward this location. It seems quite troublesome. Carrying minions along could wear down a few opponents. But well, with Milam here, she probably won't even need to step in. The Storm Great Demon Vortex is nothing. I'll knock it down easily. Exactly, Milam, that's the spirit. Go ahead and solve this for me with that attitude. Lin Chu thought happily. That won't do. This is our city's own problem, Xian said seriously. Yes, we cannot rely on a friend for everything just because they are a friend. Forget Xian, but Shuna, why are you joining in the commotion too? Even Rimuru extended a tentacle and patted her head, signaling, I believe you can definitely do it. Looking at Milam's aggrieved little eyes, Lin Chu sighed. Milam, just leave it to me. After saying that, a Milam who had lost all her dreams appeared. Do you all really understand? That thing is something even the tree sprites can't handle, Fuse said worriedly. Rimuru thought about Lin Chu's heaven-defying strength and nodded confidently at Fuse. Don't worry, Lin Chu is our country's top combatant. I believe in her. The scene shifted. Rimuru and the others had made sufficient preparations for the arrival of the Storm Great Demon Vortex. There were Benimaru and his team, Gobta's Wolf Ghost Soldier Unit, the High Orcs led by Gerudo, the pig-headed Emperor's brother Big Smart One and his subordinates, as well as reinforcements from King Gazel, 100 riders of the Pegasus Knights led by Captain Dorf. There was also her anthropomorphic formation Array and Milam, who had come to watch the battle. Well, although the magic circle hasn't been fully developed yet, I can use this actual combat to see if this magic circle is strong or not. Lin Chu watched with satisfaction as everyone cooperated to defeat the 13 Sky Sharks. Now, it was time for her anthropomorphic formation array to take the stage. As Lin Chu activated the magic circle, Soe, Ranga, and Xian were already preparing to launch an attack on the Storm Great Demon Vortex, but they were scraped off by its scales. For some reason, a joke popped into Lin Chu's head. You're already a qualified ingredient, you should learn to scale yourself. Cough, cough. Notification. Activate the anthropomorphic magic circle. Yes. Come forth, magic circle. Soon, a massive golden magic circle appeared before Lin Chu's eyes. From the magic circle emerged a giant golden figure. In Lin Chu's imagination, it gradually transformed into a girl with a familiar teal hairstyle. After the girl appeared, she first spun around, then put her left hand on her hip, made a peace sign with her right hand, and showed a vibrant smile. Hi everyone. I am the anthropomorphic formation array, full of love and wisdom. Next, I will lead everyone toward a beautiful world. Total silence. At this moment, Rimuru and the others all stopped in their tracks as if someone had pressed the pause button, staring blankly at the giant girl who had suddenly appeared in the sky. Lin Chu awkwardly wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Does this thing even have this kind of setting? How embarrassing. Don't look at me. I don't have this kind of hobby. It's this thing's built-in feature. Hey, turn around first and take care of that big guy before we talk about a beautiful world, Rimuru said to the giant girl. Rimuru, don't you think this giant statue looks familiar? It's that, that person. Obviously, Rimuru wasn't paying attention to the slime hopping on the ground, his full attention was on the giant girl. He just felt a sense of deja vu with her. The giant girl turned around and saw the Storm Great Demon Vortex. Oh, so this is the guy disrupting the peaceful world, right? Don't worry, with me, the anthropomorphic formation array, here, it won't be arrogant for long. Then, the giant girl teleported in front of the Storm Great Demon Vortex, left hand on her hip, right hand pointing at it. You are the incarnation disrupting world peace, Stitch, right? Stitch. Stitch, you won't be arrogant much longer. Today, I will use the power of love and justice to defeat you. After the giant girl finished speaking, she rushed forward. Taste the power of love and justice. Take my Foshan shadowless kick. Under everyone's gaze, the Storm Great Demon Vortex was kicked far away. The girl followed closely behind. Antelope jump. Black tiger steals heart. Take another move, scorpion palm. Stitch, give up your life. It seemed this combo move had enraged it. The Storm Great Demon Vortex's firing range grew larger and larger. Fortunately, Lin Chu reacted quickly and immediately activated the absolute defense barrier to cover the two of them, preventing the Storm Great Demon Vortex's attacks from leaking out. This girl is so strong. Who created her? I don't know, I wasn't paying attention. She seemed to just appear here all of a sudden. She's strong, but the move names feel a bit weird. Looking at the giant girl and the massive monster inside the barrier, Lin Chu felt a sense of cognitive dissonance, as if she were watching Ultraman fight a giant monster. But she didn't forget to ask the system about the personality of this thing. Notification. The personality of the anthropomorphic formation array uses the summoner's latent personality as a reference, allowing the emotions they want to express to be released. So it's still related to me. Just then, the giant girl suddenly stopped. She looked up at the Storm Great Demon Vortex. Although I don't have much time left and can't defeat you, my master definitely can. You will surely be defeated by justice. After saying that, she struck an Ultraman takeoff pose and actually flew into the sky, the kind that breaks through the barrier. What the hell, what's going on now? Notification. The anthropomorphic formation array has entered cooldown. Next use, in 24 hours. No way. That's such a rip-off. System, what's wrong with you? How dare you sell such a crappy thing? The system remained silent. Fine, after all that trouble, I still have to do it myself. Lin Chu speechlessly entered the barrier, aimed at the location of the Storm Great Demon Vortex, and launched a map cannon. This was a move that had barely resulted in a draw against Milam. It should be enough to handle this demon lord level monster. This time, even with the reinforcement of the absolute barrier, the map cannon's power made the ground shake. It was spectacularly powerful. Rimuru and the others got another eyeful. However, unlike the previous battle with the giant ant, Lin Chu made sure to preserve the body this time. After all, you never know how delicious these monsters are until you take a bite. Lin Chu, if I had known the process would be this embarrassing, I would have gone in myself from the start. After the storm great demon vortex was defeated, Milam rushed up excitedly, lifted Lin Chu in her arms and asked, "Hey, Lin Chu-chan, was that giant humanoid you're doing? I want one too." Before Lin Chu could react, Rimuru strolled over, plucked her from Milam's embrace and held her himself. "Yep, that was my work, but it still needs improvement. Lord Lin Chu is amazing. I knew that colossus that popped out of nowhere had to be Lord Lin Chu's creation. The colossus Lord Lin Chu made is so cool, its moves even have such unique names." Hey, that's not what you were saying a minute ago. And Rimuru, what are you looking so proud for? After wrapping up the agreement with Demon Lord Carrion, we headed home and, along the way, devoured the storm great demon vortex and its 13 underlings. Then Lin Chu finally got the beer she'd been craving. Alas, it was as tasteless as ever, and the slime's mood plummeted. Rimuru patted her head with a tentacle to comfort her, but to everyone else the sight of one slime consoling another was so heartwarming you just wanted to scoop them up for kisses and cuddles. Ever since learning the giant girl was Lin Chu's handiwork, Milam pesters her daily for an even bigger colossus, something to dwarf the storm great demon vortex, and promises she'll vote for them if they ever run for demon lord. Rimuru has no intention of becoming a demon lord, and Lin Chu prefers to stay neutral. As for the giant girl, Lin Chu told Milam she still needs to do more research. After all, nobody wants their battlebot to suddenly rocket skyward with a 15-second commercial break. Stay tuned. Milam looked deflated, but once Lin Chu vowed, firmly, positively, absolutely, to give her something, though maybe not a colossus, she bounced back and said goodbye. Then the great parrot show began. Don't get fooled. Please don't be fooled. Don't get fooled. You mustn't be fooled. After Milam left, we spent our days sparring, forging weapons, or slacking off. With Carrion's treaty in place, the Jura Tempest Federation flourished. Rimuru called another meeting, mercifully short. Lin Chu liked that, she patted his head and told him to keep it up, earning a speechless stare. Not that she could tell how speechless those two seams of his were, muahahaha. A-hem. Rimuru announced he would travel to the kingdom of Ingrasha to honor Miss Shizu's last wish and help her students. I'll hold the fort here, and with Benimaru and the others around, nothing will go wrong. Go with peace of mind, Rimuru, Lin Chu said with a smile. Rimuru smiled back. I trust you'll manage things well, no slacking off all day. The smile slowly vanished from Lin Chu's face. And so Rimuru set off for the kingdom of Ingrasha, Ranga in tow, leaving the Tempest Federation for a while. Watching Rimuru's departing back, Lin Chu's grin grew wider as she listed her next tasks. Eat, sleep, pummel beans, aka slack off. With him gone, he'd never know, muahahaha. Mid-laugh, Xian popped out of nowhere. Lord Lin Chu, Lord Rimuru left me in charge of keeping an eye on you. Rimuru, you're ruthless. But I'm not surrendering that easily. With a wicked grin, Lin Chu promised to teach Xian how to cook someday, sending her off and reclaiming her freedom. Freedom is the best. Back in her room, Lin Chu flopped onto the bed and stared at the vast parlor. A TV would be nice, variety shows, anime to kill time, but that could wait until the system unlocked a tech branch. After Rimuru left, Lin Chu first bounced happily on the bed, then a wave of emptiness hit once the excitement wore off. No good, I have to find something to do, I can't stay this lazy. She opened the system mall, intending to whip up something new, when the words, anthropomorphic formation array updated caught her eye. Updated. Updated with what? Let me see. She summoned the anthropomorphic formation array again, and two choices appeared. One Titan-formed note. Maintaining this state consumes 200,000 magicoules per second. Let me count. Tens, hundreds, thousands, holy crap. Even if I threw myself in, I wouldn't last long. Lin Chu looked at the second option. Two normal-formed note. Maintaining this state consumes 100 magicoules per second. Not bad, but can't this thing burn its own fuel? Notice, the anthropomorphic formation array individual possesses no magicoules, the host must share. No wonder last fight was all fists and feet, so it had zero juice. Lin Chu thought for a moment. Fine, system, back up half the magicoules in my body and dump them into this thing. Once half her magicoules were transferred, the normal form blonde girl reappeared. Was it my imagination, or did her hair color change? Lin Chu didn't dwell on it, she studied the girl carefully. The anthropomorphic formation array, I'm finally back. The girl struck a pose, then stretched and looked at Lin Chu. But master, why'd you take so long to summon me? Baby's not happy. You have no idea how cramped it is inside the mall framework. Lin Chu stared speechlessly. Can I still return her for a refund? Looking again, she realized the girl only vaguely resembled Hatsune Miku. Her hair and outfit had their own flair. No wonder Rimuru didn't recognize her. Noticing Lin Chu's gaze, the girl spun happily. Master, how do I look? I designed this myself. Suits you. Lin Chu was satisfied. Now the array could fuel itself, so no more siphoning from her. What's your name? She asked. She couldn't keep calling her anthropomorphic formation array. I'm anthropomorphic formation array, master. From now on, you're Nifa, short and sweet. We can't go around saying formation array all day. The moment she received a name, the girl's magicule skyrocketed, flooding the room. Thank you, master. I finally have a name, Wah. Overcome, she hugged Lin Chu and wouldn't let go. She vowed to protect her adorable master forever. Unaware of the girl's inner drama, Lin Chu was busy checking her status page. Name, Nifa. Age, 1. Gender, female. Species, formation array. Innate skills, fisticuffs cannon punch. Special skill, thought communication. Special items, none. Magicule value, 999,999. Skills felt sparse, shouldn't an upgrade come with flashy new moves? All that juice and so few tricks. System, you're slacking. Notice, the humanoid array has independent consciousness, skills must be self-realized, unrelated to the system. Totally not your fault. System. She gathered everyone in the square and introduced the girl. Hey all, this is my humanoid array, you've seen her as the giantess who fought the Charybdis. Now resized to normal. Her name's Nifa, treat her well. Nifa, say a few words. The girl blinked, flustered. Hi everyone. I'm Nifa. From today on I'll protect Master, and protect this world. Watching her go from shy to fired up, Lin Chu mused, social anxiety to social butterfly in 5 seconds. Impressive. I could never proclaim I'd guard the planet. The crowd cheered and whistled, Nifa flushed. Lin Chu gave her a tour of Tempest, and the girl grew ever more excited, her master ruled an entire city. Come meet Benimaru, Xian, Shuna, Hakuro, Soe, Nifa memorized each name. Lin Chu recounted how the town evolved from a goblin village to a thriving city, ogres, orcs, and other newcomers listened, enthralled. When she finished, she snapped out of storyteller mode to find faces streaked with tears, fists clenched in triumph, some ready to sprint laps. What's wrong? Did I say something off? She looked around, bewildered. No, Lady Lin Chu, you spoke so beautifully. Our village is what it is thanks to you and Lord Rimuru, we'll never forget. Rigard sobbed. Gabiru, will serve the Jura Tempest Federation for life. As expected of Lord Gabiru. Rest assured, Lady Lin Chu, the ogre tribe will follow you and Lord Rimuru to the death, Benimaru declared, kneeling, the other ogres followed suit. The orcs silently wiped tears. I just told our national history. Lin Chu was floored by the reaction. Beside her, Nifa looked equally moved. Oops, overdid it. She cleared her throat. Hey, the hard times are behind us. Look around, mighty buildings, booming trade, all from our combined efforts. So what are you crying for? Real men bleed, not cry, dry those eyes. Everyone nodded, wiped their faces, and returned to work. Still teary, Nifa declared, Master, I swear fealty to the Jura Tempest Federation. I only wanted you to know how we got here. A perfect day begins by ending up stuck at a desk. According to Xian's briefing, Lord Lin Chu would be handling all the documents Rimuru usually had to read today. So it's court time, huh? All right, I'm ready. Then Rigard walked in hugging a stack of planks. Under Lin Chu's stare he snapped one in half and beamed at her. Lord Lin Chu, let's do our best today as well. Sure. Was this supposed to be a show of force? Why intimidate her? She hadn't done a single thing since arriving. It didn't take long for her to realize they were simply using the planks as writing surfaces. What a waste, using boards as paper. Don't your consciences ache, you pack of prodigals. Wait, we don't actually have paper, do we? Lin Chu ran through everything they'd used so far. If there's no paper, how do you deal with bathroom issues? Leaves. At that thought, the way she looked at Rigard and Xian changed. Back to business. Lin Chu opened her system and looked up papermaking. Oh, you just do this, that and that. Nice. She called Shuna and 3 dwarves over, explained the steps, and sent them off to produce it. Watching that mountain of planks being carved like paper made her heart ache. Ignoring the boards for now, she decided to mingle with the citizens and do a little field survey. It would also serve as a break. Staying cooped up felt awful, didn't it, system? I won't even bother exposing you. Lin Chu. Bamboo Grove. Hikuro was giving Gobta and the others sword lessons. After watching a while she found it dull and left. Farmland. Although the storehouse provided magical support, Lin Chu's farmer genes were hard to suppress. Only crops she planted herself tasted right and gave her a sense of achievement. Well, truthfully, seeing such a huge plot of land unused felt wasteful. Rice was overseen by Gabaru, Big Smart One, and company, wheat by Gerudo, she trusted him completely, who could refuse a reliable workaholic. Give her 10 dozen of such dependable workaholics, thanks. Besides those were watermelons 80-85 days, cucumbers 90 to 120 cantaloupes, peanuts 100 to 150 potatoes 60 to 100 and so on. She didn't know the rest, but she knew mashed potatoes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, cold spicy potato shreds, fried potatoes fries, chips potato croquettes, golden potato cakes, griddle potato slices, roasted potatoes, potatoes are delicious no matter how you cook them. Fine, her title is, Spud Girl, was now official. Long live Spud Girl. Since potatoes were in, she might as well add tomatoes, fries without ketchup or like dumplings without vinegar, barbecue without garlic, rice rolls without soy sauce, tasteless. Of course tomatoes also meant tomato egg soup, tomato egg noodles, tomato braised potatoes, tomato sautéed with tomatoes. Watching the busy monsters, she considered planting grapes too, though from planting to harvest took at least 2 or 3 long years. Whatever, sooner planted, sooner eaten. Next stop, the school. Primary classes taught the local language, plus optional Chinese and Japanese for those interested. Thanks to the goblin's magic perception skill, languages were easy, no communication problems. Middle school wasn't built yet, it would be ready by the time the primary kids graduated, followed by high school and finally university. Lin Chu flew into a classroom, hopping around was tiring. This was art class, and she happened to meet Rigard. Lord Lin Chu. Look, every pupil's drawing of, the person I respect, is either you or Lord Rimuru, I'm so jealous. Seeing a gallery of slimes, she silently complained. Are you sure it's not because slimes are easy to draw? And the faces are so over the top. Again, it's on planks, papermaking had to speed up. Thinking of it made her heart hurt. Wow, it's Lord Lin Chu. A cute little goblin chirped. Lord Lin Chu. A whole group of cute goblins appeared. See you later, everyone. Heading back already. Yep, study hard. After the school visit she flew out satisfied. Food, education, next came security. Rimuru had considered safety, who could guarantee goblins or tourists wouldn't steal. Hence the patrol squads. Led mainly by Rigard and Benimaru as captains, Nifa, once normalized in height, was drafted by Lin Chu and made vice captain thanks to her strength and plentiful magicules. Gobta commanded the 101 Wolf Ogre troops. Right now, our squad leader Gobta was giving Lin Chu a tour of all the fun little things in the Jura Tempest Federation. High EQ version, showing her every amusement in the nation. Low EQ version, slacking off in front of the boss. Before they'd played much, Rigard's sharp eyes spotted Gobta and dragged him back. Have a safe trip, Lin Chu waved. Heartless. Kitchen. With Shuna in charge, everything ran like clockwork, she left without worry. Inspection complete, Lin Chu dropped by the paper mill to check progress. Paper progress, 50%. Fine, she'd come back later. Back in her room she reviewed the day's results. Food, education, security, barely. So bored. Lin Chu yawned on the bed. Ever since her inspection tour 3 days ago, she'd been lying there, discovering that a slime's body never gets tired of sleeping. She rolled over and used clairvoyance to scan every corner of the Jura Tempest Federation. All quiet, as usual. That only made Lin Chu more bored. Even if something did pop up, Xian and Benimaru would handle it at once. The whole federation seemed to run perfectly without her. System. Be confident, drop the, seemed. Lin Chu. Right. Security was one thing she could still look after. Open system shop . Click array index . Search relevant data . Found it. Mind shield. Mind shield. Appearance. Transparent, pass through. Function. Detects hostile intent toward the Jura Tempest Federation and apprehends the culprit, begins playing footage of invasion fantasies. Haha, a social death embarrassment device, perfect. After layering on a soul lock buff, Lin Chu fired it off with confidence. A beam shot from her roof, blanketed the entire Federation, then vanished. Monsters tensed at the light, but sensing the familiar magicules, relaxed again. Thought it was something new, just another Lord Lin Chu invention. Probably going to call us to the square in a minute. Let's head over now, save her the trouble. Sure. When Lin Chu reached the square and saw everyone already lined up and staring, she was a bit stunned. That self-motivated. Fine by her, saved a lot of time. After a quick explanation, the crowd cheered at the news of even tighter security. Gobta was happiest. Everyone knew the security squad's slacker, occasionally reliable, could now slack even harder. But under Hikuro and Rigurd's stern gazes, Gobta's fear index outweighed his joy. Even with Lord Lin Chu's shield, we won't drop our guard. Rest assured, Lord Lin Chu, we will protect this city. Rigurd and Hakurauer intoned solemnly. How could they deliver such cringe-worthy lines without breaking? Is Nifa's enthusiasm contagious? Now they're the ones saving the world. Indeed, Lord Lin Chu, we shall guard the Jura Tempest Federation. Nifa, passing by, chimed in, hearing the word, guard, made her eyes sparkle. You want to talk about that? Now I'm wide awake. After enduring the triple assault of Hikuro, Nifa, and Rigurd, Lin Chu was numb. Mention security to them again and she'd bark like a dog. But security aside, she worried more about Nifa's intellect and recklessness, good intentions, zero foresight. At this rate she'd never amount to much. For the Federation, for the citizens, for her own peaceful slacking. She needed a smart, house-sitting tool, person. System. Upgrade Nifa. Notice. Upgrading individual named Nifa costs 1,200,000 magicules. Proceed. Yes. Upgrading individual named Nifa. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Upgrade complete. While patrolling the street, Nifa felt a familiar, wondrous power flood her body. It rampaged within her until it forged her into a brand new form. Muscle-bound Amazon, shoes burst open. Clothes intact. Passerby A, so a delicate girl can morph into a barefoot bruiser in seconds. Passerby B, I was just walking by, how am I supposed to look at cute girls now? Passerby C, great, every girl on the street is a potential Hulk out. A crowd gathered to watch. Is Nifa transforming again? Don't tell me she'll turn into a colossus. Hey, Nifa, watch your step when you do. The change continued. After a while the energy finally stabilized. Admiring her ripped muscles, Nifa wanted to test them, then felt a draft underfoot. She looked down. Huh, where'd my shoes go? After the update was complete, a system notification sounded. Notice. Individual Nifa has acquired muscle form, encyclopedia of formations, and formation immune body. Notice. Individual Nifa has become the one who governs formations, no magicules are required to maintain her state. Good grief, she's saving magicules for herself. Once the system notifications ended, Lin Chu impatiently opened Nifa's status page. Name. Nifa. Age. 1. Gender. Female. Species. Formation. Title. The one who governs formations. Intrinsic abilities. Punch and kick, sky rocket, muscle form. Special abilities. Thought communication, formation immune body. Special item. Encyclopedia of formations. Magic power. 99,999,999. Setting aside the fact that the status page was still so concise, Lin Chu noticed that Nifa's magic power had gained 2 extra digits. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Holy cow. Over 90 million magicules. If she knew how to use them flexibly and used her head a bit, she could basically become a king with this setup. The other skills can be understood literally, but what on earth is muscle form? Am I going to get a King Kong Barbie like Li Jing? Imagine a delicate girl's head paired with a body full of muscles. The sight is too beautiful to behold. Lin Chu shook her head and took a deep breath to stop these nonsensical thoughts. Wait a minute. If Nifa has turned into her muscle form right now, wouldn't her original clothes be unable to contain her current physique, turning into a massive wardrobe malfunction? If Nifa gets angry, sad, or hurt because of it, wouldn't I, as her master, become an irresponsible slime that's worse than a dog or a pig? Nifa, I've failed you. If things really happened like that, no matter what, she would bear the consequences. System, find Nifa's location. Notice. 3 o'clock direction. Activate Farsight. Then Lin Chu saw a rather eyesore-inducing scene. She saw Nifa in a muscular female form with a cleft chin, striking poses under a large tree and even kissing a bicep larger than her own head. If I am guilty, please let that chatterbox Rimuru punish me, rather than making me witness a scene that could literally make someone drop dead. Lin Chu felt she could already imagine this thing charging in front of her, a rose in its mouth, flexing its muscles while looking kindly at its teammates and saying, Master, leave the protection to me. Sorry, I deeply regret my superfluous thoughts. Looking at Nifa's side, she was very satisfied with her new form and planned to report to her master. Such a perfect form and that familiar magicule power, who else could have given it to her but her master? Her master was simply too good to her, she had to repay her master well. After arriving at Lin Chu's residence, because Nifa didn't control her strength at all when she went to knock on the door, with a boom, the entire house split apart. Lin Chu also split apart mentally. I freaking shouldn't have done this upgrade. I do an upgrade and I'm the one who suffers. Lin Chu looked at the house she hadn't even lived in for a year with a face full of resentment, then at Nifa, who was all muscles, palms pressed together with an apologetic, muscular expression. I'm sorry, master. I will definitely fix it. Just change back to your original appearance first. Lin Chu said crossly. With a poof, Nifa turned back to her original form. So you can change back. Lin Chu looked at her with a, you just realized, expression. Strange, didn't I upgrade her? Why does this kid still look so dazed and silly? Watching Nifa switch between a King Kong Barbie and a beautiful girl. Well, she seems to be having a lot of fun. You can also try switching your arms to battle muscle mode, while keeping everything else the same. Nifa visualized it, and then her arms transformed into battle mode. Wow, that's amazing. Of course, as long as you can switch at will, you'll be able to beat up anyone you want. Hearing this, Nifa glanced at her, whether intentionally or not. Except for me. Alright. Nifa lowered her head in disappointment, but she quickly regained her energy. As long as I persevere, I will defeat Master one day. Once Master knows I'm stronger than her, she'll obediently let me protect her. Lin Chu watched Nifa's highly expressive face with a speechless expression. Does this girl even understand what I'm saying? When does she plan to fix my house? I can't believe my house actually collapsed in this lifetime, I'm so done. Although it collapsed once before, that was back when it was just a straw hut. Forget it, I'll find somewhere else to stay first and come back whenever this girl finishes fixing the house. Having already planned her retreat, Lin Chu's mind began to wander, wondering when Rimuru would be back. As soon as he returns, Lin Chu plans to dump Nifa on him. This upgrade didn't produce anything useful, and it even cost her a house. Rimuru, who is currently leading his students to subjugate small mobs. Achu. Lord Lin Chu has nowhere to stay. Due to some reasons or another, I temporarily have no place to live. Could you please help me find a room to sleep in? I see, Prepare a top-tier guest room for Lord Lin Chu. Right away, guest, please come inside Tilda. After settling in, Lin Chu drank a cup of tea and began to think about what to do next. Well, the safety issue is solved, and there's no worry about food or clothing. It seems, everything is fine. Suddenly, there was nothing to do. So boring. Oh right. The papermaking technique I asked the dwarf trio to create last time. Let's go see how the progress is. Factory. Paper was created. But not much. No big deal. She remembered in the original work, Rimuru used the Great Sage to replicate a bunch of swords, so perhaps she could too. System. Replicate this piece of paper. Notification. Replicating. Replication complete. Nice. I knew it. But before she could celebrate, another system prompt arrived. Detection. Item can be unlocked based on this paper. Unlocked item. Toilet paper. Toilet paper. Brilliant. Doesn't that mean the monsters are saved from now on? System. Replicate toilet paper. Replication complete. After receiving the system's reply, she spat out a pile of paper in front of the dwarf trio. However, since they had seen Rimuru spit out a pile of swords, they weren't surprised to see her spit out a pile of paper. Feeling that this paper was enough for a while, Lin Chu instructed the dwarf trio, including Kajin, to go to the plaza and inform everyone of the paper's uses. Her reason was that although she had told them the method for papermaking, they were the ones who had gone through countless hardships to actually produce it, so the credit should belong to them. After receiving the grateful tears of the dwarf trio, Lin Chu prepared to return to her guest room for some rest. If there was anything still missing, it was probably her sense of taste. There was no need to worry about ink. Rimuru had brought some back when he returned from the dwarf kingdom. Alright. To be able to taste food that makes one feel great, let's get to work. Let me think. To eat delicious food, I must obtain a sense of taste. To obtain a sense of taste, I need to obtain a human form. It's a bit troublesome and complicated. First, open the system shop to see if there are any magic circles that can help with the sense of taste. Maybe I can unlock it for myself. After looking through a bunch, there were none. Then healing magic circles, none either. Do I really have to kill someone to satisfy my need for taste and a human form? While Lin Chu was dazed, feeling unwilling yet forced to accept her fate, she was successfully jolted awake by Xian's pot of black soup filled with unknown objects. She looked at Xian, whose eyes were sparkling, and then at the soup held before her, which was emitting black gas and filled with unidentified items. Lord Lin Chu, you must taste the soup I made with my deep love for you. I spent several days on this, following the steps in the cookbook. I really thank you for that. Looking at this bowl of soup, Lin Chu's entire slime body felt unwell. Am I going to remain in a slime body even if I die? Slime collapses. By the way, is this soup even drinkable? The floating things on top look like skulls. Xian's sparkling eye attack continued. Fine, I have no choice but to drink this soup. One sip, it should be fine. Besides, I don't have a sense of taste yet, and I have poison resistance. I should be able to pull through. If I don't pull through, I hope Rimuru can collect my body when he gets back. If I really go, then I want a pink coffin. Not too small, but not too big either, just enough to fit my slender figure. In right-seeking one resurrection voucher, under the tombstone. Don't cremate me, I want a burial. I came into this world naked, so I should go back naked. What's the point of going back as a pile of ash? While Lin Chu was silently arranging her afterlife, Xian was suddenly called away by an urgent matter. Escape from death. After disposing of that bowl of eye-watering soup by some special means, Lin Chu collapsed onto the bed in relief. Why is whatever Ziwan cooks so corrosive it almost rivals the venom she spits out? She pondered for ages and still couldn't come up with a reason. Whatever. No point thinking. Time to sleep. She really didn't want to study human anatomy or taste buds any longer. Slime it is, then, besides, no one's bullying her. Farewell, magic circle, farewell, human body, farewell, fooled sense of taste. Just as Lin Chu was drifting off, a thought popped into her head. Deciding the idea was workable, she sprang up from the bed, opened the system store and began researching. After 2 or 3 hours of study she finally grasped the trick and set to work with the huge reserve of magicules she hadn't used in so long they were practically mildewed. Instantly the room brimmed with powerful magicules, some even leaking out through the window cracks. The monsters sensed it, of course, but every one of them stayed silent as if this were routine. I'll just smile and say nothing. Any monster living in the Jura Tempest Federation knew Lin Chu spent every day in her room inventing all sorts of weird yet useful things. Occasional bursts of magicules flooding the town had become normal. They'd gone from alert to seasoned, and now every monster could withstand the pressure of Lin Chu's magicules, so they took it in stride. Unbeknownst to her, the monster's image of her had shifted from a mighty slime to a mighty slime who diligently develops amazing things every day and leads the Jura Tempest Federation toward a bright future. All she wanted was to eat, drink, have fun, and slack off. If Lin Chu ever heard that, she'd probably blurt out, "What the heck? Since when?" The next day, Lin Chu had evolved from slime form into a beautiful little girl Loli. The first thing she did was look at herself in the mirror. Nice. Not ugly, actually kind of cute. Just a bit familiar. She didn't dwell on it. After making faces at the mirror for a while she focused on her unforgettable hair color. Most of it was pink, with only the lower halves of the 2 front locks of jujube red. It reached just to her shoulder blades, and the unusual color scheme not only avoided looking ugly but also set off her fair, pretty face. Lin Chu checked herself from every angle. Everything else had changed, but her eyes were still the same black as before. She blinked at her reflection. New eyes really are great, who could resist these big ones? She stepped back to look at her whole body. A bit short, but that wouldn't stop her from eating, drinking, slacking off and living a carefree life. Seeing a body she'd obtained without relying on a human form filled her with pride. The only thing she wasn't satisfied with was her hands. Too small. She understood that a child form should have small hands, the problem was they looked even smaller than those of a 7 or 8-year-old. But they were nice and tender. Ha ha ha. Since she'd finally become human, she didn't fuss over such a minor detail. She tied her hair into a high ponytail with a rubber band. Now that she'd successfully turned human, she had to check whether her taste buds worked. System, scan this body for taste functionality. Notification, scanning host's internal structure. Then she heard a soft buzzing. Notification, taste function detected. Yes. Lin Chu rolled excitedly on the bed. I, Hu Hansen, have returned. But her laughter died fast. She happened to be naked, and Nifa walked in. Nifa had come to say that since her master's house was repaired, she'd build herself a cottage next door and be neighbors. This time she'd come to report the completion, only to open the door and walk into an Eiffel. For a moment the two stared, not knowing what to say. Lin Chu's mind went blank, she hadn't expected anyone to barge in. Nifa reacted fastest, covering her eyes while peeking through a gap between her fingers. Master, I didn't see anything. Do you think I'm blind? Lin Chu quickly reverted to slime form, locked the door, wrapped a tendril around Nifa's neck and threatened darkly, breathe a word and you're dead. Nifa nodded frantically. Still uneasy, Lin Chu demanded, swear you won't tell. I swear I won't tell, Nifa answered, stifling a laugh and trying to look serious. Geez, her shy master was adorable. HMPH, Lin Chu awkwardly released her. She was still in slime form, so Nifa didn't notice her embarrassment. Looks like I'll need to tinker with a memory-modifying magic circle, Lin Chu thought. Nifa, go ask Ziwan for human clothes sized for a 7 or 8-year-old. Roger. Once Nifa fled, Lin Chu reverted to human form and examined herself again. Yep, definitely her child self. Let's see, huh? A girl. Notification. Host is a slime and has no romance. Oh, wait, what? She realized something incredible. If she had no romance, did that mean she had neither upper nor lower equipment? She vaguely recalled that before Rimuru crossed over, he'd been male. In other words, best not spell it out, poor guy. A true from zero isekai survival experience. Hey system, any chance I can hit 168 centimeters later? Notification. Insufficient authority at present. Fine. While she was daydreaming, Ziwan arrived with children's clothes. She took them, put them on, and admired the result. After admiring her new look, Lin Chu turned to Xian and Nifa, telling them not to spread the news of her human form too quickly. She wanted to personally check the security measures and see if she could catch anyone slacking off. If she did, HMPH. I understand. Rest assured, Lord Lin Chu, we definitely won't let anything slip. Master, please don't worry. Both of our lips are sealed tight. Looking at their solemn vows, Lin Chu nodded, though she had a feeling they weren't exactly reliable. Bamboo Forest. Gobta and the others were practicing their sword techniques under the guidance of their master, Hikuro. Gobta was the first to notice someone behind them and pointed his blade toward the bamboo forest. Who goes there? Lin Chu, in her human form, walked out leisurely from behind the bamboo. She had completely suppressed her presence, so Gobta and the others didn't recognize her. Furthermore, they had no idea Lin Chu had cultivated a human form. I'm here to attack the Jura Tempest Federation. Side characters, step aside. After saying that, Lin Chu extended her pinky finger toward Gobta. Hey, with just you. Gobta said disdainfully. That's right. Do you even know who the master of this place is? No idea. You dare come to attack the Jura Tempest Federation without even knowing who its master is. That's right. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death just by saying it. Then say it. Gobta was stunned for a moment. Who is this person? How can she be so self-assured? She actually doesn't know about Rimuru or Lin Chu. Wait a minute. Gobta looked around and saw she had no helpers. This meant this girl probably saw a bunch of low-level monsters gathered here and wanted to try her luck. Unfortunately for her, she's kicked a steel plate. Thinking of this, Gobta puffed out his nose, put his hands on his hips, and said proudly, HMPH, seeing how ignorant you are, I'll show some mercy and tell you. Listen well. This place is the territory of Lord Rimuru Tempest and Lord Lin Chu. Seeing that Lin Chu remained silent, Gobta even thoughtfully explained the achievements of those two. One soloed the pig-headed emperor. The other fought a demon lord to a draw. Seeing that the person in front of him still didn't react, Gobta began to suspect whether she even understood the concept of a pig-headed emperor or a demon lord. Lin Chu looked at Gobta, whose every thought was written all over his face, and couldn't help but let out a laugh. No, I have to manage my expressions. I can't laugh out loud. Lin Chu suppressed her urge to laugh and put on a sophisticated act. HMPH, it seems this seat hasn't come out to stretch these old bones for a long time. To think that in such a short period, two geniuses have emerged. Hikuro, who had been silent, watched quietly. However, he seemed to notice something. He chuckled softly and bowed with cupped hands toward the small figure. Congratulations, Lord Lin Chu, on obtaining a human form. What? Lord Lin Chu? Master, don't talk nonsense. Gobta was dumbfounded. Isn't this just some ignorant person? Master, don't scare me. Lin Chu stared at Hikuro, her expression calm. Oh my god. He can even recognize me like this. Don't panic, he's definitely just testing me. This seat has no idea what you are talking about. Is Lord Lin Chu testing our security measures? Lord Lin Chu, my intuition has always been very accurate. If I'm not mistaken, the moment you obtained a human form, you had the first person who discovered you keep it a secret, wanting to use this to test if there are any issues with our security. Am I right? She wanted to argue further, but looking at Hikuro's confident expression. Fine. I'll stop acting, the cards are on the table. There's no point in continuing the act anyway. As expected of Hikuro, your insight is truly amazing. Holy crap. It really is Lord Lin Chu. Gobta stared intently at the child before him. But thinking about it, it made sense. Although the Jura Tempest Federation was open to the outside, those who came were all monsters, humans were rarely seen. This child's hair color was so prominent, and combined with the abnormally thick magicals and that extremely harsh weather last night, it was hard not to associate her with that special slime. Lord Lin Chu, since you want to check our security, then come. After Hikuro spoke, he threw a sword to Lin Chu and assumed a combat stance himself. Lin Chu stared blankly at the sword in her hand. Even if you say that. I don't know how to use it. Hikuro saw Lin Chu's lack of movement. Lord Lin Chu, do you not know how to use a sword? Correct. Gobta and the others were shocked again. What? Lord Lin Chu actually doesn't know how to use a sword. But after a moment, they understood. There was no rule saying Lord Lin Chu had to know how to use a sword. Hikuro told Lin Chu to hold the sword and fight however she felt she should, treating it as a way to see a beginner's understanding and talent for swordsmanship. Lin Chu was about to refuse. But since Hikuro had already set his stance, she couldn't just ignore him. The atmosphere had reached this point, she couldn't end it without a fight. Lin Chu was forced to mimic the sword-drawing poses she had seen in anime. Lord Lin Chu, I am going to make a move. Please. She and Hikuro exchanged several rounds, each stopping just before making contact, but these maneuvers shocked Gobta and the others watching from the side. Whoa, so a sword can be used like that. This move is way too sneaky. Learned something, learned something. After a few rounds, Lin Chu sheathed her sword and bowed with cupped hands to Hikuro. Hikuro looked at Lin Chu, hesitated, but eventually spoke up. Has Lord Lin Chu studied sword techniques before? When I was a slime, I watched a few humans spar. Over time, I just learned by watching. Ha ha ha, Lord Lin Chu, there is no need to be modest. Your understanding of sword techniques has already exceeded my expectations. Ha ha ha, I'm not really that good tilde. After a round of mutual business-like praise, Lin Chu told Gobta and the others to practice hard and then left. After all, her purpose for coming was just to check the security measures, and now she could rest easy. News of Lin Chu's transformation into human form and her superb comprehension of sword skills quickly spread. Her prestige was boosted once again, which she was quite satisfied with. It proved that her country was well informed, after all. After spending so many days preparing for the security and self-sufficiency of the Jura Tempest Federation, Lin Chu decided to go out and play for a while again. She then gave another passionate, blood-pumping speech to the monsters of the Jura Tempest Federation. Let yourselves defend your own home. Our home shall be guarded by us. Because she was so passionate, all the monsters of the Jura Tempest Federation became extremely excited, almost wishing an invader would show up right then and there. Looking at the excited spirits of the monsters, coupled with the psychological protective shield and the pile of antibody buffs on them, and considering the plot development, no one would come to attack the Jura Tempest Federation at this time. Even if there were powerful security measures and her secret weapon, Nifa, to step in and handle it. Although she might shout some embarrassing lines, she would still beat the enemies until they didn't know which way was north. Lin Chu was very optimistic about this. Plus, the Jura Tempest Federation was within the range of the healing spring pool. Getting injured. That's not even a possibility. If even that didn't work, then she'd just have to find a few stone lions to guard the place. A random country Lin Chu found. The guards here were extremely strict, and passports were required. If you were a monster, you'd be stripped clean before you even got inside. Fortunately, Lin Chu had already successfully cultivated into a human. With the system's help, she managed to completely suppress her leaking monster aura. A passport. She'd just have the system fake one. Guards and the like were no problem at all. After entering the city, Lin Chu thought for a moment and decided to find a corner to style her hair a bit, otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. She walked to a corner and ducked inside. Next, she changed the dyed part to her cowlick and turned the rest black. After finishing this, Lin Chu took out a mirror, checked herself, and felt satisfied. She then began to admire the city she had spent several days flying to reach. Even though she didn't know what it was called, it was beautiful, and that was enough. There were facilities that looked like outdoor concert venues, shop windows with glass curtains, large billboards related to theater, a library, the Freedom Academy, and a bunch of fun entertainment facilities. Besides those, she could see cultural facilities rarely found elsewhere. Compared to this, the Jura Tempest Federation was like a small sorcerer facing a grand wizard. Just wait, the Jura Tempest Federation would develop into something like this later, or even better. Lin Chu thought silently. Then, she saw an exceptionally tall skyscraper. Wouldn't living that high up cause oxygen deprivation? After asking around, Lin Chu learned that this was the Freedom Association headquarters. It had evolved from the original Adventurers Mutual Aid Association through negotiations and mutual aid agreements with various countries. It sounded so familiar. Oh, so this is the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. Catherine, did you spend all the primogems you scammed from me on this? Muted again. Upon entering the Freedom Headquarters building, a receptionist approached with a smile and said to Lin Chu, "Little girl, you're here for the Adventurer rank test, right? Just sign here, it'll be ready in a moment." After signing, Lin Chu waited quietly to the side. I don't know why they're so enthusiastic. Before long, the receptionist smilingly introduced the rules of the Adventurer rank test in detail and then notified her to enter the arena. The rules were simple. Just stand within a specific circle and fight monsters from low to high rank. Stepping out of the circle meant elimination. If one couldn't hold on, the examiner would stop the monster's actions and assign a rank based on the last monster defeated. It sounded pretty simple. Just like that, Lin Chu fought everything from the initial hunting dogs to higher ranked evil ghost goblins. To be precise, she only used one punch for each. Can't be helped, being invincible is just that lonely tilde. The examiner watched Lin Chu's performance, and soon, a special light began to flicker on the magic circle. This time, a creature with a goat's head and demon wings appeared. HMPH, no matter what you are, take a punch from me first. However, due to inertia, her fist passed right through its body. It passed through. Oh, it's a spiritual entity. It seemed physical attacks were out of the question. Let's see if magic can handle this guy. After fighting for a long time, Lin Chu reached a conclusion. Using magic was also a struggle. But she couldn't just quit. With so many skills in her body, there was no way she couldn't beat such an ugly fellow. Using atomic breath, Honkai, or those other overpowered skills would definitely arouse suspicion, but what else was there to use? Sigh, if only it didn't have to be so troublesome. I'd just use a hand gesture to strike this brat dead. Ahem, I recommend using a weapon composed of magic and a blade to solve this. The system couldn't bear to watch her mental rambling anymore and spoke up to remind her. Oh tilde, so that's how it is. Thank you, great system, for showing me the way. Lin Chu perked up again. Speaking of weapons made of magic and blades, it had to be a weapon created from the ice element. She began to use her imagination to convert ice elements into 2 kitchen knives, preparing to send this ugly thing on its way. No matter how high your kung fu, you're still afraid of kitchen knives, right? With the system's hint, Lin Chu still only needed 1 hit to win. Ooh, and here I thought you were something special. That's it. Hey. Finally, with the system's guidance, Lin Chu passed one test after another, until the system spoke up to warn her to stop this increasingly ridiculous high-rank monster testing. Notice, if the host's rank is too high, it will also arouse suspicion. Okay, system. After the test ended, Lin Chu successfully slipped away under the system's instructions, leaving the examiner and the examiner's superior staring at the registration details, bewildered. It was written, name, passerby A, adventure rank, special A rank. What the hell, since when is a passerby A special A rank? After successfully slipping away, Lin Chu was in a ramen shop, demolishing a bowl bigger than her own head. She had almost forgotten that she was now a slime with a working sense of taste. In that case, she had to treat herself. Then she spotted a store advertising an all-you-can-eat challenge, HMPH. If she didn't eat them into bankruptcy, it would be an insult to the misery of tasting nothing for 2 whole years. With that thought, Lin Chu prepared to feast in earnest. By the 20th bowl the owner bowed, apologized, and explained the kitchen was out of ingredients, pressing a pile of confito candies on her as consolation. Oh, all right, I'll change shops. She found another all-you-can-eat promotion and started devouring again. At bowl 20, the owner gave her another heap of confito by way of apology. No problem, next store, next. Soon every eatery in Ingrasha running an eating contest noticed this cute but terrifying, food-wise girl, and issued a joint statement. As long as she remained in Ingrasha, such promotions would stay permanently closed. The announcement enraged the public. She's just a kid, how much can she possibly eat? Look, she's still growing. Watching Lin Chu's frail, little hands lift a bowl twice the size of her head made the crowd angrier. The child clearly doesn't get enough food or clothing, she finally gets a chance to eat and you cancel the event. Don't worry, kid, we'll stand up for you. The shop owners shrugged. If people were volunteering to be suckers, they had no objections. You said it yourselves. And so Lin Chu inexplicably acquired a stack of meal vouchers, though it didn't slow her determination to keep eating. After 47 bowls in a row, the onlookers frantically stopped her. Sorry, our simple idea backfired, we never imagined she could eat this much. Looking at the mountain of confito in her pocket dimension, Lin Chu merely pursed her lips. At least the candy haul was decent. Scene shift. Lin Chu strolled along, hugging a bag of sesame cakes, admiring the gorgeous architecture while secretly snapping pictures with Mana Perception and sending them to Rimuru, Kajin, and the rest back in the Jura Tempest Federation. Then she collided head-on with someone. Ah, sorry. Rimuru apologized first. He'd heard about a kid who'd eaten over 100 bowls and still looked hungry, and had come to see her, only to get distracted and crash right into her. No problem. Lin Chu brushed the dust off herself. Phew, good thing the cakes hadn't spilled. After securing the bag, she finally looked up at the person she'd bumped into. Holy, that blue hair. And that mask is hideous. It's the middle of summer, wearing so many layers plus a mask, wasn't he roasting? Her face stayed neutral, but her mind filled with rapid-fire make complaints. If there had been a snark meter nearby, it would have maxed out. Rimuru watched the kid walk off. Something about her hair color was striking, and her clothes looked strangely familiar, like something he used to wear. Whatever, he'd check the message Lin Chu sent first. One glance and he froze. It was the exact spot he'd just walked past. Lin Chu was here. But how? She was still just a slime. Even as the shock hit him, a thought communication arrived from the Jura Tempest Federation. Lord Rimuru, Lord Lin Chu has successfully acquired a human form. Attached was a photo, Lin Chu wearing his old clothes while sparring with Hakuro. Before he could react, the child in front of him had vanished. Great Sage, are you sure that kid is Lin Chu herself? Notification. Confirmed, individual designated Lin Chu has assumed human form. Notification. That child is indeed the individual designated Lin Chu. With Great Sage's reliable confirmation, Rimuru's doubts faded. Given Lin Chu's personality and her mastery of magic circles, the little girl had probably invented some terrifyingly powerful array again. As for Lin Chu being here, she herself had logged her destination before setting off, so her sudden appearance in the city where he was staying was no surprise. His sudden urge to study magic circles had come from Great Sage's report on the changes within the Jura Tempest Federation. He marveled at the convenience of magic arrays and silently praised Lin Chu. Beyond that, if he could handle array-related matters himself, he could lighten her load and keep her from overworking. If Lin Chu ever learned of Rimuru's thoughts, she'd surely accuse him of meddling and trying to steal her job. After mulling over the learning process for a moment, Rimuru began scouring the street for the child, until things started feeling off. There was no way Lin Chu hadn't seen what he looked like, she had no reason to pretend not to recognize him. Notification. You are wearing a mask, she cannot identify you. Great Sage popped up. No way, I told her Miss Shizu gave me this mask. Did you ever show her what the mask looks like? Well, I must have, right. Fine, fine. I admit I didn't think it through. Meanwhile, Lin Chu was competing in a paper cup stacking game. Stack disposable cups at top speed, then collapse them back down. The prize was a slime plush twice her size. She figured winning the thing to cuddle at night wouldn't be bad, it felt nice and cool to the touch, after all. Not as nice as her own skin, though. When Rimuru arrived, he saw Lin Chu hugging a slime plush bigger than she was. Watching the tiny girl nuzzle the toy, Rimuru wore an utterly fond smile. Next time he went out, he'd share the sights and people he'd seen with her. Notification. Based on personality data for individual designated Lin Chu, probability exceeds 90% that her arrival in this nation was pure accident. Notification. Individual designated Lin Chu most likely stumbled here by chance. Great Sage. Yes. You're not jealous, are you? It's fine, that emotion's normal. I'll build you a companion someday, go wherever you two want, I won't object, really. Taking Great Sage's silence as consent, Rimuru donned his scary mask and walked up behind Lin Chu, ready to frighten the little girl who'd sneaked out of the Jura Tempest Federation. Since she'd come all this way to find him, he'd grudgingly scare her, just a tiny punishment. Lin Chu didn't notice someone creeping up, her full attention stayed on her newly won plush, cool and comfy enough to lie on all day. Rimuru tapped her left shoulder, then darted to her right while she wasn't looking. When she turned, boo! The imagined shriek never came. Rimuru still clawed the air menacingly, and the two stood face to face in awkward silence. Lin Chu ignored him, stepping around. Strange, does everyone in this country wear masks? Assuming she was fooling calm, Rimuru followed, jumping out to scare her again. That clinched it for her. This guy's definitely nuts. Finally giving up, Rimuru blocked her path, pointed at his mask. This doesn't scare you. See for yourself. I think it's pretty scary. He pulled the mask off. Lin Chu's eyes went blank at the familiar face. Holy. Rimuru. Now it's scary. Rimuru, kid, I'm not bragging, but you look exactly like a friend of mine. So much so that if you two spun in place, even his mom would freeze for a second. Is it possible that I'm that friend of yours? Lin Chu finally took a serious look at the girl in front of her and shook her head. How could that be? I only came here because I drew this city's name in a lottery. How could my friend happen to be here too? She lied. She couldn't very well tell him that she had flown halfway around, thought the city looked nice, and dropped down for a look. Setting aside whether he'd believe her, it would be a miracle if he didn't send her straight to the hospital to check her brain. Besides, her excuse wasn't much different from how she actually got here. It was all based on guesswork. Hey. Rimuru pondered for a moment. Since he only treated the Great Sage's response as a reference, he didn't take it much to heart. But looking at Lin Chu, she didn't seem to be lying. So it turned out he was the only one being moved by his own assumptions. You can always trust the Great Sage. Rimuru. After a series of actions from Rimuru, Lin Chu finally realized that the girl she had called a sister, over a dozen times, was actually a guy. Actually, it was fine, but when Rimuru said, "I'm not a bad slime," right in front of her, that cringy feeling immediately welled up. The girl she thought she had met suddenly lost her charm. Goodbye. Hey, 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 why are you leaving? Muted. In the end, I led those little ones and settled high spirits into each of them to prevent the massive energy inside them from going out of control. Yeah. So many days have passed, and your plot has only progressed this far. I've planted wheat, conducted inspections, built defenses, and even managed to collapse my own house. I've done so much, and you're telling me you've only reached this point. Are you kidding me? It's been almost 2 months. Big brother, please don't mess with my head. Rimuru was originally waiting for Lin Chu's praise, but he didn't expect her expression to grow increasingly dark. Before he could say anything, she seemed to have decided on something major. She stood up, slapped both hands on his shoulders, and looked at him solemnly. Leave the rest to me, Rimuru. You're really too slow. Rimuru was touched by the first sentence, but the second caught him completely off guard. Slow. In what sense? Since Lin Chu hadn't decided where to stay tonight, Rimuru volunteered to arrange everything for her. Then Lin Chu saw a very luxurious, staff dormitory. But this staff dormitory was truly nice, spacious, with a kitchen, a bathroom redundant, a living room, a study, and that 200 square meter double bed. It even included 3 meals, though she didn't really need them. Rimuru was beaming with pride. Not bad, right? And they even promised me a daily wage of 10 silver coins. Wow. Didn't get it. She didn't really understand the value of money in this world. But it sounded like it could buy a lot of things. On the other side, the Free Guild headquarters was in an uproar. How do you do your jobs? The person was right under your noses, and you let her slip away. Sorry, sir, we don't know how that girl left either. She just vanished in an instant. That's because you're incompetent. We must find this passerby A. She's a high priority target for our superiors. Do you know what her rank is? No, sir. Special A rank. A collective gasp filled the room. This was combat power comparable to the elite Holy Knight Order of the Western Holy Church. The higher-ups value her greatly. If you can't find her, you know the consequences. Yes, sir. Lin Chu, sitting in her room brewing tea. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Is someone praising how cool I am behind my back? As for Rimuru, he was thinking of having the girl live with him. Firstly, he could act as her guide to help her understand the city. Secondly, it would give her enough time to interact with those 5 kids. And thirdly, he might even get to taste Lin Chu's cooking again. Ah, just thinking about it made him happy. Besides, how much space could 2 slimes take up? He still missed the feeling of the girl leaning against him while sleeping back in the cave. Cool and refreshing, a summer essential. And even though so many days had passed, and he hadn't sent any word to her, he received accurate information from the great sage every day, so he had overlooked it. He felt a bit sorry for her, and he wondered if her slime body had grown at all since she gained a human form. And it seemed he hadn't seen her turn back into a slime since she took human form. Lin Chu, can you turn back into a slime for me to see? Oh, okay. Lin Chu thought about returning to her original form, and then Rimuru got a cute pink slime. It felt like her slime form hadn't grown much, but she had certainly become much cuter. That didn't seem to matter, though. Well, slimes are only cute when they're small, after all. Lin Chu looked depressed. Rimuru had promised to bring her a different kind of experience today, and she had even made a special effort to get up early, only to end up coming to class. Hey, Rimuru, are you serious? I've almost forgotten everything except for what I learned in elementary school. Even if I have to attend class, it's with a bunch of little brats. Please. Although I only remember some simple knowledge, I don't think I've fallen to such a level. However, Rimuru completely ignored the complex expression on Lin Chu's face and looked at everyone with a smile. Alright everyone, this is student Lin Chu, who is joining us today. Let's give her a warm welcome. Surprisingly, although there were only 5 of them, the applause was particularly loud. It was clear that these children were quite welcoming to her. Student Lin Chu, find a seat for yourself. Class is about to start, so listen carefully. Oh, she specifically chose a seat in the back row, intending to take a nap or space out. She had thought Rimuru was bringing her here to play, but after this turn of events, she felt she had been deceived. It was a massive deception. Betrayal by an acquaintance. Gradually, the sound of the lecture made her more and more drowsy. Her vision went dark, and with a blink of her eyes, she fell fast asleep. Who should I ask to answer this question? The students looked nervous, terrified that Rimuru would pick them, because not a single one of them knew the answer to this problem. Rimuru looked around. Good, none of them dared to look at him. Alright, then let's ask student Lin Chu to answer. The students breathed a sigh of relief, while also wanting to see if this new student understood the question. Rimuru looked toward Lin Chu's seat with a beaming smile, only to find that student Lin Chu was snoring away. Ah, this student is finished. She actually dares to sleep in teacher Rimuru's class. Since she's new, it's normal that she doesn't understand how terrifying teacher Rimuru can be. The 5 students were silently mourning for Lin Chu. After all, she had encountered a demon right from the start. Although they used to never listen in class and never do their homework, everything had changed since a blue-haired person came to be their teacher. However, Rimuru was also acting in their best interest, even using spirits to suppress the powerful forces within their bodies. For that alone, they deeply respected and loved teacher Rimuru. Student Lin Chu. Rimuru walked over to Lin Chu's desk. During class, sleeping is not permitted. Lin Chu was jolted awake by the loud voice. Subconsciously, she wanted to see which university professor was being so overbearing. Oh, it's Rimuru. She still had a lot of respect for Rimuru's authority in front of the students. So, right in front of Rimuru, she stretched, changed her posture, and went back to sleep. The 5 students. Huh. Get up. If you don't get up, he's going to release the dog to threaten you. We've all been through this, we have plenty of experience, we're not lying to you. But unexpectedly, Rimuru didn't bring out that big dog to scare her as they imagined. Instead, he patted Lin Chu's head. I told you to go to bed earlier. Look at you now, sleeping during class. Students. Teacher, you can't show favoritism. We also want this special right to sleep in your class without being scared by you. Side theater. Students. Teacher, we also want you to speak to us so gently. Rimuru, am I not usually gentle? Students. Teacher, we also want a head pat from you. Rimuru, if I pat your head, you won't grow tall. Students. Lin Chu. After finally enduring a day of classes, Lin Chu lay on the desk with a face that looked completely drained. I feel hollowed out. Rimuru couldn't help but chuckle seeing her in such a pathetic state. After all, the young girl often set him up and never played by the rules, leading him in circles every time, and he could do nothing about it. Moreover, according to his previous thoughts, just by Lin Chu spinning her pen stylishly while asking him what else she didn't know, she had already caught the attention of the 5 little companions. He had seen all the children's little movements. Great. Let this trend continue. Over the past few days, Rimuru had Lin Chu answer questions as usual and encouraged her to team up with her companions during PE class, with himself included, of course. He had to observe them, after all. After spending a few days with Lin Chu, the companions' impression of her gradually changed. At first, they thought she was just like them, sleeping in class by relying on her special status. Later, they discovered she was a student Rimuru sensei had specifically brought along, temporarily in their class. Not only did she not act arrogant because of her status, but she also thoughtfully explained super simple methods for solving difficult problems. This significantly improved their test scores and saved Rimuru a lot of trouble regarding the children's studies. He really brought the right person. Rimuru thought happily. If he had known sooner, he would have called Lin Chu over to be the children's study consultant from the start. Then he wouldn't have had to worry so much about these little guys. After all, he was the homeroom teacher, and the S-class's test scores represented his teaching ability. During his observations, Rimuru found that Lin Chu's reaction speed in PE class allowed her to carve a path through the dodgeball matches, gaining the attention of students from every class. They all wanted to play a few rounds with her, but in the end, they all met with failure. Because I'm afraid of pain, should I put all my points into agility? A few more days passed, and Lin Chu finally made it to the outdoor training activity organized by the school. Although she had told Rimuru she would handle the rest, she still had to wait for the school's notice. After all, how could she proceed with the plot if she wasn't notified? It was said that Rimuru learned this news from an honorary teacher named Jeff. The 2 of them seemed to have had an argument over it, though she didn't know the specifics of what happened. Anyway, she could find out by casually flipping through the plot book, but it hadn't reached the point where she needed to go through the trouble of checking what they were arguing about. Whatever happens, happens. It's none of my business. She wasn't that much of a gossipy slime. As for the contents of the outdoor training, she still remembered them. There were 2 parts. The first was escort training. Students would depart from the school and arrive at Guratel City in the south. While traveling, each team had to protect a designated teacher. The teacher would also score and evaluate the students based on their reaction abilities during the journey. Teachers were strictly forbidden from intervening or assisting during the training. The second was exploration training in a cave excavated on the outskirts of Guratel City. Bringing back proof of completion from the deepest part of the cave counted as passing. Teachers would make a comprehensive judgment based on the students' handling of monsters within the cave and the time taken. Incidentally, the homeroom teacher of the winning class would receive a prize of 10 gold coins. Although she didn't know the value of 10 gold coins, she didn't need to care anyway, so she simply tossed the thought aside. However, Rimuru definitely had his eyes on the prize money this time. Rimuru indeed had his eyes on the prize money. Rather than saying he was after the money, it was more like he was after the antique desk. He thought about the S-class's practical combat capabilities and felt the prize money was practically in the bag. He wondered if Lin Chu would participate in this activity. It was fine if she didn't, but participating could increase her closeness with the children, improve their teamwork in actual combat, and allow her to protect them in secret. There were many benefits. Notice, does not match actual thoughts. But whether Lin Chu would participate depended on her own willingness. He didn't want to force her to do something she didn't want to do. In the office, Rimuru called Lin Chu over to ask if she wanted to participate in the outdoor training. Lin Chu thought about the monsters they would encounter on this journey. Aside from the final phantom, there didn't seem to be anything to worry about for those 5 brats. She remembered that the last phantom seemed to get defeated. He seemed to be a guy who owed someone a favor, but overall, there was almost nothing to worry about. Just as Lin Chu was about to say no, the 5 brats came in through the door. Teacher, what are you talking about? After hearing what Rimuru said, the children were clearly interested. They also wanted to see what level they could reach outside after undergoing Rimuru's training. When Lin Chu expressed that she didn't want to participate, the children protested. Xiao Chu isn't participating with us. Xiao Chu, join us too. It'll definitely be fun with you there. Yeah, with Xiao Chu joining, victory will definitely be ours. That's right, Xiao Chu, don't worry. We'll definitely protect you. Xiao Chu, you can rest easy. Maybe by the time you snap out of it, we'll have already wiped out the monsters. Although Lin Chu knew more about academic knowledge than they did and ran very fast, she had never displayed even a hint of magic in front of them. Gradually, they came to believe that she only knew a lot and was fast, but had no magical ability. They thought she wasn't participating simply because she didn't want to hold everyone back. It's okay, Xiao Chu. Don't feel inferior. We'll protect you. So just enjoy the journey with us to your heart's content. Seeing the looks the children were giving her, Lin Chu quickly looked away, only to happen to meet Rimuru's gaze. Go ahead, just think of it as relaxing. Besides, it's not good to stay in your room all the time. In the end, Lin Chu, who had wanted to slack off, was forced to set out on the outdoor training path with her companions. Well, she'd just treat it as a trip. Lin Chu thought about the situations that might occur on the road, completely unaware of what a massive misunderstanding she had left the little guys with. The person the children were responsible for protecting was a teacher named TC. After settling Miss TC in, the field training began. Because the camper Rimuru prepared was fully equipped, the journey went very smoothly. Class S arrived at their destination at noon on the 4th day. It was said that the earliest they could arrive was usually the 5th day tilde. Upon learning they were the first to arrive, the children's spirits soared even higher. Count Gurithal told the children that the rooms weren't completely ready yet and asked if they wanted to check out the cave. After getting Miss TC's approval, we began our trek to the cave. On the way, the children started chatting with Miss TC. Is that butler strong? I'm not sure. He should just be an ordinary butler, but he's a very nice person, Miss TC responded. Then what if we get attacked on the way to prepare the cave? It's fine. Usually, there are no monsters in that cave. Is that so? The cave itself is man-made. The teachers will grade you based on the lower-level monsters you summon. She just blurted out the training content. Is that really okay? Lin Chu looked helplessly at this teacher who was chatting with the children, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Is it really okay to be talked into revealing everything? And so, amidst laughter and chatter, the children arrived at the cave entrance. Hey teacher, why does the Count give the school so much assistance? Alice asked while looking at Miss TC. Count Gurithal is like that, but his wife is even more enthusiastic about it. Perhaps because she is physically weak and sickly, she greatly admires those who can go on adventures, which is why she supports the school's activities. By the way, the Countess is Teacher Jeff's younger sister. So that's why Teacher Jeff, despite being a noble, serves as a school teacher, to help his sister fulfill her wish. It seems that's how it goes. She remembered that Rimuru would eventually have to go treat her. Lin Chu began to recall the later plot points. At the same time, she was wondering, the thieves should be appearing soon, right? Why was there still no sign of them? Just as she was thinking this, a pineapple-headed guy appeared. His companions followed, surrounding them with wicked grins on their faces. Hey, this is earlier than what was explained beforehand. What should we do? Should we just kill them directly? Lin Chu looked at these overconfident people, weighing whether or not to harvest them first. After all, there was a big fish coming later. She was just about to strike, but the children beat her to it, moving to protect her and the teacher. Earth Beast Spirit, protect teacher and Xiao Chu. Ah, even though I don't really need protection. Well, let's see what these little brats are capable of first. If worst comes to worst, I'll step in at the end. Instantly, a sturdy spirit appeared behind us, giving the bandits a fright. Especially that pineapple head, who began to realize these weren't ordinary brats and ordered his subordinates to act with caution. The children performed excellently, though that brat Kenja kept using basic attacks, which made her a bit sleepy watching. Kenja, finish it quickly. Okay. Finally, the pineapple head triumphantly pulled out a recovery potion, intending to regenerate his arm, but Kenja knocked him unconscious. HMPH, Rimuru-sensei told us that adults will use despicable methods. Haha, after all, Rimuru-sensei and Shizu-sensei have different personalities. Rimuru-sensei has a bit of a cunning side to him. It's more than just a bit. Ha 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 ha. Rimuru, thanks, I feel offended. Just as the children were preparing to head back, Butler Jesutar appeared. Hey, you're a demon, aren't you? Kenja said, standing in front of everyone. I didn't expect someone to actually see through my identity. Butler Jesuto looked indifferently at the child who could see through his identity. Clearly, he didn't care at all. Let me show you. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. An overwhelming difference in power. Having said that, Butler Jesuto released an astonishing burst of power from within his body. Just when the children thought it was all over, a protective barrier encircled them. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I'll take it from here. She watched as the children didn't shrink back when facing a monster far stronger than themselves, but instead stood firmly in front of her and Miss TC to protect them. No wonder Rimuru cares so much about these kids. If it were her, she would do the same. Don't, Xiao Chu. You can't beat, EH. Before the sentence was finished, they saw Lin Chu use some unknown method to make the demon's expression turn to one of agony, and then she pulled Butler Jesudo right out of the demon's body. Is Xiao Chu this strong? Lin Chu carefully used telekinesis to place the butler's body inside the protective barrier, then used another barrier to imprison the demon's movements. You've seen the gap. Do you have any last words? The demon tribe member was still struggling. He was very confused. The person before him was a girl who looked as ordinary as could be, she even felt slightly weaker than the brats he had just knocked down. Yet for some reason, with just a glance from her, he felt as if he were being stared down by a ferocious beast, completely losing his ability to move. Such powerful intimidation. Just what is this person's background? Who the hell are you? I am a lower high-tier commander of the demon tribe. You can't do this to me. It seems you don't have any last words. Then please, go die. With that, Lin Chu summoned a ball of fire, preparing to burn this fellow who was still acting tough even at death's door. Seeing that this person truly intended to kill him, the demon tribe member lost all his previous arrogance and began to beg Lin Chu for mercy, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being burned alive. Of course, to spare everyone's young minds, Lin Chu pixelated the view and added a mute effect to the outside of the imprisonment barrier. After cleaning up the mess, she deactivated the barrier and walked toward the group. Xiao Chu. You're actually so amazing. You're simply ridiculously strong. So you know magic. Alice said, looking at Lin Chu as if she had discovered something. Yeah, then why haven't we seen you use it? I don't have to use magic every single day, do I? That was true. She had never said she couldn't use magic, they had just assumed it themselves. After packing everything up, this time, they were truly heading back. Before leaving, Lin Chu also sent a quiet telepathic message into the cave. To the comrade who wants to repay a favor, come back next time. Even though she had stepped in, it didn't affect the overall plot progression, it just meant that comrade had made a trip for nothing. Because the story of Lin Chu using special means to protect Miss TC and the children from the demon tribe spread like wildfire through the school, her popularity surged. After learning that Lin Chu was also a slime like Rimuru, they felt a sense of relief from a certain perspective. After all, there was already one very strong slime, what was one more? As for the fact that the Countess's illness could be cured by drinking honey, as Lin Chu claimed, it was met with great skepticism. Rimuru was also pondering the credibility of her words. After all, it was the first time he'd heard that drinking honey could cure a serious illness, and even the great sage couldn't guarantee if this method would work. However, with Lin Chu's practical demonstration and her own guarantee, the Countess's condition began to improve. Jeff, who had been skeptical, underwent a complete 180-degree change in attitude toward her, and her popularity in the school surged once again. Did you see that? Abbott brand honey. Not 998, not 98, but only 9.8, and you can buy the Abbott honey of your dreams. What are you waiting for? Order now. After the field training incident concluded, Lin Chu was sitting in her room happily wondering when the prize money would be distributed, only to be informed by the system that because of the appearance of thieves and the demon, the scoring couldn't be done fairly, resulting in the training itself being treated as if it never happened. In other words, her prize money had gone down the drain. Someone, come here. I want to chop those thieves and that lower whatever demon into 8 pieces and tie them up to whip their corpses. Notice, the thieves have already fled far away, and the demon has been burned to ash. Do you wish to proceed with whipping the corpse? I'll whip your grandmother's big golden melon. Everyone, don't learn from Xiao Chu's depressing behavior. Okay. And don't become a childish adult like Rimuru. Okay. But Rimuru-sensei and Xiao Chu are really amazing. One saved everyone, and the other cured the count's wife. Yeah, Rimuru-sensei and Xiao Chu are super strong. I suppose I can agree with that. Who do you guys think is stronger, Rimuru-sensei or Xiao Chu? Rimuru-sensei, of course. I feel like Xiao Chu is a bit superior when it comes to fighting. I think both are amazing. But as long as Rimuru-sensei and Xiao Chu are around, it doesn't matter what happens. And so, the field training became a beautiful memory for Lin Chu and these little companions. With these beautiful memories, she and Rimuru were about to return to Tempest. By the way, the children were very satisfied with the field training activities and wanted to find a restaurant on the street to celebrate, as a way to put a perfect end to their first field training. Because Lin Chu was among them, the group was subjected to looks from restaurant waiters that were like predators eyeing prey. All units attention. All units attention. A heavyweight target has appeared. Please solicit customers immediately. Please solicit customers immediately. The boss has spoken. Whoever can land a heavyweight figure will have their salary doubled, no, increased tenfold. This calls for a proper display. What was originally a normal street suddenly saw waiters from various restaurants rushing toward Rimuru and the others in a scramble. Before Rimuru and the others knew what was happening, they were surrounded by waiters. While Rimuru and the others were dazed, one of the waiters looked enthusiastically at Lin Chu. Little girl, come to our shop. We guarantee plenty of ingredients this time. Hey, little girl, don't listen to him. If you go to his shop, there's no guarantee there'll be enough to eat again. Come to our shop. Not only do we have plenty of ingredients, but we also give away free fruit. You're talking about me. Your shop is the one that won't have enough to eat. The two started arguing on the side, completely ignoring the remaining waiters who were still soliciting, wanting only to fight to the death with each other. While those two were arguing, a waiter quietly approached Lin Chu. Little girl, come to our shop. We not only have top quality ingredients, free fruit, and post-meal desserts, but the scenery there is also beautiful. Once you're full, you can watch the birds and enjoy the beautiful view outside. What do you think? Lin Chu thought about it carefully. She had eaten at this place last time, and the taste was good. She just didn't know when they had added so many perks. But having fruit after the meal and enjoying the scenery once full, she was very satisfied with these. Lin Chu glanced at Rimuru, indicating this shop, and also glanced at her companions. If they didn't mind, then this shop it was. I don't mind. Same here. Sounds good. Let's go check it out for now. And so, that waiter successfully landed 7 heavyweight targets. If this little girl could eat that much, then her friends must be equally matched. The more the waiter thought about it, the happier and more excited they became. 10 times the salary. No. 20 times the salary. It's mine for sure. During the break, everyone began to wonder why they were suddenly so sought after. Lin Chu knew the cause and effect, so instead of joining their chat, she took advantage of the time while the food was being served to write a shop guide for Rimuru and the children. It included the shop's location, the service attitude, food safety guarantees, and even a ranking of which shop's dishes were the best. Because it was written in such detail, everyone suspected she had scouted the area in advance. Well, you could say that. Everyone. Because on my first day here, I ate my way through the entire street. Everyone. Wait a minute, you're saying you ate at all these places on your first day? Rimuru asked while looking at her. That's right. Rimuru looked at her, putting together the crazy attitude of those waiters with Lin Chu's claim that she had eaten her way through the entire street on her first day. Before he had met Lin Chu, he had also heard the children talking about a big eater and had been curious to see who could eat so much. After meeting and settling Lin Chu, he had still been curious about that big eater, but had found nothing when he went back out on the street. So it was you all along. The nation of monsters, the Jura Tempest Federation, is located in the Jura Great Forest near the center of the eastern side of the continent. In this forest inhabited by goblins, the ogre tribe, orcs, lizardmen, and various other monsters, a nation was suddenly born, a nation for monsters, Jura L. Tempest. The nation is clean and convenient. Its residents have received education in reading, writing, and arithmetic. With advanced technology, magic circles, weapons, armor, food, and silk clothing, it has established friendly relations and trade with the dwarf kingdom ruled by Gazel Dwargo, the armed nation of Dwargan, as well as the human kingdom of Blumend. Its economic situation is gradually stabilizing, and its influence continues to grow. The two leaders of the nation of monsters, the Jura Tempest Federation, are named Rimuru Tempest and Lin Chu. Hinata Sakaguchi looked at the two people in the files, her fingers tracing the paper. Student Alice Rend. Present. Student Chloe Aubert. Present. Student Lin Chu. Alright, everyone is here. As I mentioned before, Lin Chu and I will be leaving Freedom Academy this semester. Upon hearing this, the little ones all showed lonely expressions on their faces. Don't be like that, everyone. Lin Chu and I will come back to visit from time to time. We don't need you to come. That's right, it'll be quieter without you guys here. You're just being stubborn. Mr. Rimuru, you and little Chu must come to visit, okay? Of course. But I still have over a month before I leave. You guys still have final exams this month. What? What final exams? Lin Chu was startled awake from her desk the moment she heard those four words, only reacting once she saw her surroundings clearly. Oh, as long as it's not me taking the test. Scared me to death. I thought I was back in the days when I'd have to retake exams if I failed the finals. Ignoring the resentful gazes around her, she yawned and leaned back on the desk to continue sleeping. Thinking about how she wasn't the one taking the test, she slept even more soundly. In other words, Lin Chu and I will still be with you for a while. Since student Lin Chu is here, make sure to clarify anything you don't understand. Rimuru pulled the children's attention back just as Ms. TC's voice came from outside the door. Oh, is the next class Ms. TC's? Please come in. You lot better not cause trouble for Ms. TC. We won't. Ms. TC and we formed a deep bond in the cave. We won't give her any trouble. That's right, everyone is a good child, Ms. TC responded with a smile. Looking at the children's exceptionally bright smiles and a certain someone sleeping soundly in the corner, Rimuru felt quite helpless. Well then, Ms. TC, I'll leave the rest to you. I need to take student Lin Chu out for a bit. Alright, what is Mr. Rimuru going to do? Most likely taking little Chu back for a nap. Tisk tisk tisk, Alice, I am actually quite busy. Well, goodbye everyone. And so, the first class of the morning began after Rimuru left with the drowsy little slime. Ever since Rimuru had the great sage analyze the sky attribute spirit and learned the importance of spatial movement, he often used this ability to shuttle Lin Chu back and forth between Freedom Academy and Tempest. See, this ability of mine is pretty good, right? Tempest is as peaceful as ever today. And there's nothing that needs doing. The only thing that might need preparation was the mutual exchange of diplomatic missions with Demon Lord Carrion. Benimaru was to serve as the mission leader with Rigard assisting. Moreover, today was the important day for the mission's departure. He and Lin Chu had to make an appearance, and Xian and Shuna were in charge of their outfits. And there's nothing that needs doing. After Rimuru mentioned the importance of the mission's departure, Lin Chu finally woke up. Thus, a scene unfolded where two slimes were frantically absorbing a large amount of clothing. A strange new method of looting has been added. After the two slimes finished absorbing outfits for an Oran, a noble princess, an armored warrior, and even Balala the fairies appeared respectively. Lin Chu looked at the outfit on her body. How should I put it? It is quite cute, but how exactly were these clothes obtained? Also, will someone tell me where this green fish on my head came from? Xian, Shuna, we should wear serious and formal clothing today. This is an important diplomatic mission concerning the future of Tempest. I want to give them a proper send-off with Lin Chu. Rimuru watched the two obsessed girls and facepalmed. Clearly, they had forgotten what they were supposed to be doing. Also, what on earth is that thing on Lin Chu's head? It looks so bad. Hearing Rimuru's words, Xian and Shuna suddenly realized their mistake and quickly put formal clothes on the two of them. In the plaza, the way the two of them were dressed caused a burst of cheers from the crowd. As expected of Lord Rimuru and Lord Lin Chu. Right, Gobzo. So cool. Lord Gabaru is also so cool. Master is so cute. I want to hold her tight and squeeze her hard. Hey, watch your language. That's disrespectful to Lord Lin Chu. Quiet, everyone. The crowd, which had been arguing incessantly, instantly fell silent. Under everyone's gaze, Rimuru slowly spoke. Everyone, work hard. Rimuru blurted out this phrase with an air of feigned maturity. The scene was very quiet, even Lin Chu looked at him in confusion. Young man, are you sure you don't want to say a bit more? Even just making up a sentence or two would do. How are you going to wrap up with something so short? Is that all you have to say? Shuna looked at Rimuru in confusion. As expected, it was too short. Lin, you think? Rimuru cleared his throat and said, compared to before, Tempest has become quite prosperous, but it is still a young nation. If we can establish a good relationship with Eurazania and continuously learn from their strengths, Tempest will surely have even better development. However, Demon Lord Carrion, who rules Eurazania, holds the title of Beast King and is a thoroughbred combatant. He might believe that strength is everything. If a fight breaks out, come back immediately. Our goal isn't to fight, but to determine whether we should live in harmony or cut off ties in the future. Although everything is for Tempest, there's no need for you to force yourselves to cater to them. I'm counting on you. If a fight really does break out, don't be afraid. You still have me. Lin Chu looked at the members of the diplomatic mission with a sincere smile, telling them that they had her and didn't need to fear a battle with Carrion. Yes. Having received the mission's response, the cheers from the crowd rose once again. After the speech ended, Rimuru jumped down from the stage to exchange a few words with Benimaru. Subsequently, the diplomatic mission marched toward a hopeful future amidst fireworks and the farewells of the people. I hope we can formally establish diplomatic relations and allow both sides to grow further. After sending off Benimaru's delegation, the next step was to prepare for the arrival of the Eurazania delegation. The guest house is ready. How is the kitchen coming along? Lord Lin Chu previously gave Shuna some culinary guidance, and now Shuna is teaching everyone. Everyone's learning ability is excellent, and the process of teaching culinary skills is going very smoothly. I'm so jealous of Shuna. I want Lord Lin Chu to guide me in cooking too. Ha ha ha, I wonder if Shuna has inherited the deliciousness of Lin Chu's cooking. I'm really looking forward to it. Additionally, Lord Besta is currently guiding the reception staff at the guest house. So etiquette comes naturally to him. As expected of a true noble. The schedule for the visit from the armed nation of Dworgen has been confirmed. I must pay a formal visit to King Gazel to thank him for establishing diplomatic relations with Tempest. Also, he's a bit confused about the magic circle where Charybdis appeared, so I need to go and explain it to him. As they were speaking, a green light appeared before Rimuru and Xian. The newcomer was none other than Trainee the tree spirit. Hello, Lord Rimuru. Did something happen? Yes, I'm here to inform you that the delegation from the Beast Kingdom of Eurazania has entered the Juru Great Forest and will arrive in Tempest in about 5 days. Thank you for the notice. It's a small matter. Also, they will likely return before the delegation does. They. Yes, that hero. Indeed, the hero was Yum. Under Rimuru's orders, Yum and his group had become the heroes who defeated the pig-headed emperor, and they were spreading the word everywhere that Tempest was a friendly nation. Bamboo Forest. After the last battle with Hekuro, Lin Chu became a disciple he focused on training. Now, Hekuro was fighting against Gobzo and the others, letting Lin Chu observe and learn from the sidelines. Look closely, this white-haired old man quickly defeated many goblins with a move as slick as a stride gum commercial. Just how did he do it? Stay tuned for more after the commercial break. Beep tilde tilde. How was it, Lord Lin Chu? Did you learn anything? Hekuro looked toward Lin Chu. She was the most talented student he had ever taught, and he hoped she would inherit his swordsmanship and further refine it. Yes, I learned it. To use a sword, one must be swift and decisive. Take the enemy down while they're dazed. Finally, give the enemy a cool view of your back as you sheathe your sword and add, I am the one you shouldn't mess with. Although Lord Lin Chu was the most talented among his students, she was also the most mischievous one, often saying things he couldn't understand. Am I getting old? Am I starting to lose touch with the thoughts of young people? While Hekuro was still questioning his life, Lin Chu unlocked a bunch of sword skills from the system to avoid failing Hekuro's surprise inspections. Ah, the feeling of getting things for free is so great. Over the past few days, Lin Chu learned a bunch of swordsmanship under Hekuro's guidance and somehow mysteriously learned the skill, 100% certainty of being caught empty-handed. Rimuru also completed a bunch of important tasks under Xian's reporting and welcomed Yum's group the day before the Eurazania delegation arrived. Inside the bathhouse, looking at Xian's relaxed expression, Lin Chu swore that her gaze definitely didn't drop intentionally. At most, she was just looking. Not jealous. Really not jealous. Master. Where are you looking? Honestly. If Master wants to see, just say so, I'll satisfy Master. I wasn't looking at you. Don't be so conceited, okay? And don't say things out loud that could lead to misunderstandings. HMPH, Master is just shy. Oh well, let me be the dominant one then. That's enough. With a dwang sound, Nifa and the bump on her head slowly sank into the water. On the other side of the bathhouse. Lord Rimuru, it seems quite a few interesting things happened while I was away. Ha ha ha, that's true. By the way, Hekuro said he wants to see you. Master. Yeah, he said he wants to check if your skills have rusted. Title. How one sentence made 3 men sober up for me. A night passed, and we finally welcomed the delegation from Eurazania. 3 very luxurious tiger-drawn carriages were charging toward us. One must admit, it looked quite imposing. It's nothing special. Under the sharp gazes of the two lords, such things are merely paper tigers. No, 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 Miss Xian, this is quite extraordinary. No matter how grand it looks, it's meaningless in battle. Why bring up battle? Your train of thought jumps way too fast. A monster with a human body and a snake tail stepped off the tiger carriage. Nice to meet you, leader of the Jura Tempest nation. I am Albus, the Golden Snake Horn, one of Lord Carrion's 3 beastketeers. A human body and a snake tail, huh? I wonder if she's afraid of Realgar wine. Are you kidding me? I wanted to see what kind of monster the leader of Tempest was, and it's just a weak slime. You can't be mocking us like this. An aggressive monster stepped down from another tiger carriage. It was Sophia, the white tiger claw. Oh ho! Here it comes, here it comes. The testing is about to begin. Stand down, Sophia. Your behavior is equivalent to disgracing Lord Carrion. Shut up. Albus, don't order me around. Besides, dwarves are one thing, but there are even humans. To be associating with small, cunning, and despicable humans. It's a total disgrace to monsters. Rimuru couldn't listen anymore. That's a bit much. This Yum is my friend and also a fellow disciple of mine. So what? Fine, we're being looked down upon. I say, Yum, you don't want to keep being underestimated, do you? How about a practical demonstration of your strength? Yum had intended to swallow his anger, but hearing Rimuru's words, he couldn't stay calm. Boss. Didn't we say peaceful coexistence? Yes, but if the other side has that intention, it's another matter. Yeah, boss. Fight her. Being looked down on all the time is too lame. Yeah, boss. Please, Mr. Yum. Seeing his subordinates insisting on a fight, Yum gave a wicked smile. Can't be helped then. Boss, you'll have to help me clean up the mess. A slime cleaning up. Ridiculous. Alright. Leave it to, wait, Xian, what are you doing? I kept quiet, but you keep speaking insolently toward Lord Rimuru and Lord Lin Chu. It seems there's no need to endure this any longer. Your opponent is me. Bare-handed combat. Interesting. Nifa watched the intense battle between the two, looking eager to give it a try. Master, I want to fight too. The matches are already full. Who do you want to fight? I want to fight that snake. You'd better just stay put. Ignoring Nifa, she stretched and continued to nestle in Shuna's arms to watch the battle. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Regarding the matter of me accidentally being transported to the world of Rimuru. Part 2. Is this all the strength of the Oni? Come on, amuse me some more. Just what I wanted. Hey, Xian, are you planning to level the whole area? Rimuru worried about Xian. If she got carried away, the damage might be irreversible. She can't hear you, she's gone berserk. Lin Chu drawled. And if anything does go wrong, I'm here, so what are you fretting about? Well, good point. The two stopped arguing and resumed watching the fight. Just as Xian was about to fire her mana sphere, Albus stepped in and halted the duel. So, did we pass? Lin Chu silently applauded Rimuru. Someone with workplace experience really could read the room. Yes, my lord, what just? We were being tested. Indeed, I'm satisfied. You've shown you're worthy of standing as equals. Anyone who scorns the sovereign of Tempest and his companions shows disrespect to Lord Carrion. Lady Sophia was right, humans who can fight me to a standstill are rare. That pleases me to hear. Glad it ended well. Xian, you understand now, don't you? Xian stood motionless. Rimuru called her name, puzzled, until she slowly turned around, on the verge of tears. What do I do with this? The mana sphere that had started the size of a ball was now terrifyingly huge. Crap, it's about to blow. Can't you dispel it? I can't, I'm almost out of energy. Xian wailed. Gently. Lift it up gently. I can't. Use willpower, just shove it skyward. I really can't. Uh-oh, the other side's starting to panic. Honestly, you're hopeless. Xian, fire the sphere at me. Rimuru reverted to human form, ready to devour Xian's mana sphere. A headache this size was nothing he couldn't handle, no need to trouble the girls. Gluttony. The vast impact was wrapped in Rimuru's mana and swallowed whole. Everyone present stared in shock. Albus was first to recover, she clapped. Truly worthy of Lord Carrion's recognition. Thank you both for agreeing to establish ties with our kingdom. She smiled at Rimuru and at Lin Chu, whom Shuna was hugging. That slime was surely a match for this woman, relations had to be cultivated. The pleasure is ours. Welcome to Tempest. Guest house. Delicious. What a seasoning. Perfect flavor. I could eat this forever. Seeing how much her guests loved the food, Lin Chu nodded proudly. She'd helped cook it, of course it tasted amazing. Meanwhile, Rimuru eyed the two who'd already emptied dozens of barrels, and whose beast forms were now showing. Ah, is it okay for others to see you like that? No need to keep it a secret. I see. But we only show it to people we trust. Got it. Looks like all the apple brandy's almost gone. All of it. You don't make much. Sorry, don't worry. We brew it specially for guests, but forest fruit is scarce. Urizania has bumper harvests, we'll send you some. Really? That's wonderful, Lord Rimuru. An awkward silence fell. Ah, so you want us to supply the booze. The two beasts grinned slyly. What ratio are we talking? Details are yours to decide. Just make sure I get good liquor. Urizania's fruit is top grade, so look forward to it. Rimuru thought for a moment and decided to leave it to an expert. Professional work for professional people dogs. He summoned the canine merchant Kobe, who'd long wanted to trade in a demon lord's domain. With Albus and Sophia's notice to Demon Lord Carrion, Kobe could negotiate in confidence, and Rimuru entrusted him with all future Urizania dealings. Thus the lively night ended. Several days later, Albus and Sophia set off for Urizania. We agreed to increase technical exchanges, and they left some personnel in Tempest to study. Outside, Yum was chatting with Crucius, the guy he'd sparred with, on their way to the baths when Hakuro caught them red-handed. Hunting time. Lin Chu occasionally visited Freedom Academy to see her friends, but if spotted she was dragged straight into class. As far as Kenja and the others were concerned, friends shared blessings, and homework. Lin Chu, can I stop being friends? A few days later, Yum and company resumed their journey to promote their heroic reputations, while Benimaru's embassy headed home. Several of them piled into the conference room again for a meeting. Lin Chu, of course, didn't attend. Ah, the bliss of skipping meetings. Lin Chu, who had been ready for a good night's sleep, was cruelly dragged out of bed by Rimuru. Why do I have to go? You can handle it yourself, I barely know the guy. I don't understand the theory behind your magic circle at all, so of course I need you with me. I could just tell you how it works. Dwargo is fascinated by whoever created that colossal array. Besides, this trip is to thank Dworgen for establishing ties with our nation. We're the rulers of Tempest, showing up alone would be rude. And Dwargo is our senior disciple, after all. Senior disciple. Notice, Gazel Dwargo once studied swordsmanship under Hakuro. So how old does that make Hakuro? Technically, I'm your senior too. Obey your senior, now get ready, we're heading out. After washing up and getting dressed, a lifeless Lin Chu accompanied Rimuru to the armed nation of Dworgen. Nifa wanted to come along. When Lin Chu heartlessly refused, she started bawling like Shuna in a hurricane, only to be met with a hard fist. Rimuru and Dwargo exchanged brief pleasantries, then cut straight to business. Thanks to a last-minute crammed session on the way, Lin Chu now knew exactly how to answer Dworgen's questions. So, Rimuru, what was that gigantic magic circle and high-output magical weapon that appeared when you defeated the Storm Great Demon Vortex? Word is its magical count is unheard of, its power far beyond strategic class spells. Oh, that wasn't a weapon, it's our nation's top fighter, right here beside me. Only then did Dwargo look at the silent child beside them. Lin Chu stood and bowed to Dworgen. Hello, I'm Lin Chu. We've sort of met before, you saw me, remember? I was the pink slime that day. With that, she reverted to her original form and bounced around Dwargo, trying to jog his memory. I remember now, you're that slime. Already able to take human shape. Not bad, not bad. That massive array was your doing. And you also defeated the Storm Great Demon Vortex. Dworgen found it hard to believe a slime could accomplish all that. True, he had a similar example right in front of him, but it didn't possess such enormous magical force. Words alone won't convince me. How do you intend to prove it? Simple. System, activate Dragon's Majesty. In an instant, overwhelming intimidation burst from Lin Chu, filling the hall with crushing mana that stole every breath. She looked toward King Gazel, no reaction. System, increase output. As the magical density kept rising, King Gazel remained outwardly calm, though cold sweat on his forehead betrayed him. Even Rimuru was starting to buckle when Lin Chu withdrew Dragon's Majesty. Best to stop before both sides were embarrassed. Worthy of Tempest's top fighter, an intimidation to rival a demon lord's. I believe you. After that little test, the three eased into cheerful conversation. Just as things got lively, Shuna wheeled in a cask of apple-distilled spirits. Spirits. HMPH. Last time she'd missed out on the taste. Today, in front of everyone, she'd reclaim her sense of flavor. Lin Chu happily raised her cup, only for the etched rune at the bottom to glow. What's this? Notice. An antidote rune. So. Affirmative. Alcohol neutralized. Contents now qualify as apple juice. Lin Chu shot Rimuru a dark look, but Rimuru kept chatting with King Gazel as if nothing had happened, payback for earlier. So petty. Definitely a Scorpio. Whatever, I'll drink it anyway. Lin Chu took a gloomy sip and set the cup aside. Non-alcoholic booze is pointless. Sigh. Talk turned to Eurazania. King Gazel and Dolph stared at Rimuru and her in disbelief. Not only Demon Lord Milam, but even Beast King Carrion is on good terms with you. When someone mentioned Jura L. Tempest replacing Pharmas as the trade hub, Lin Chu panicked. We're hitting this plot already. What do I do? What do I do? I'm not ready. And a mental barrier alone won't cut it. How am I supposed to set up a four-corner demon seal barrier and anti-magic? I don't know how. Maybe, instead of waiting for them to come, I should just wipe them out first. While chatting with Dwargo, Rimuru secretly observed Lin Chu out of the corner of his eye. She wasn't sleeping, nor was she spacing out. Good. Keep it up. On Lin Chu's side, she was frantically catching up on the plot regarding the kingdom of Pharmas and Milam, a subordinate of Demon Lord Clayman, attacking the Jura Tempest Federation within a small space constructed by the system. Of course, her physical body was still sitting in its seat acting like a good girl. Just as Lin Chu began to have the idea of creating a clone to go and blow up the kingdom of Pharmas, the system popped up. Notice. Detected an attempt by the host to disrupt the normal development of the plot. This action is prohibited. The kingdom of Pharmas is not only necessary for the plot but also relates to a path for the individual named Rimuru to become a demon lord. Right now, the kingdom of Pharmas hasn't done anything yet. If you, the host, go and flip their table directly, those old geezers from the west will definitely wag their tongues. Ah, that's true, but the premise for Rimuru becoming a demon lord is the plot where the kingdom of Pharmas uses the excuse of monsters attacking humans to enter the city, leading to a massacre that makes Rimuru doubt his own judgment, start questioning his life, and eventually kill over 20,000 people to become a demon lord. But is there any way to keep the Jura Tempest Federation from losing lives while still making Rimuru willing to become a demon lord? Before she could come up with a solution, Lin Chu was ruthlessly hit on the head by two lumps of flesh, forcing her out of the system space. Lord Rimuru will definitely be able to successfully handle the trade with Eurazania, and with Lord Lin Chu's powerful strength, you can just wait to drink your fill then, hic. Xian was swaying violently, and just as she was about to fall to the ground, Lin Chu supported her with psychokinesis. When did this girl get so drunk? But this came at the right time, I was just thinking of finding an excuse to leave. She was preparing to take Xian back with Shuna, but unexpectedly, Rimuru followed after saying a few words to Dwargo. Shuna and I will take Xian back safely, so don't worry, Rimuru. Do you know where Xian's room is? Wah, do you know how to handle a drunk person? Huh, do you know how to make a hangover soup? No, you might know that, but do you know? Stop. Even if I don't know, Shuna definitely does, right Shuna? Both of them looked at Shuna at the same time, wanting a definitive answer. No, Lord Lin Chu, I don't know where Xian's room is. Like I said, come on, follow me. After finally getting Xian settled, the three of them returned to their respective rooms to rest. Lin Chu looked at Rimuru's back and sighed. Just how can I make this guy willing to become a demon lord? A night passed, and today was the day of the friendship vow between Dworgen and Tempest. Nice to meet you, everyone. We are the leaders of Jura Tempest, or Tempest for short. I am Rimuru Tempest. Lin Chu. We want to establish a nation that connects humans and monsters. Dworgen is exactly such a nation where monsters and humans coexist and prosper together, and it is also the dream of Lin Chu and me. King Gazel agrees with and supports our dream, for which we are deeply grateful. In the future, we wish to maintain this relationship of mutual aid, which cannot be achieved without everyone's help. Led by Lin Chu and myself, many monsters live in our country, which can be called the nation of monsters, but our hearts are no different from yours. If possible, I hope you won't be afraid of us because we are monsters, but instead accept us as a group of new friends. I swear these words come straight from the heart. This is our greeting to you all. As the speech ended, thunderous applause erupted from below the stage, and the two smiled bashfully. Hey, Lin Chu, that speech of ours was pretty good, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it worked. A ruler should not be too humble before their people, especially in front of the citizens of other nations, it will only lead to being looked down upon. Idealistic rule is strictly forbidden. Good things don't just fall from the sky, you have to fight for them yourself. The two responded weakly, humbly accepting Dwargo's sincere advice. Sigh, writing a speech is indeed a hassle. Even though she wasn't the one who wrote it, the major event held in Dworgen was finally over. Now she could finally relax. Lin Chu let out a long sigh, heaven only knows how she survived the past few days. First, she was required by Rimuru to memorize the speech in 3 days. Initially, she was very confident, feeling that 3 days was underestimating her, but later she found it was so long she couldn't memorize it at all. She was glad she hadn't talked big at the start. Then she thought about improvising, but realized she had never improvised in a formal setting before. Plus, talking too much would likely leave a boring impression. She then planned to have the system provide a teleprompter only she could see, but the system didn't have that function. So she was forced to resort to her old trick of writing cheat sheets on her hand. Although some characters were written too small and were easy to misread, almost no one present, including Rimuru, noticed anything wrong. For this, Lin Chu felt smug for a long time. Humph, I've suffered more setbacks from using cheat sheets than all of you have eaten grains of rice. If I were caught, it would be a disrespect to my over 10 years of student life. Host, have you forgotten something? What? Think about it. Oh, you mean the business about those invading the Jura Tempest Federation? Yes. Don't worry, I've got it under control. After saying goodbye to Rimuru, Lin Chu prepared to return to her room to check her data, upgrading what needed to be upgraded and removing what needed to be removed. Although she didn't need to go to great lengths, why leave any future troubles for herself, right? Room. The system watched as Lin Chu wrote something on a piece of paper, then scribbled it out, repeating the action over and over. Finally, after looking at the tattered mess she had made of the paper, she decided to rewrite it. System, help me transmit this paper to the Jura Tempest Federation. With this, everything should be foolproof. Lin Chu stretched as she thought about the upcoming plot. Since everything is so well prepared and complete, I'll reward myself with a drink and taste what the alcohol here is like while I'm at it. How could I come to another world and not even have a single drink? Besides, other transmigrators have achievements like having beauties in their arms or wearing fake beards to visit brothels. In comparison, she was practically a scholar who only read holy books. Alright. Tonight, I'm drinking until I can't find my way home. After making her decision, Lin Chu immediately used teleportation to arrive at the entrance of Butterflies of the Night. At the same time, after Rimuru finished chatting with the proprietress, he received a message from the great sage saying that Lin Chu was near Butterflies of the Night. Rimuru walked out and opened the door to Butterflies of the Night just as Lin Chu was about to open it. Her hand was still frozen in midair when the door opened on its own. The two looked at each other, stuck in a stalemate at the doorway. Although Lin Chu's expression remained unchanged, she was panicking inside. Will someone tell me why it feels like I've been caught red-handed? This is so awkward. In the stalemate. Why isn't he moving? Stalemate. Big brother, say something, I don't know what to say. Stalemate. Should I put my hand down? It's getting sore. Stalemate. I'll put it down, no point in suffering. After a while, Rimuru spoke up. Do you want to come in? Oh, okay. Lin Chu instantly turned into a slime and flashed through the door. It was too awkward, she had to flee the scene at the speed of light. If she remembered correctly, the big sisters here seemed to like slimes. Maybe if they thought she was cute, they'd even give her a discount on her drinks. Lin Chu hopped onto a seat to wait for the otherworld alcohol. A few elf girls spotted her. Era, isn't this the little slime? You haven't visited us in a long time tilde. Hee, well here I am tilde. Lin Chu greeted the elf sisters and dwarves with a smile, trying to distance herself from the awkward situation. Rimuru waited nearby until Lin Chu finished chatting with the sisters before leading her to their private room. Although bringing a young girl to a private room full of grown men might not be ideal, Rimuru figured Lin Chu was just here to try something new. Besides, he couldn't leave Lin Chu alone in a place like this. With him watching over her, he was certain nothing would go wrong in this room. Rimuru nodded to himself in affirmation. Miss Lin Chu drinks too. Kajin looked at her as if he had discovered something rare. A little, but not much. If she remembered correctly, her alcohol tolerance started when her father used chopsticks to dip into alcohol for her to taste as a child. Seeing that she didn't get drunk, he got excited and went on about how girls drinking helps with appetite, digestion, and fatigue. He even tried to get her mother to support his idea, but he ended up getting scolded severely, and that was the end of it. However, he would still sneak her some alcohol, and gradually her tolerance became a bit better than the average girl's. That was all. Her reminiscence ended just as the alcohol arrived. Lin Chu ignored Kajin and the others, transformed back into her human form, and began to savor the otherworld drink. It feels no different from Baiju, maybe even less potent. Lin Chu smacked her lips, her interest vanishing instantly. Haha, then how about a contest? The loser has to reveal an embarrassing childhood story. Kaido Kajin's younger brother grew interested. After all, he didn't know many girls who could drink. Brother, this isn't right, competing in drinking with a girl. Haha, what's the big deal? Besides, the boss is watching, nothing will go wrong. Just as Rimuru was about to refuse on Lin Chu's behalf, she agreed. Hey, Lin Chu. Don't worry, I don't do things I'm not sure of. Lin Chu gave him an, okay, sign. Anyway, if she really couldn't handle it, she could always secretly use a recovery potion. Drinking alone is so boring, she needed something to play. After thinking it over, Lin Chu thought a modern finger-guessing game would be good, very fitting for the current scene, a bunch of men. After introducing the game to everyone, even Rimuru joined in. After an unknown amount of time, most people were on the verge of passing out. Lin Chu, on the other hand, looked perfectly fine and even performed a bottoms up, straight from the bottle in front of everyone. The winner had been decided. In the private booth of the Butterflies of the Night, Lin Chu watched a group of people acting drunk and crazy. Will I have to send these people home later? How troublesome. Such a troublesome task should be left to Rimuru, the leader of the do-gooders in the Jura Tempest Federation. Before she could run out, a hand grabbed her. I say, isn't it a bit too much to leave me alone to clean up the mess, you, Prit. Rimuru looked at her with a smile, the strength in his hand gradually increasing. Look at what you're saying, do I look like that kind of person? Yes. On the street, Lin Chu looked at the anemic Gobta and sighed. Gobta was still too young after all, he didn't know how to moderate himself when rewarding himself. She shook her head and poured a bunch of recovery potions on Gobta, after which he was revived to full health. Although it was a bit of overkill, there was an endless supply of this stuff, so there was no harm in using it. I say Rimuru, is this really necessary? Lin Chu looked speechlessly at Rimuru, who was helping with one hand while gripping her wrist with the other, for fear that she would run away. It is. Am I really that untrustworthy in your eyes? Yes. Lin Chu was left with nothing to say. She had tried teleporting, but the system told her she couldn't teleport while being restrained. Sighing, Lin Chu was just wondering what to do with these drunks when a sweet voice rang out, let me help. Ah, thank you so much. After Lin Chu saw who it was, the smile on her face collapsed instantly. Notice, powerful energy is hidden behind that smile. Seeing Shuna's forced smile, Lin Chu was terrified. I don't need you to tell me that. Tell me what to do now. Snap, the system went silent. Great, the system has run away. Lin Chu calmly thought about escape measures, but the pressure on her wrist forced her to give up thinking. Hey Rimuru, you still haven't forgotten to let go even at a time like this. And, what's with the gradually increasing force in your hand? Can I interpret this as you being a coward? Looking at this posture, he wanted to go down with her. But was she someone who gave up so easily? No. She began to plan. Plan A, slip away while Shuna was talking to Gobzo, but her hand was held by Rimuru, so it wouldn't work. Plan B, use reality illusion conversion to escape. I understand the logic, but why should such a trump card skill be spent on this? Feeling the strength in Rimuru's hand getting stronger and stronger, Lin Chu sniffled. Since things had come to this, she could only deploy that. Seeing Lin Chu remain silent, Rimuru narrowed his eyes. Since the girl was in his hands anyway, he would wait and see what tricks she would play. Lin Chu bowed 90 degrees toward Shuna and then shouted at the top of her lungs things like, I'm very sorry, there won't be a next time, I'm deeply apologetic, and so on. Shuna was still busy figuring out what to do with the drunks when she was startled by Lin Chu's shouting. Lord Lin Chu is here too. I thought Lord Lin Chu wasn't here. After all, Lord Lin Chu usually acts like a good girl, so it's hard for me to imagine Lord Lin Chu would come here. You just didn't see me. Because Lin Chu had a proactive attitude in admitting her mistake, she was spared from eating Xian's cooking. Others tried to follow suit when they saw this, but it was a step too late. Having barely escaped the ordeal, she painfully pulled her held hand out of Rimuru's grip. Looking at the red marks on her arm, she didn't hesitate for a second and turned around to bite Rimuru's hand. Although the other party felt no pain, he had no intention of pulling his hand out of her mouth and was even happy to be bitten. Thinking of this, she bit even harder. A few days later, the group prepared to return to the Jura Tempest Federation, and Lin Chu watched Kajin's younger brother, Kaido, come to see them off. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Miss Lin Chu to be so powerful. It seems I'll have to undergo some hellish training. Ha ha, give it a rest. Kajin smiled and urged Kaido a few more times before following us on our journey. Lin Chu sat in the carriage, staring blankly as Kaido's shadow grew smaller. Hasn't he not reported the embarrassing incident yet? After returning to the Jura Tempest Federation, Lin Chu lamented that her own bed was still the most comfortable. At the same time, she used X-ray vision to observe how Nifa's construction was going, lest it collapse again while she was living in it. She also wondered whether to have Rimuru come over to inspect it, although he seemed to just be a house designer, apparently. Master, don't worry. The house I built is foolproof. Host, scanning complete. There is nothing wrong with the house. Yay. Lin Chu looked happily at her two-bedroom, one living room house, but why did it feel like the size was different from before? Master, at first I thought that since I was going to build it, I would also build a house for myself to be your neighbor. But then I thought, since I'm going to live next to you anyway, why not build the house bigger and move in myself? So I hammered away and finally decorated it into a look that satisfies me. Oh tilde I see. Lin Chu smiled and patted her head. So which one is your room? The one right next to Master's room. Oh. Due to Nifa's lively nature and Lin Chu's newly researched simulated combat pot, the two spent a few days on an American schedule inside. Initially, it was for Nifa to do combat simulations, but the simulation homework Lin Chu assigned Nifa was too rich. The two of them accidentally went missing playing for a few extra days without noticing, and didn't even pick up Rimaru's spiritual link. After being discovered by Rimaru, both were severely lectured. I haven't, don't talk nonsense. She corrupted me. It was clearly Master who started it first. Well, you've learned to shift the blame, haven't you? It was Master who corrupted me. After Rimaru left, the two began to discuss quietly again. Master, how do you think he found out we weren't asleep yet? I don't know, it seems we'll have to be more cautious in the future. Exactly. Rimaru. So you two won't change your ways unless it kills you, right? A few more days passed, and Lin Chu was notified by the system that there were dozens of days left before the next plot segment began. HMPH, that plot that makes one's teeth itch with hatred is finally coming. But she now has an upgraded Nifa. With the trump card in hand, the world is mine. After fighting in the pot for a few days, Lin Chu received another message from the system. Notice, the individual named Rimaru will announce the children's grades at the Freedom Academy in the Kingdom of Ingratia and resign from his teaching position. Do you want to go and take a look? Need you even ask? Of course. Although she was elsewhere, her heart had always been at the Freedom Academy. In order to improve those 5 children's grades, she had specially made a thick notebook for them. The content inside was witty and humorous, and there were small stories specifically for understanding concepts, showing how much effort she had put in. Moreover, the smell of alcohol on her body had been mostly cleaned up by the system, and her mind was very clear, so there wouldn't be any problems. Transferring from the pot to a seat in the Freedom Academy, she arrived just in time for Rimaru to announce the grades. Ah, Chu is here too. Let's listen to the grades together. With Chu here, I suddenly feel at ease. It's because even if we fail, we won't be scolded by Chu, and Chu isn't as strict as teacher Rimaru, right? No way. Ahem. Quiet down. I'm now announcing the exam results, Rimaru, in his slime state, said very seriously. Almost everyone held their breath at the same time, all wanting to know the final result, except for Lin Chu, who even let out an ill-timed yawn. Don't worry. Under my tutoring, it's impossible for you to fail. These words seemed to give everyone a shot in the arm, making them no longer so nervous. It seems student Lin Chu is very confident in her tutoring methods. Of course. Don't keep them in suspense, hurry up and announce it. Alright, the result is. Everyone looked forward to the answer they wanted, however, Rimaru suddenly turned into a liquid state and collapsed. No way. How could this be? Unfortunately, student Lin Chu, your judgment is correct. After saying that, Rimaru jumped up again with a start. Everyone collapsed, except for Lin Chu. Don't scare us. Great. Everyone is moving up together. I'm so happy. I can keep studying with everyone. You've worked hard. Good. My job as a teacher is over, and student Lin Chu's tutoring work is also over. At the end of the semester, I will hand you over to teacher TC, while Lin Chu and I will return to Tempest. Teacher. X5. Don't be so sad, everyone. We can still stay for a few more days. Give us a smiling send-off. Lin Chu comforted the 5 children. Yes, even after I return to my country, Alice, Chloe, Ryota, Kenja, and Gale, you will still be my beloved students. Remember, if there's anything you don't understand, you must ask the teacher. Okay. And Lin Chu. Alright, I'll continue to tutor them before then, provided they memorize the concepts before coming to me. It's almost vacation, Chu. Stop talking about that. Fine. Right. Teacher, you have to keep your promise, the promise. Alice remembered something and shouted to Rimaru. Promise. The continuation of the manga. You said you'd let us see it if our grades were good. Kenja also remembered. Alright, I'll have the entire parasite ready for you. Awesome. Looking at everyone cheering and jumping for joy, Lin Chu sighed. If only all authors were as responsible as Rimaru. Another 10 days or so passed, and Lin Chu finally finished setting up the traps within the Jura Tempest Federation using her clones. Although they might not be needed, it was better for them to remain unused. Combined with the message she had sent everyone previously and that note, the current Jura Tempest Federation was undoubtedly full of informants she had arranged. Calculating the time now, she would make it back for the return trip. Furthermore, she had already communicated with Rimaru, they wouldn't stay as long as in the original story. They could visit the children later, it wouldn't be good if their home base was raided while they were away. Moreover, Lin Chu had no interest in mediating the misunderstanding between Rimaru and Hinata Sakaguchi. Given Hinata Sakaguchi's personality, she would definitely start fighting before finishing her sentence, and even if she did finish, she'd surely want to spar anyway. Since a fight was inevitable either way, Lin Chu wouldn't stop it. Let them fight, it's not like he can't win. Right, Rimuru. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Chu pulled Rimuru and teleported back to the Jura Tempest Federation. The Jura Tempest Federation was the same as ever, but within the seemingly peaceful and harmonious area, many undercurrents were hidden. She thought about it. In the original story, many people important to Rimuru died because of his naivety towards humans and the Farmas Kingdom's sudden war. However, if Rimuru's attitude towards humans had been clearer from the start, it actually could have been avoided. Lin Chu, will the Farmas Kingdom really come to attack Tempest? Rimuru asked. Lin Chu turned her head and gave him a speechless look. Nonsense, if they don't come, I'll eat censored. If they don't come, then why did I prepare so much and coordinate with everyone in the Jura Tempest Federation inside and out? Was it for fun? Seeing that he had said the wrong thing, Rimuru had no choice but to shut his mouth and begin thinking about the Farmas Kingdom's motives for doing this, and whether someone was fueling the fire from behind the scenes. Lin Chu pulled the silent Rimuru to the town, telling him to just wander around as usual and keep an eye out for her, while she was responsible for preparing for the next phase. If she remembered correctly, Yum would return with a member of the demon race whose heart was being monitored. When the time came, she would control that demon first, and it wouldn't be too late to remove the device from her heart after Benimaru and the others dealt with the four-square barrier outside the city. But if the demon tribe member with the heart device insisted on activating the magic circle, then she couldn't be blamed for taking forceful measures. Lin Chu narrowed her eyes, continuing to wander through the city while waiting for news from everyone, while simultaneously reinforcing the mental protection shield once again. System, any problems? Report. Everything is normal. At the same time, on the other side, a strange female voice suddenly appeared in Rimuru's mind. Report. The item named, memory, has been delivered. Huh, what is this? Report. Preparation complete. Now, activating. Subsequently, fragments of memory flooded into his brain like a deluge, accompanied by a sharp headache. We shall purge the monsters in the name of God. It's all the humans' fault. It was humans who destroyed everything. Tell me, was I wrong? I see. I am already a monster through and through. Before his brain could process this information, new memories continued to pour in. The scene shifted, and Rimuru, enduring the headache, arrived at a plaza in total disarray. Seeing the place that was once filled with laughter now stained with blood everywhere, Rimuru felt a sense of estrangement. Where is this? The path ahead suddenly opened up, as if urging him to continue forward. Lin Chu wouldn't play such an illusionary prank, could it be someone else? The eerie atmosphere of the streets forced him to become alert, and the strings in his mind began to tighten. The scene shifted again, and he arrived at a place where corpses were piled up. In front of him, white cloths covered a series of human-like forms, somewhat like a hospital morgue. But why was he being shown this? Rimuru observed his surroundings warily. Was this an illusion created by the Farmas Kingdom? Suddenly, as if sensing his guess, the white cloths were pulled back one after another. Seeing the faces of the people lying on the beds, Rimuru's pupils constricted. His friends were lying motionless on stretchers, their tragic deaths seemingly telling Rimuru what had already happened. In an instant, a massive amount of magicules leaked out from around Rimuru, but he quickly regained his composure. Since it was an illusion, then it was fake. After he realized this, his physical discomfort eased considerably. Suddenly, the image began to blur, and a sharp mechanical sound made Rimuru alert once more as the intermittent, unfamiliar female voice reappeared. Beep. Pro, BZZ, Ses, BZZ, Ing. Instantly, a cacophony of noise erupted around him, drowning out the strange female voice, as if it were about to swallow Rimuru whole in the next second. Before Rimuru had time to think, his consciousness returned to where he had just been, and the noise vanished. The brief mental stimulation left Rimuru gasping for air. Too many complex emotions that didn't belong to him surged out. Rimuru didn't know what to do and could only suppress them. At this moment, Rimuru felt a wave of dizziness and chills, his temples throbbed from the stimulation, and the physical discomfort seemed to tell him that what just happened wasn't a dream, but something that had actually occurred. It took a long time before he recovered. He looked around, feeling a sense of unreality. Then, as if he had made a certain decision, he vanished from Tempest. Because of her childlike appearance and her status as a leader of the Jura Tempest Federation, Milam paid her a bit more attention. It was good to make her wary, at least she wouldn't act recklessly. Soon, Lin Chu received news that the four-sided magic circles had bin destroyed and all the guards protecting them had been annihilated. So fast. Well, with Benimaru, Xian, and Nifa overseeing things, it was only natural. In that case, she couldn't afford to fall behind either. After a few perfunctory words, Lin Chu struck Milam's chest with her palm. It happened so quickly that no one present had time to react. Miss Lin Chu. What are you doing? Yum shielded Milam, hurriedly checking her for injuries. Given your status, you aren't in a position to shout at me. Suppressing her irritation, Lin Chu said to Yum, she's fine. It's just that what I'm about to say shouldn't be heard by that person. Her words left everyone confused. That person. Who? Lin Chu caught Milam's uneasy gaze. Don't be afraid. I just want to make a deal with you. But I don't like others eavesdropping on my actions, so I've shielded the area around your heart for a while. Just now, with the system's help, she had successfully mastered the method to modify memories. If things spiraled out of control, it wouldn't be impossible to delete all of this Majin's memories. Most people couldn't stand being monitored, let alone this Majin who had been eavesdropped on for over 400 years. Freedom was an unreachable dream for her, but now, she possessed a brief moment of it. Eavesdropping. You can't be unaware. Your master has installed a listening device on your heart. The details of the deal I'm about to offer aren't something he should know, so. Milam's expression darkened. Suppressing her unease, she asked, then, what deal do you want to make with me, Miss Lin Chu? I want to buy your loyalty. If you agree, in return, I will replace your heart so you can gain your freedom. I think this is an exceptionally good deal for you. After all, you're just a disposable pawn to Clayman, but to me, you are very useful. I know your actions were forced, you simply couldn't resist Clayman. Now, the Jura Tempest Federation can offer you protection. Seeing that Milam remained silent, Lin Chu further emphasized the benefits, leaving the choice to her. However, given the current situation, this deal was the only path left for her. Milam pondered for a while. Indeed, the little girl before her was not to be underestimated, and the conditions offered were incredibly tempting. She had hit the nail on the head. Everything she did for Clayman was to get her heart back. She also knew she would soon be considered a disposable pawn. Although Clayman had given her assurances, were they really trustworthy? However, a turning point had appeared right before her eyes. Was this turning point just a bit too coincidental? Milam looked up at Lin Chu. Lin Chu smiled at her, waiting for her answer. Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? Lin Chu smiled back. You can try. Milam was startled. She tried to use her magicals, but found she couldn't manifest any power. What was happening? The magicals were still circulating normally in her body, but she couldn't use them. That was impossible. Hee, your panicked expression is quite amusing, Miss Majin. But I suggest you drop that idea. After all, you alone are not enough to oppose the entire Jura Tempest Federation. Majin. Milam, Miss Lin Chu, what's going on? Yum interrupted their conversation. Although Lin Chu didn't respond, he had already guessed something. Milam remained silent for a long time before finally looking at Lin Chu, who was waiting for her answer. This leader's power was superior to her own. From the look of things, it was hard to refuse, especially since the conditions offered were easy to accept. Fine, I accept your deal. Milam released her human form. Her original appearance surprised Yum and Grucius for a moment, but they quickly regained their composure. Oh, nice poker face. Lin Chu watched Yum expressionlessly. If she wasn't mistaken, the next scene would be like a cheesy soap opera. I love you, Milam. It's only natural to want to protect the person you love. But, I am a Majin. So what? Race has nothing to do with a person's charm. Listening to their sappy dialogue, Lin Chu coughed awkwardly. The embracing pair immediately realized something was off and quickly pulled apart. After composing herself, Milam knelt on one knee. I, Milam, am willing to pledge my loyalty and follow you. You're missing one. Milam froze for a moment, then immediately corrected herself. I, Milam, am willing to follow Lord Lin Chu and Lord Rimuru along with Yum. I pledge my undying loyalty to you both. Although it was a bit cheesy, it didn't end in a fight, which was good enough for Lin Chu. Don't worry, your magicals haven't disappeared. It's just that any magicals that could harm the Jura Tempest Federation will be disabled. By the way, Yum, there's something I need your help with. Ah, what is it, miss? Just say the word, Yum replied while messing around with the werewolf beside him. The organization has decided that you will become the new king of the Pharmas Kingdom. Okay. Yum hadn't realized something was wrong yet, but soon he froze. Not just him, the whole group was stunned. King. Yes, is there something wrong? No, nothing, it's just. I might not have made myself clear. What I mean is, I'm going to send people now to annihilate the Pharmas Kingdom's army that is marching here, along with their king and officials. That way, the country will be without a king, and the citizens there will be very troubled. That's when you'll make your entrance. Once you become the new king of Pharmas, you'll establish diplomatic relations with our country. Miss Lin Chu, isn't this a bit too reckless? Is it? Oh, just tell me if you want to be king or not. Seeing Yum remain silent, Lin Chu revealed the news that Rimuru was going to become a demon lord, letting him know he wasn't the only one embarking on a significant journey. Yum thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Next, it would be time to deal with those humans from the west. After Milam had experienced her unprecedented freedom, Lin Chu gave her her first mission. And that was, assist Yum in becoming the new king of the Pharmas kingdom. Now that the four-sided magic circle and the group from the west had been dealt with by Benimaru and the others, she and Rimuru had gained a rather powerful new subordinate. Next would be the settling of grudges between the Jura Tempest Federation and the Kingdom of Pharmas. Lin Chu ate a banana absent-mindedly, pondering the next phase. However, where had Rimuru gone? She had told him to wander around and keep an eye on people for her, but who knew he would manage to go missing right inside the city? System, where is Rimuru? Notice, unable to locate. That's strange. Where could that guy have run off to? Never mind. I'll proceed according to the original plan. Although Rimuru doesn't often show off his martial prowess, it doesn't mean he can't. With Rimuru's current strength, few people can do anything to him. Lord Lin Chu, a group of knights from the Kingdom of Pharmas is moving towards Tempest. There are about 100 of them. Shall we proceed to the next phase? Benimaru's thought communication came through. Yeah, deal with them on the road. Don't get bogged down in a long struggle. Yes. Don't worry, Master, I will certainly deal with them cleanly and efficiently. Good, good. After ending the transmission, Lin Chu pondered her strategy. For what was about to happen, she would follow the original plot. As for those three, she would be the one to shatter their illusions of being the chosen ones. When Lin Chu learned from the system that these three otherworlders were all Japanese people who lived quite comfortably in their past lives, she decided. It was better to let them kick the bucket early while still clinging to their fantasies. I'm not targeting anyone specifically, okay. I just suddenly felt like killing someone to get a taste of blood or something. I didn't mean anything else by it, really. After ensuring the surrounding protective barrier wouldn't be destroyed by her, Lin Chu unleashed an all-encompassing, multi-layered, wide-range atomic breath toward the three before they even noticed her. The entire process was seamless, and then Lin Chu harvested 3 human souls. Notice, 10,002 human souls obtained. Conditions for becoming a demon lord have been met. Proceed with evolution. The system's notification sounded, and at the same time, news of the annihilation of a portion of the Kingdom of Pharmas' Night Legion arrived via thought communication. Wow, congratulations, congratulations. As for the evolution, I'll deal with that later. Host, the allied forces of the Kingdom of Pharmas and the Western Holy Religious Order are still marching this way. You must not be careless. Okay, I get it. By the way, system, can you sense Rimuru's location now? Notice, individual, Rimuru, is currently in the meeting room. Ah, what's he doing there? Wait, he couldn't be. Suddenly, Rimuru's voice echoed in Lin Chu's mind. Everyone, please gather in the meeting room immediately. A meeting. In the meeting room, Rimuru waited for everyone to arrive. Lin Chu was the last to show up. Although she really didn't want to participate, she knew what this meeting meant for the Jura Tempest Federation. Everyone. Sorry for the wait. I heard from Lin Chu about everything you've done for Tempest. You are all incredibly important existences to Tempest now. We cannot afford any mistakes at this stage. Don't worry, boss. Lin Chu scratched her head. What? When did I say that? Rimuru seemed to see her confusion and told her via thought communication to just stay quiet. Myormal, could you please inform the Kingdom of Bloomond as soon as possible that the Kingdom of Pharmas is about to send a large army to attack us? Of course. I will set off immediately and inform them of Tempest's political legitimacy. Milam, I heard from Lin Chu about your situation. Since you haven't committed any major blunders, rest assured, the Jura Tempest Federation will provide you with protection. Milam stood up and bowed. Thank you very much, Lord Rimuru. Also, why is Demon Lord Clayman looking for trouble with us? After listening to Milam's explanation of Clayman's plan, Rimuru fell into deep thought. So that was it, he could manipulate pawns at will without having to act personally. A troublesome fellow. Boss Rimuru, is it true that you intend to become a Demon Lord? While Yum asked, he also observed Lin Chu's expression. He always felt that what Lin Chu said was somewhat unrealistic, and sure enough, Lin Chu's expression changed. Yes, I indeed intend to become a Demon Lord. Is it true? Everyone present was shocked, and even Lin Chu looked at him in disbelief. Strange. How did this guy suddenly see the light? System, did you do this? It wasn't me. Not you, then who was it? Lin Chu felt something was wrong. She hadn't even acted yet, and Rimuru had suddenly come to his senses. No matter how she thought about it, it seemed unlikely. It couldn't be that this kid was suddenly stimulated by something and activated, right? However, looking at the enlightened Rimuru, Lin Chu was still very gratified, especially by his next words. After the events of the past few days, I've realized that being too humble and pursuing overly idealized goals like racial equality and universal equality requires a great deal of effort and sacrifice. Before, my understanding of the Jura Tempest Federation was limited to uniting a group of like-minded people to achieve an ideal. If Lin Chu hadn't reacted first, Tempest, no, all of us, would have faced an unprecedented disaster. I'm sorry it took me this long to realize. After listening to Rimaru's long speech, Lin Chu surprisingly didn't fall asleep. She was very gratified, feeling like her son had finally grown up and begun to understand her earnest advice. Rimaru spoke for a long time, and they listened for a long time. Lin Chu could feel that Rimaru's words came from the heart. Unknowingly, they had already formed a deep bond with Rimaru. Boss Rimaru, can I tell you a legend? Since you have the intention of becoming a demon lord, it might be useful to you later. Eren recounted all the legends she knew. That's very useful information. Thank you very much. Rimaru gave her a sincere smile to express his gratitude. Such detailed information tilde. Haha, that's because I'm related to the royal family of the magic dynasty Sarian. After hearing Eren reveal her background, Lin Chu smiled slightly. It seemed Eren didn't plan to keep it a secret anymore. I cannot forgive the kingdom of Pharmus and the Western Holy Church for what they've done to you. So, if you need any help, just say the word. After all, we've received so much care from you, so it's our turn to work hard. Everyone smiled from their hearts, and the scene was harmonious for a moment. Just then, a message from Albus, the yellow serpent horn and one of the three beastketeers of the Beast Kingdom, appeared on the crystal ball. Milam will go to war with the Beast Kingdom Eurazania in a week. Please receive the citizens of the Beast Kingdom to take refuge in the Jura Great Forest. After agreeing to the request of Albus the Golden Horn, one of the three beastketeers, everyone began to formulate future policies regarding humans during the downtime, since the Beast Kingdom was still some distance away from the Jura Tempest Federation. Boss, Miss Lin Chu, what do you say? Rimaru cleared his throat. I believe humans have both good and evil, it's human nature and influenced by the environment. Even if an individual is kind, if their country takes a path of evil, that person will eventually be tainted by it. I want them to know that once I become a demon lord, negotiating through force will be disadvantageous for them. Based on that, we will keep other demon lords in check and have them stand between us and the human nations. If they are hostile, any smart person would know to choose to live in peace with us. When you are weak, everyone wants to step on you, spit on you, curse you, despise you, and insult you. But once you become gold, everyone will seek you out, win you over, flatter you, and fear that you won't be willing to be their friend. When you become strong yourself, the whole world will treat you with kindness. That is human nature. It's also what we think. The monsters seemed to be moved by their speeches. Even the usually carefree Nifa's face was filled with admiration. Rimaru looked at Lin Chu. Lin Chu, tell us your plan. Plan. Lin Chu was confused. Where would she get a plan? But seeing all the monsters waiting seriously for her to speak, she understood. They thought she had predicted this attack. She had been looking for a chance to explain why she knew about the crisis in advance and how she arranged for the monsters to resolve it. Little did she know that her image among the monsters had invisibly shifted from someone who makes good things for the Federation, to a meticulous strategist. Her image rose once again. Since she was a meticulous strategist, predicting this crisis was naturally to be expected. Next, she laid out everything that was about to happen and the solutions. After hearing Lin Chu's plan, the monsters fell silent. It seemed there was still much for them to do. After hearing Lin Chu's meticulous plan and her solutions for various scenarios, the outsiders' desire to stay on good terms with the Jura Tempest Federation deepened. The saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover," was perfectly embodied by this young girl. If she wanted to, conquering the world would be a matter of minutes. Lin Chu was still considering whether to follow the original plot for the next step, unaware that some were already imagining her ruling the world. To be honest, I felt relieved the moment I saw Lord Lin Chu and Lord Rimaru appear in the Federation, said a member of the lizardfolk outside the door. Ah, me too, me too. Lord Lin Chu, Lord Rimaru, and Lord Gabaru are all people who put one's mind at ease. Yeah, honestly, I was so nervous when I received Lord Lin Chu's transmission. Right. It felt like I was on a secret mission. It was so exciting. Transmission. It was Rimaru's turn to be confused. Yeah, Master was sending transmissions to Benimaru and the others a long time ago, and even tried to keep me in the dark. Master is biased. Lin Chu was moved to tears of frustration. Big sister, didn't I let you get involved in the end? Don't hold a grudge like that. Rimaru was thoughtful. It seemed Lin Chu had been preparing for a long time. He patted Lin Chu's head in gratitude. It seemed the little girl who once needed his protection could now protect Tempest on her own. Lin Chu, I haven't seen a single chapter where you protected me. Since Lin Chu was growing, then as her senior, he had to set an even better example. Lin Chu slapped his hand away. You want to set an example? Come on, here's an opportunity. You want to be a demon lord, right? First of all, a demon lord isn't something you can just become because you want to. Secondly, based on your current conditions, you can't become a demon lord. What's with that look? Let me finish. You need to possess a demon lord seed and have over 10,000 human souls as nourishment. Only then can you truly become a demon lord. Notice. Individual. Rimuru Tempest has already acquired a demon lord seed, the great sage spoke up. Rimuru was confused. When did he get a demon lord seed? How did he not know? Answer. Possessing a demon lord seed refers to whether the amount of magicals and skills one possesses meet the standard for awakening as a true demon lord. It was acquired when preying upon the orc disaster. Once conditions are met, evolution into a true demon lord is possible. The conditions are exactly what Lin Chu just said. Yes. Currently, an army of over 20,000 experience packs is marching this way and should arrive at the Federation in a few days. You should know what I'm going to say, Rimuru. That goes without saying. Then set off. We'll wait for your good news. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Rimuru returned to the Federation bringing King Edmaris of the Kingdom of Pharmus and Archbishop Racine of the Western Holy Church. The voice of the world rang out. Individual. Rimuru Tempest is beginning evolution into a demon lord. Upon completion, monsters under his lineage will receive a gift. Before this, Lin Chu had entrusted those 500 goblins to Rimuru's banner. Since she had no intention of becoming a demon lord for now and Rimuru was going to be one, she wanted the 500 goblins to follow Rimuru to receive the blessing so they wouldn't be bullied. But the 500 goblins felt that with their current size, it would be hard for anyone to bully them. Furthermore, it was Lin Chu who had taken them in. Although both Lin Chu and Rimuru were leaders of Tempest, the goblins still wanted to follow Lin Chu. Regardless of whether they received a blessing, they wanted to be under Lin Chu's lineage. Rimuru was also persuading Lin Chu, we're all one family, no need to overthink it. Notice. Demon Lord evolution beginning. Reconstructing body, evolving into a new race. As a golden light emanated from Rimuru's body, everyone bowed their heads in prayer. Only Lin Chu looked up at the golden light coming from within Rimuru. She knew she was one step closer to the path home. Confirmed. Ultra evolution from slime to demon slime, demonic viscous spiritual body, successful. All physical attributes significantly increased. Ability to freely switch between material and spiritual bodies. Retention of previous functions and resistances successful. Listening to the emotionless mechanical voice of the world, Lin Chu yawned. If she became a demon lord, would the system's voice become like this too? Notice. No, it will not. That's good then. After chatting with the system for a while, the voice of the world finally rang out again and began bestowing blessings upon the monsters of the lineage. Many monsters couldn't withstand the dizziness and fainted, while some were reluctant to fall asleep. We're watching over you, sleep in peace. Yes. Master and I are guarding you. The brothers are watching, everyone can rest easy. Hearing this, the monsters who were reluctant to sleep felt as if they had taken a sedative and collapsed one after another. When Rimuru woke up, he saw Lin Chu standing to the side, smiling at him. Offer your highest respects to Demon Lord Rimuru. All the monsters knelt on one knee toward him. Offer our highest respects to Demon Lord Rimuru. Everyone. Part of the plan is now complete. No matter what Clayman intends to do, we cannot let our guard down. Yes. Rimuru looked seriously at the monsters bowing before him. These were not just monsters, but his precious companions. He would never allow anything to happen to any of them. Rimuru observed the monsters for a moment. He felt that aside from a few exceptions, other than the monsters named by Lin Chu and the humanoid magic circles she created, the other monsters all seemed to have undergone some changes. Was it just his imagination? Notice. Monsters under the soul lineage have received the Demon Lord's blessing and have thus evolved. The individual named Lin Chu and others are not under the soul lineage, so they will not receive the Demon Lord's blessing. I see. It seems like your speech has become more fluent too. Negative. I have always been like this. It is your imagination. Is that so? My imagination. Ha ha ha. No way. You've definitely become more fluent. Notice. In truth, the unique skill, Great Sage, has evolved into the ultimate skill, Wisdom King, Raphael. Really? To have the name of an angel. That sounds amazing. Yes. I am now omniscient. Oh tilde I see tilde. Rimuru looked at Raphael with a hint of mischief, thinking of what to ask. Then, he had a sudden flash of inspiration. Raphael, are you sure you're omniscient now? I am certain. Really tilde. Really? Okay, then listen to this question. A pig and a tiger are in the same cave. The next day, the tiger is dead. Why? Raphael, you may begin your answer tilde. Raphael was a bit bewildered but still answered his question based on logic. After hearing Raphael's answer, Rimuru nodded approvingly. He had heard this riddle from a junior back then. Although Raphael only answered a part of it, logically, there was no problem. As expected of the upgraded great sage. Yes. Alright, next question. What is the primary cause of divorce? You can choose to skip tilde. Skip. What does an elephant's left ear look like? An elephant's right ear. What's the cleanest way to mop the floor? With effort. Why does everyone like to sit in front of the TV to watch it? Notice. Because their legs would get sore if they stood for too long. Rimuru asked several brain teasers in a row. Except for private matters between men and women, Raphael answered them all. However, while those in the know knew Rimuru was talking to Raphael, those who didn't just saw Rimuru staring at the ground for a long time, occasionally giggling like an idiot. Without Rimuru's command, the monsters didn't dare to move. Lin Chu walked up to Rimuru in confusion, staring at his face from a close distance and waving her hand in front of him. Rimuru remained unresponsive, just grinning foolishly at Lin Chu. This guy, could he have become an idiot because he couldn't handle too much magic power? What then? How would they get by in the future? Who would manage the Jura Tempest Federation? Seeing Rimuru's foolish state, Lin Chu decided to give him a helping hand. When Rimuru snapped out of it, he found a hand only 0.01 millimeters away from his face. Before he could react, a crisp slap rang out, making the surrounding monsters fall completely silent. Lord Lin Chu, is this really okay? Don't worry, I controlled my strength. It won't kill him. That's not the issue. Seeing Rimuru's expression gradually shift from confusion to anger, Benimaru hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Lord Rimuru, we were just making sure you still retained your sanity after becoming a demon lord. After a somewhat awkward explanation, Rimuru's mood improved slightly. Seeing Rimuru's emotions stabilize, Lin Chu signaled to Benimaru that it was time to ask that question of the century. Lord Rimuru, what do you think of Xian's cooking? Xian also leaned in curiously upon hearing the question. She wanted to know Lord Rimuru's evaluation of her cooking. Lin Chu was very satisfied with Xian's reaction. Yes, just like that. Keep that curious look. It's best to let him know how dangerous it is to answer this question wrong. Even if he just woke up and is still a bit mentally unstable, dazed, and absent-minded, he will definitely be shocked back to his senses by the words Xian's cooking, and think about how to give a flawless answer. Sure enough, Lin Chu caught a flicker of hesitation in the depths of Rimuru's eyes. Before Rimuru could speak, she looked at Xian with a smile. Maybe he's been hungry during these 3 days of evolving into a demon lord and really misses the food you make. Is that so? Lord Rimuru, I would be delighted to cook for you. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, the silent Rimuru finally spoke. Lin Chu, I remember the secret code we set back then was like this. You'd have Benimaru ask me about Xian's cooking, and I'd answer, it tastes terrible. Ignoring Benimaru's thunderstruck expression and Xian's rising unstable emotions, Lin Chu hurriedly slapped her forehead, pretending something had gone terribly wrong. It's over. My Tathagata palm slap turned him into an idiot. Otherwise, why would you start talking nonsense? We both know Xian's cooking. How could it possibly taste bad? It's over. You've started to lose your mind. Benimaru, let's start preparing the next candidate to govern the Jura Tempest Federation. Before Rimuru could finish, Lin Chu held his hand affectionately. It's okay, little Ri. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you until a successor is trained. Lin Chu. Seeing that Rimuru was truly angry, Lin Chu didn't plan to keep playing. If she continued, she figured nothing good would happen to her. Alright, sorry. I feel very apologetic, I'm truly sorry. But your expression just now really made me doubt for a moment if you had, I only did this because I thought you'd become senile. Rimuru, I'm doing this for the sake of the Jura Tempest Federation. Think about it, you're so important to the Federation. If anything happened to you, what would happen to the Jura Tempest Federation? What would happen to everyone? What would happen to me? So, to awaken your deep love for this land and your caring love for everyone, I had no choice but to take action. Do you know? It hits your body, but the pain is in my heart. As Lin Chu spoke, she took out a tissue and pretended to wipe away tears. If she could, she would have liked to add an Arhu playing some tragic background music. Rimuru stared expressionlessly at Lin Chu's exaggerated performance. Then, he stepped forward to close the distance between them and whispered through gritted teeth in Lin Chu's ear. That's for the best. Rimuru's sudden action made Lin Chu's ears itch. She maintained some distance from Rimuru and rubbed her ears. After all, without understanding Rimuru's abnormal behavior, she had to ensure her own safety. But that slap really was satisfying, ha. After the farce ended, Benimaru told Rimuru that during the 3 days he was unconscious, the 3 beastketeers of Urizania had arrived and were waiting in the hall. Rimuru composed his emotions and pulled Lin Chu, who was very resistant to contact with him, away. After hearing the full account of Milam's duel with the Beast Kingdom, Rimuru felt puzzled. Milam didn't seem like the type of person who liked such strategies. What was going on? While thinking about this, he peeked at Lin Chu, but she was resting her eyes with her chin in her hand. To put it nicely, she looked like she had everything under control. To put it bluntly, she was sleeping during the meeting. After arranging for the people of Urizania, another piece of news broke. Demon Lord Frey had flown not toward her own territory or Milam's, but toward Clayman's. Seeing the 3 beastketeers getting emotional, Rimuru's calm analysis successfully eased the excitement of Sophia and the others, while he also pondered. What was the hidden story behind this? In the worst-case scenario, would he have to face 3 demon lords as enemies? Inside the room, Lin Chu was woken up by outside noise. After the meeting, she had teleported back to her room to sleep. Since the Pharmas Kingdom incident concluded, she had barely slept. Reluctantly getting out of bed, she saw the monsters on the street preparing for the banquet. She found a random spot to sit and watch them bustle about. It was already evening when she saw Rimuru again. He had brought back 2 adult men. Lin Chu sized them up without concealment. One was polite and refined, while the other exuded an air of heroic boldness. Sensing Lin Chu's perverted light gaze, Rimuru naturally blocked her view. Lin Chu noticed Rimuru's little move, so she stepped aside to appreciate the handsome guy's profiles from a different angle. Seeing he couldn't control her, Rimuru let her be. Ahem, everyone, let me introduce you. This is Diablo. He helped me when I became a demon lord. Although he's a newcomer, he's very strong and reliable. He's currently serving as my second secretary. Please take good care of him. Diablo bowed to everyone. I look forward to your guidance and discipline in the future. Everyone applauded. Xian, you teach him about the work. Yes. Xian gave a polite salute. And this is Veldora the Storm Dragon. Although he's a bit shy, please get along with him. Continued applause. Wait, hey system, if I remember correctly, that guy in black is. Correct. He is a Rimuru fanatic and the one you said you owed a favor to, Noir. He once wiped out a bunch of fodder all by himself just so the demon Rimuru summoned would be him. By the way, Noir is very interested in the methods you used in the cave, host Tilda. Wow. A handsome guy is interested in me. Obviously, Lin Chu selectively ignored the system's information because to her, it sounded like Noir was interested in her for something or other. She looked toward Diablo and found him smiling and waving at her. Lin Chu also smiled and waved back politely. As expected of a handsome guy, even his smile is handsome. But what's with this feeling of being targeted? Lin Chu thought for a long time before giving up on thinking and running off to eat. Lord Rimuru, who is Veldora? Before the goblin could finish, he was interrupted by the arriving trainee. Lord Veldora, our guardian deity, we are truly delighted by your revival. Oh, a tree dryad. How nostalgic. Thank you for your hard work managing my Jura forest. Veldora said heroically. Seeing Veldora's speech style and heroic posture, combined with the massive amount of magicals emanating from him, there was no doubt he was the storm dragon himself. The monsters all knelt down in unison with 100% synchronization, a spectacular sight. Lord Veldora, we are truly delighted by your revival. The monsters said in unison. Ha ha ha, I'll be counting on you to help Rimuru and the little girl Lin Chu from now on. After all, I plan to be taken care of from here on out. Lin Chu, who had run off to eat noodles while admiring the handsome guy. Mr. Handsome, are you also here to just idle your days away like me? Excuse me. Rigard spoke up. Go ahead. What exactly is the relationship between Lord Veldora, Lord Rimuru, and Lord Lin Chu? Want to know? Yes. Please enlighten us. Then listen well. Rimuru and I are soul friends, 2 halves of one soul. We are allies. As for the little girl Lin Chu, she is our good friend. Because the handsome guy's voice was too loud, his echo resonated throughout the Jura Tempest Federation, shattering Lin Chu's handsome guy filter for him in the process. A moment later, the monsters cheered. I can't believe it. Not just Lady Milam, but even Veldora is an ally. Lord Rimuru and Lord Lin Chu were amazing from the start. I feel like I'm already numb to this. That is my master. It's only natural. Agreed. Taking advantage of the monsters not paying attention, Lin Chu quietly slipped to Rimuru's side. Rimuru, when did you guys meet? Why don't I remember? Although she knew, she had to play dumb. Rimuru looked at Lin Chu suddenly leaning in, not knowing what she wanted, but answered anyway, oh, that. Remember that cave? Of course I remember. We were trapped in there for over 2 months. Haha, we were trapped for over 2 months, but Veldora was trapped in there for a whole century. Holy crap, that long. Right. He really can endure. I totally agree with you. Rimuru laughed, but then seemed to think of something. By the way, Lin Chu, since you're so strong, why didn't you just blast a shot at the ceiling back then? If you had, we wouldn't have been trapped for so long. Ah, well. Lin Chu scratched her head. She couldn't exactly tell him that she did have that idea but was stopped by the system because it would ruin the future plot. Seeing Rimuru narrow his eyes in suspicion, Lin Chu cleared her throat. That's because. Because what? Ah, you see, since there were life forms like you and me in the cave, there must have been all kinds of life outside. If humans or monsters happened to live right outside, and my attempt to get out caused a landslide or mudslide that killed them, that would be terrible. Oh. Rimuru raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused by her words. As the saying goes, saving a life, whether human or monster, is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I didn't realize you were so compassionate. I've always been compassionate, Lin Chu retorted. Except. Rimuru leaned closer to Lin Chu with a smile. That cave was underground. So where exactly would those landslides and mudslides you mentioned happen? At this point, Lin Chu couldn't care less about their current posture, her brain had completely stalled. System, save me QWQ. Before the system could offer a solution, Rimuru's face backed away. Never mind. If you don't want to say, then don't. I won't force you. Seeing this, Lin Chu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. You won't betray me, right? Lin Chu was stunned by his sudden words but still nodded to him. That's good. Meanwhile, the Dryad was chatting with Veldora. Lord Veldora, your appearance is. Veldora, thrilled that someone had finally hit the point, struck what he considered a supremely heroic pose. Rimuru prepared this body for me. So, how about it? Handsome, right? It was obvious he was delighted with the form Rimuru had crafted for him. Very handsome. Beaming at the praise, Veldora noticed Nifa drifting past. What do you mean? The body my master made for me is the real masterpiece. Oh, say that again. Veldora spun around to see who dared challenge him, and burst out laughing when he found a little girl. Ha ha ha, little miss, don't be ridiculous. With that frail frame you couldn't stand up to a stiff. A burst of golden light from Nifa cut him off. Though everyone had a vague memory of her second form, watching a petite girl explode into a 190-centimeter wall of muscle in seconds was still nausea-inducing. The outrageous build gave the word, bodybuilder, a whole new meaning. As the saying goes, lift a little, attract the ladies, lift too much, attract the gents. Sure enough, Veldora was instantly fascinated by Nifa's over-muscled physique. Convinced. My body's the real deal, because my master gave me this super special gift. Veldora refused to admit defeat. The two scuffled for a while until the splendid banquet began. That night felt like a festival, filled with monsters, laughter, though two guests at a side table felt otherwise. Almost ready Tilda, Xian smiled sweetly at the pair, waiting, beside the table. Why do I have to? Join me in tasting Xian's cooking. Don't drag me into this, Lord Rimuru. Who knows? A miracle might happen and it'll actually taste good. Miracles don't come that easily, Lord Rimuru. Indeed, Rimuru had barely left Lord Lin Chu before Xian nabbed him. Faced with the bowl of soup exuding an aura of death, the two of them went numb. Let me know if you need more, there's plenty in the pot Tilda. Rimuru and Benimaru swallowed hard and silently bid farewell to their remaining life expectancy. Don't worry, Rimuru. If you really die, I'll burn incense at your grave Tilda. Lin Chu's sudden appearance made them jump. Stop jinxing me. Rimuru rolled his eyes, then grinned wickedly. In that case, you can join me. Huh. Before she could react, Rimuru pulled her into his arms and clamped a hand over her mouth. Xian, Lin Chu says your soup is so delicious she wants a bowl too. Really? Wonderful. Please wait a moment, Lord Lin Chu, I'll bring it right over. Hearing that, Lin Chu stopped struggling in Rimuru's arms as the soup drew nearer. She had only come to gloat after seeing Rimuru dragged off by Xian, but now, things looked grim. If only she'd stayed away. The bowl arrived, placed before her. Claws left intact, onions with skins and roots, a stray chicken feather floating on top. Lin Chu stared in silence. Xian, this soup's ingredient list is a bit too creative. Faced with such hostile cuisine, she planned an excuse to flee, but Rimuru struck first. Now she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. As she weighed dying together with Xian, a cute Nifa popped up again. Ah, master's so mean, eating secrets with friends behind my back. What? Lin Chu was baffled. Weren't you just posing with the Chuni dragon? And you call a bowl that grants tenfold poison resistance, eating secrets? I don't care. Master's biased. Nifa demanded a bowl from Xian and chugged it without looking. Lin Chu watched her drink, and once sure Nifa was fine, slid her own bowl over. Here, don't be shy, have mine. As your master, it's the least I can do. She smiled brighter the moment Nifa finished. HMPH. That won't make me forgive you for hiding the food. Nifa huffed, wiping her mouth. Before Lin Chu could boast to Rimuru and Benimaru, another steaming bowl appeared, looking even more lethal. Lord Lin Chu's kindness touches me. Don't worry, today, soup is unlimited. Watching her smile freeze, Rimuru burst out laughing, Benimaru turned away to snicker. Cold rain slaps my face tilde. System, you pipe up only when it's useless. Host, I was going to explain, but the individual named Rimuru Tempest interrupted. And right now I'm supplying background music. Lin Chu gazed lifelessly at the refilled bowl, then at Xian's affectionate eyes. Looks like there's no escape today. Oh, and Rimuru's stuck too. So is Benimaru. Guess I'll have to rely on Nifa to collect my corpse. She inhaled, steeled herself, and gulped the soup down, only to find it surprisingly tasty. Without overthinking, she drained the bowl under Rimuru and Benimaru's admiring stares. So, how was it, Lin Chu? Don't ask me, try it yourself. She rolled her eyes. Seeing the two hesitate, she hatched a plan. It's actually not bad tilde. Just looks awful tilde. I'm telling the truth tilde. Stop dawdling, you two, drink up tilde. Their suspicions skyrocketed at her sing-song tone. After some internal struggle they lifted the bowls like warriors marching to death, then tasted it and simultaneously blurted, it's good. The reason? Xian had received a new skill, chef, along with the demon lord's blessing. No matter how she cooked, the result tasted exactly as intended. Why stare at me? I didn't lie, you said it was good yourselves. Tempest Festival. Gabiru, starting today, I'm putting you in charge of the research and development department. Although it's a temporary position for now, you're considered an executive. Work hard. I humbly accept the appointment. I, Gabiru, will certainly risk my life in your service. Next, I want to announce our future policy. This concerns Yum and the three Beastketeers as well, so please listen in together. We're all listening to you and Miss Lin Chu, boss. This is also about rescuing Lord Carrion, right? Sophia said, a bit excitedly. Rimuru nodded, then leaned his hands on the table and informed us that he was going to become a demon lord. Silence fell. Seeing no reaction from us, Rimuru repeated his words loudly once more. The scene remained very calm, even Lin Chu looked at him with an expression that said, huh. You called me over for just this trivial matter. You mean we can start picking fights with other demon lords, right? Hakuro was the first to speak. Exactly. That's it. But it's not just anyone, our opponent is Clayman. The atmosphere was starting to get serious, but it was ruined by Lin Chu's ill-timed yawn. Just as Rimuru thought Lin Chu was taking things a bit too lightly this time, she spoke slowly. Rimuru, honestly, we don't need to take him so seriously. What do you mean by that? Because the opponent is just a demon lord seed. There's really no need, seriously. Miss Lin Chu, but since Clayman was able to become a demon lord, he must have used some very complex means. We still can't afford to be careless. Albus advised. That's true, but look at our side first. Lin Chu cleared her throat. First, there's Rimuru. He now has the combat power of an awakened demon lord. Rimuru nodded. Second, Beldora, a catastrophe-class true dragon. I think everyone here knows what that concept entails. Beldora stood up and proudly flexed his muscles. Third, Diablo. He has numerous battles under his belt, rich techniques, and great strength. Although some of his power has been restricted, his combat experience far exceeds that of an awakened demon lord. Diablo gave everyone a polite bow. Fourth, everyone from the ogre tribe, as well as Gabiru and Gerudo. Your strength has increased significantly after receiving the demon lord's blessing. From what I can see, you all now possess the strength of a demon lord seed. The ogre tribe members, Gabiru, and Gerudo stood up and nodded to everyone. In other words, any one of the people I just mentioned could take on Clayman in a one-on-one fight. The monsters whose names were called were overjoyed, yet they tried to act mature and indifferent. Those whose names weren't called were a bit disappointed but still cheered themselves up, which Lin Chu found amusing. What are you guys doing? Are you children? Master, what about me? Can I take on Clayman alone? Nifa looked at Lin Chu pitifully. As for you, let me think. Oh, right, what was your record the last time you fought me? It seems, it was 0/13. Work harder and aim to take down just one of my arms. Okay, Master. By the way, Master, you still haven't told me if I can take on Clayman alone. I don't know. There's too little data on your fighting. Lin Chu shrugged. How about this? When the fight with him happens, I'll release you. If you fight with all your might, won't we know if you can beat him? That's true. Okay. Let's do that. Nifa nodded happily and returned to her seat. Watching Nifa return to her seat like that, Lin Chu couldn't help but sigh in her heart about how easy it was to fool this silly child. She'd have to boost her IQ in the next update. On the other side, Albus's lips twitched as she watched the two discuss taking on Clayman with a tone as casual as deciding where to go for an afternoon outing. Did these two actually listen to a word she said? Miss Lin Chu, be that as it may, the strength of Clayman's top subordinates, the Five Fingers, is unknown. We still can't afford to be careless. Albus advised again. Lin Chu was a bit speechless. Sister, think about it. If the master is like this, how good can the subordinates be? However, she didn't say that out loud. Ahem, I know. But, just now, I received some news that is both heartening and not so heartening. What is it, Lord Lin Chu? Miss Lin Chu, stop keeping us in suspense and just tell us. Even Rimuru looked at her curiously, eager to know what her news was. The news is about one of Clayman's Five Fingers. The Pinky, Pyron. Lin Chu spread her hands. She's dead. Everyone was shocked. What? What did they just hear? Milam was the first to react. Miss Lin Chu, are you absolutely certain the news about the Pinky, Pyron, is true? I can only tell you that the source of the information is confidential, but I can personally guarantee that its credibility is absolute. Hearing Lin Chu's confident tone, everyone couldn't help but relax. Although this meant they had one fewer opponent, why was Lin Chu so firmly convinced that Pyron was dead? Could it be? At this thought, everyone fell silent in unison, while Diablo looked at Lin Chu meaningfully. This child, who was the second most interesting person to him, let's see what tricks she's up to. Lin Chu coughed. Getting back to the point, Milam, you said before that you were working for Clayman because he controlled your heart. It's absolutely true, Miss Lin Chu. I believe you. My point is, if that's how he treats you, then he's definitely no better to the other Four Fingers. You can imagine their level of loyalty. However, everyone, let me offer one more piece of advice. Although our opponent this time is quite weak, we can't become arrogant just because we think he's weak. If we let him escape because of that, then we'll have wasted a perfectly good hand. Yes, Lord Lin Chu. We will certainly not be careless. After listening to Lin Chu's analysis, everyone instantly felt that Demon Lord Clayman was nothing special, and their previously anxious hearts began to settle. So, Rimuru, I'll leave the rest to you. Alright. Afterward, Rimuru spoke to everyone about the aftermath of the Pharmas Kingdom, the necessity of checking the Western Holy Church's movements, and the plan agreed upon with the Beast Kingdom to rescue Demon Lord Carrion. Although there was no need to rescue Carrion, Lin Chu kept her mouth shut. Saying too much wasn't a good thing and could very well bring unnecessary trouble upon herself. Regard, I'm leaving the negotiations with the Western nations to you. Leave it to me, Lord Rimuru. Benimaru. Organize the evolution results of everyone and mobilize all our forces to deal with Clayman once and for all. Understood, Lord Rimuru. Xian, I'm leaving the interrogation of the prisoners to you. Leave it to me, Lord Rimuru. Xian. Lin Chu suddenly called out to her. Is something the matter, Lord Lin Chu? Lin Chu had her lean in and said in a voice intentionally audible only to Xian, you can't kill them, but I didn't say you couldn't cripple them. You know what I mean. Then, she returned to her usual lively voice, remember to mind your strength tilde. Yes, Lord Lin Chu. Beside Lin Chu, Rimuru wiped away some sweat. Although it wasn't the first or second time he'd seen Lin Chu change her expression, this time, it gave him a spine-chilling feeling. It's nothing, just a bloodline awakening. Just as everyone was in the middle of a heated discussion on how to most effectively handle the upcoming battle, the door was flung open. Lord Rimuru. Lord Lin Chu. The Kingdom of Bloomond has come to assist in the battle, in accordance with the Tempest Security Treaty. Fizz arrived, panting heavily. I saw people lying everywhere in the city, those fools from the Kingdom of Pharmas are actually this cruel. Although we didn't bring many soldiers, we have 50 men fully geared up. Every one of them is prepared to die. 50. Prepared to die. Are you sure about that? Lin Chu tilted her head, looking at him with doubt. Still, it made sense. The Kingdom of Bloomond was just a small agricultural nation with a limited military to begin with, and there were also issues with information flow. Being able to bring 50 soldiers prepared for death to support them in just one day was no easy feat, especially since the information they had was that an army of 20,000 was attacking the Jura Great Forest. By human common sense, this was a battle they were certain to lose. Even in such a perilous situation, they did not abandon their alliance, which was something very worthy of respect. Thinking of this, Lin Chu interrupted Fizz. Mister, take a breather first. We're not in a hurry. Oh, how rude of me. Has the battle plan already been decided? I understand. Is it inconvenient to tell me? No, that's not it. Rimuru looked at the flustered Fizz, wondering where to start explaining, but Lin Chu beat him to it. It's like this, mister. We appreciate the gesture, but we've already cleared out those small fry ahead of time. They're not needed anymore. What? Meaning, we've already wiped out the entire army of the Kingdom of Pharmas, and the king has also been captured by us. There's nothing much going on for now. Seeing that Fizz hadn't quite processed it yet, Lin Chu added, Tell you what, mister. You and those 50 men rushed all the way here, never mind you, but those 50 men must be exhausted. How about this? I have some coupons here. You can take those 50 men to soak in the hot springs to relieve some fatigue. Oh, right, mention my name at the front desk for even more discounts. Fizz slowly took in the information, then looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his expression so exaggerated his mouth could have fit an egg. This was because less than 2 weeks had passed since the declaration of war. He probably thought the war was about to begin and, seeing us all gathered together, mistakenly assumed we were planning to face the enemy head on. Instead, he was hit with the news that, the war is already over. No matter who it was, it would likely be difficult to slowly accept this information in such a short amount of time. Yum walked over and patted him on the shoulder earnestly. I understand how you feel. Anyway, since Miss Lin Chu said so, just go soak in the hot springs and get some rest first. Lin Chu is right. They came a long way, so we must host them well. Arrange lodging for the soldiers and let them relax properly, Rimuru instructed his subordinates. Yes. Okay, wait, hold on. Fizz hadn't finished speaking when he saw the two of them walking outside, talking to themselves. More guests have arrived. Let's go. Time to head out and welcome my senior disciple. The group went outside and looked up at the Pegasus Knights in the sky. The king leading the campaign personally, plus every knight being A rank or A+, all at the level of high-ranking Mahjins. Overall, it was a very impressive sight. Lin Chu nodded, then she raised her hand toward the Pegasus soldiers in the sky, palm facing outward, and shouted with a voice full of vigor, keep off the grass. Both sides then stopped their movements and looked at Lin Chu in confusion. What? Was it not funny? Everyone nodded. Gazel, Lin Chu is just joking. Come on down. Gazel and Rimuru exchanged brief pleasantries. Ignoring Fizz's panic upon hearing the title of Demon Lord, just as the two were preparing to head to the meeting, 5 mysterious figures wrapped in black cloaks emerged from some corner. They were dressed like noble gentlemen, with stern faces, appearing like 5 attendants following a high-ranking military officer. It was clear they were a well-trained group. I didn't expect this. Isn't this the emperor who always loves to hide underground? What a surprise that even your cowardly self would assist a demon lord. The mysterious leader spoke in a flippant tone, saying words intended to make Gazel flare up. Gazel stared at the other party and began to provoke them with a defiant smile. What? Why have the descendants of the elven race, who like high places like fools, come down to the ground from their city embraced by the divine tree? He scrutinized the newcomer for a moment and quickly realized something. No, this body should be correct, it is indeed a homunculus. After all, when coming to meet one who calls himself a demon lord, one must act with caution. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Chu's sweat dropped. Did every elf like to dabble in technology? She remembered that, labyrinth whatever it was also seemed to like being immersed in tech. Fortunately, the technology they created wouldn't be part of a world-ending plot like in other places, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. I forgot to introduce them. These people are from the Magic Dynasty Sarian. You're the same as always, Gazel. You as well, Alato. So, who is this? Alato looked at Rimuru with confusion. Ahem, first time meeting you. I am the leader of this forest, Rimuru. Pleased to meet you. Hearing this, Alato's emotions suddenly surged as if he'd heard something specific. He pointed at Rimuru and said angrily, so it's you. You're the demon lord who tricked my daughter away. Without waiting for Rimuru to explain, Alato began casting a spell on the spot. Seeing the other party's excessively long wind up, Lin Chu simply found a place to sit and munched on an apple she had just swiped. For some reason, she was very sleepy and had to eat something to stay alert. Rimuru learned from Raphael that the other party was using a super high-level explosion magic. He was a bit confused, he didn't understand why the man was unleashing such a powerful move the very first time they met. He probably thinks you kidnapped his daughter and is here to settle the score. Lin Chu told him via thought transmission. Daughter. What daughter? Before Rimuru could react, Oren rushed from behind like a rocket and delivered a blow to Alato's head with a club. I said, what do you think you're doing here? Alato was stunned for a moment. He was about to see who had the guts to interrupt his casting, but after realizing it was his own daughter, his attitude changed instantly. Oren. So you are safe and sound. What do you mean safe? I came here because I wanted to. Alato smiled happily at his daughter's cute appearance. After accepting the lecture from the angry Oren, he seemed to regain some of his rationality and became more honest. He turned his head and explained to us, sorry. I received a report that my daughter had been kidnapped by a demon lord, and I just couldn't help but rush over in a panic. Yes, it was a very cheerful smile. Lin Chu thought to herself. Having heard this answer, Rimuru couldn't help but complain in his heart that this father was truly over the top, but he didn't show it on his face. It's fine. Just a father's deep love for his daughter. Your doting on your daughter is really beyond cure, Alato, Gazel said to Alato after calming down slightly. This isn't doting. It's because Aren is just too cute, I can't help myself. Alato replied with full confidence. Normally that's called, forget it, talking to you is a waste of breath. Gazel shook his head, not wanting to explain further. After hearing Alato's self-introduction, Rimuru coughed. So, did you come here this time just for Aren? HMPH, how could that be? I want to personally inspect just what kind of person my daughter has taken a liking to. Therefore, I shall also participate in this meeting. In the pavilion, Shuna introduced the executives and guests of Tempest to everyone. When it came to Yum's line, everyone cast suspicious looks in unison. Sorry to keep you waiting. Veldora's appearance quickly shifted everyone's attention. You too, is this your new subordinate? A fresh face, Gazel asked doubtfully while looking at Veldora. Something like that. First, let me introduce him to everyone. This is our ally, Veldora-kun. Come on, Veldora-kun, introduce yourself. Don't be shy. HMPH. Veldora stood with hands on his hips, puffing out his chest confidently. Hearing this name, many people began to size up this new blonde young man, because the name Veldora reminded them of the fear of being dominated. However, since that one was imprisoned in the unlimited imprisonment, this one should just have the same name, right? Just as everyone was thinking this, Veldora began his self-introduction. I am the world-renowned storm dragon Veldora Tempest. The number of people who have the chance to converse with me can be counted on one hand. You should feel honored and glorified. Why haven't you knelt down to greet me yet? A massive sense of pressure washed over the crowd. Some people actually felt like kneeling to greet him. Hey, Veldora. Let me make this clear first. Someone else told me to do this, it's got nothing to do with me, see. Hearing Rimuru's tone was off, Veldora quickly feigned innocence. Someone else. Ultimately, if anyone had such bad taste, it would naturally be. Rimuru looked suspiciously at a certain someone sitting in the corner, while Lin Chu was currently giving Veldora a secret thumbs up. I knew it was you. Lin Chu, this isn't funny. Seeing she was caught, Lin Chu didn't panic. What? I just wanted to see how they would react when they heard that name. With a thud, everyone looked at the ground. Oh, it turns out someone had fainted. Lin Chu. It just proves his pressure resistance isn't strong. Look at those few, they're doing great, Lin Chu said righteously, but she ultimately couldn't escape the punishment of a heavy swat on the head from Rimuru. Ahem. Lin Chu, we have serious business to discuss next. You and Veldora just sit quietly to the side. If you're hungry, there are snacks over there. If you're bored, you can read manga, or you two can go out for a walk. Hearing Rimuru's tone, the corners of Lin Chu's mouth twitched. Are you freaking kidding me? You're treating us like children. Before Rimuru could finish, Veldora pulled him over. So cold tilde friend tilde best friend tilde don't leave us out tilde. Exactly tilde I am the alliance leader of Tempest. After all tilde. Lin Chu laughed happily, seeing Rimuru's helpless and powerless expression as Veldora poked his cheek. And so, the important meeting to decide the future of Tempest was interrupted before it even began. In a small meeting room, Dwargo and Alato sat upright, looking at Rimuru, wanting an explanation. Why so serious? The storm dragon was locked up for hundreds of years, isn't it good to let him out for some fresh air? Lin Chu said nonchalantly while sipping hot tea across from them. Miss Lin Chu, you probably don't realize the severity of the storm dragon. What's so severe? All he does is read manga, go for a stroll when bored, and incidentally nag Rimuru for the next chapter. The most severe thing might be when he accidentally opens a tragic manga and gets so angry he wants to use a lost curse to kill off all the characters in it. It took 2 bowls of dessert to save that book. Hearing Lin Chu's narrative, the two broke into a cold sweat over the storm dragon. Ahem, Lord Rimuru, Lady Lin Chu, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor of the Magic Dynasty Sarian has granted me full authority. My words will determine Sarian's attitude. Please explain the revival of the storm dragon in detail. After finishing her tea, Lin Chu signaled for Rimuru to explain. After hearing Rimuru's explanation, the two became even more worried. Although you becoming a demon lord is a problem in itself, I didn't expect you to prepare an even more fatal dilemma, Gazel said, rubbing his temples and sighing. Oh, you flatter me too much, Rimuru said, scratching his head. He wasn't complimenting you, Lin Chu added from the side. My lords, is that truly the real storm dragon? Alato asked, sounding a bit unsure. Well, why don't you guess tilde? It's real, isn't it? Gazel took a sip of tea. No fool, whether human or monster, would be stupid enough to use the name of the evil dragon to deceive people. HMPH, actually, if you don't believe it, we can call Veldora over to release some intimidation, Lin Chu said with a serious face. Lady Lin Chu. Don't. Please don't. I say, Lin Chu, stop teasing them. Looking at Alato's rare panicked expression, Rimuru said with a smile. Fine, fine, I'll bow out of your three-person friendship then. The atmosphere stiffened for a moment. However, what should we do? Should we announce the news or keep it hidden? Gazel was the first to speak. Regardless, the Western nations shouldn't be a problem, and for our magic dynasty Sarian, we only need to report to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. The problem lies with the Western Holy Church. Alato regained his composure and replied. Yes, in short, it can't be hidden. Even among all dragon species, the storm dragon is a group they are particularly hostile towards. Moreover, they should have already detected the revival of the evil dragon. Well, of course, he only went in after flipping their nest upside down. Lin Chu held her tea, summarizing the glorious deeds the storm dragon had done before being imprisoned. In a word, troublesome. As she thought about it, her mind began to wander, and then she was startled by Gazel's loud voice. Are you two listening? Yes. I'm here. You must seriously consider this matter. Alato sighed and said to the two earnestly. Sorry. Louder, haven't you eaten? Gazel put on a serious expression. Sorry. Rimuru's answer satisfied Gazel, but Lin Chu's mutter of, actually, I haven't, almost made Gazel faint from anger. But we didn't intend to hide it anyway, nor did we think about avoiding the Western Holy Church, Lin Chu said seriously. Since they had to face it sooner or later, they might as well grandly tell the world. This guy is out, so you all better watch yourselves. Since you've made your decision, I won't say anything more. Gazel had a feeling of, they've grown up, it's time to let them go for it. A demon lord teaming up with a dragon species, is there any problem more troublesome than this? There is, adding another demon lord to the alliance. System, why are you joining the fun? However, consider it a stroke of luck. Now that I have the honor of participating in this secret talk, it has provided the most valuable intelligence for our country's side taking. It would be too stupid to go against a country that has both a demon lord and a dragon species. I agree with your thinking. Hearing your conversation just now, can I assume that even if we become enemies with the Western Holy Church, you will stand on our side? Is that right? Rimuru said. Rimuru, Gazel sighed, you should know that some things don't need to be stated explicitly. Simply put, since I have no reason to be your enemy, I won't expose my country to danger. After all, I have no obligation to assist the Western Holy Church. Do you understand? Yes, with King Gazel's help, I feel much more at ease. But Alato. Rimuru was halfway through speaking when he was interrupted by Lin Chu's thought communication. Rimuru, in public settings, you must address him by his name and title. You are the ruler of a nation, you don't need to lower your status for a high official of another country. However, terms like Sir, or, Your Excellency, are fine. After receiving Lin Chu's reminder and thanking her, Rimuru began to correct his form of address for Alato. After hearing the question Rimuru posed, Alato nodded and said, ultimately, it was my daughter Aren. Elian, who revealed the information about your awakening as a demon lord to you. I was held accountable for this. To put it bluntly, it's as if my daughter created a new demon lord. However, only I and His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor know about this. Therefore, I have the responsibility to observe Lord Rimuru. In case things go south, I also have to consider dispatching a punitive force. That is why I am here. Translation. He just wants to come and accompany his daughter, and incidentally mooch food and drinks here before soaking in the hot springs. Rimuru, who received Lin Chu's translation, gave a dry laugh. So, what is your judgment? As I just stated, I choose amity with your country. This is the natural choice. My country also decided from the beginning to support our friendly neighbor, Tempest. Gazel looked at Rimuru firmly. Alato, but it's not entirely without concerns. The Farmas Kingdom army destroyed by Lord Rimuru had far too many casualties. A demon lord who caused 20,000 deaths. Don't worry about that. The bodies have all disappeared, leaving no evidence and no survivors. As such, we can explain it however we want, as long as it's acceptable to the listeners, Rimuru replied cheerfully. Gazel paused and looked at the two, as if remembering his younger days, and couldn't help but advise the two that as kings, they must not regret the past. Yes, don't worry. I only did what had to be done. I made that mental preparation long ago, Rimuru responded, and Lin Chu also nodded, giving an okay gesture to tell Gazel that everything was under control. Good, now all that's left is how to give the Western Holy Church a reasonable explanation for the 20,000 deaths and the revival of the Storm Dragon. Everyone fell into thought. Lin Chu, how about we say those 20,000 people died in a mass stampede caused by slippery roads? Rimuru, do you think that's believable? Lin Chu, it's okay. Rimuru. Gazel, I have a way. Lin Chu, sit closer. Listen carefully, everyone, this is how we'll explain it. After the explanation, everyone was very satisfied. It was just a bit unfair to the Chunabu dragon, but considering the many kingdoms he had destroyed, would he care about this little bit? Returning to the pavilion, Lin Chu saw Fizz still lying down and started complaining, seriously, uncle. I'm back, and you've been recovering this whole time. Hearing Lin Chu's voice, Fizz reluctantly took off the towel. I'm telling you, Your Excellency Lin Chu, can you please stop pulling jokes like that in the future? It's terrifying. Isn't it just that your stress tolerance is too weak? Lin Chu asked sincerely. Isn't it terrifying? Is it really that terrifying? Hearing the conversation between the two growing heated, Rimuru suddenly jumped in. Oh, you're energetic again. Fizz, I can't handle this. How am I supposed to report this to my superiors? Lin Chu, report it exactly as it happened. Fizz. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Rimuru clapped his hands. Alright, since everyone looks so spirited, let's continue the meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chu immediately shut up, quickly walked to the side, grabbed a book, and lay down on the sofa with his legs crossed. Rimuru looked at Lin Chu's maneuver. This move is as effective as ever. He ignored Lin Chu, after all, trying to manage him was useless. He once again recounted the entire process, from his reincarnation as a slime up until now, and naturally brought up Yuki Kagura version Yuki, which led to Hinata Sakaguchi. Since she is the most exemplary knight, a maintainer of laws and order, why didn't she stop the summoning ritual? Forcibly summoning children from another world is clearly something that shouldn't be tolerated. Whether she truly condoned the summoning by various nations is something we don't know. The summoning magic used to summon otherworlders is a forbidden secret technique that cannot be publicly disclosed, and it has also been designated as a prohibited matter in the Western Nations Council. Even if questioned, those nations wouldn't easily admit it. As long as they answer that they didn't do it, we can't investigate further. While everyone was still debating, Lin Chu started chatting with the system. I say, old S-wise, will this summoning secret technique for otherworlders summon a Chinese person? Notification. Due to the restrictions of the secret technique, summoning will only take place in Japan. The host was chosen by the heavenly god to come over, the two methods are not the same. That's good then. Lin Chu nodded. Old S-wise, is the heavenly god you mentioned the voice of the sky? No. The heavenly god is equivalent to God Almighty, in your terms, while the voice of the sky is merely the administrator of this world. We are special and not under its jurisdiction. In other words, no matter how big a mess I make, it won't interfere, right? That is correct. Lin Chu stopped the conversation, turned over, and prepared to sleep. Lord Rimuru, please leave this matter to me. Xian patted her chest confidently, speaking with high spirits. That would be difficult, Your Excellency Xian. I was taught secretarial skills by you, so I hesitate to say this, but regretfully, you probably won't win against the Hinata. Diablo shook his head, sneering at Xian's confidence. That's an interesting remark. Are you trying to say that you are stronger than me? Just as the two were about to fight, Rimuru stopped them with a loud shout, startling Beldora and Nifa as well. Beldora, Nifa, you two aren't thinking of going too, are you? Rimuru looked at the pair suspiciously. I wasn't thinking of going along, no. Beldora stammered. You know I always listen to Master. If Master tells me to go east, I absolutely won't go west. Right, Master. Nifa anxiously sought reassurance from Lin Chu, but Lin Chu was already asleep on the sofa and completely ignored her. If she comes here herself, so be it, but we don't need to provoke her proactively, Rimuru said earnestly to the two. Pouting won't help. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Western Holy Church. All of you, pay attention. Sumimasen. Xian and Diablo bowed their heads, looking very wronged. The discussion regarding Hinata and the Western Holy Church ends here. If they approach us with ill intent, then we can discuss it further, but for now, we must respond cautiously and wait to see how things develop. Understood. Just like that, the agenda that would decide the fate of Tempest was finally about to be put on the table. Just as everyone decided to start the important meeting, a thump sound came from outside the glass. Judging by the noise, it was quite a heavy collision. Ramirez. Once Ramirez slowly regained her composure, she began frantically darting back and forth in front of Rimuru. This nation, Tempest, will be destroyed. Hearing Ramirez's words, Rimuru, Xian, and Beldora were no longer calm. Lord Rimuru, how should we deal with this absurd golden beetle? Diablo pinched the wing of the babbling blonde midget, waiting for Rimuru's command. Excuse me, Lord Rimuru, who is this little fairy? Fizz asked, confused. She is an acquaintance of mine, named Ramirez. Although she looks like that, she is apparently also considered a demon lord. What do you mean, looks like that? HMPH. Don't judge me by my appearance. I am the strongest, the most terrifying existence among the 10 great demon lords. Ramirez, who was repeatedly kicking while being held by Diablo, seemed unaware that she had lost all traces of her dignity. Fizz. Oh. Although the people attending the meeting exchanged a few words, they did not seem particularly surprised, which greatly displeased Ramirez. Hey, shouldn't you be shocked? I am Ramirez, the legendary labyrinth fairy. Why is your reaction so indifferent? Ah, well, I was already shocked by the joke Lord Lin Chu made today. I don't have the energy to be shocked anymore. Fizz smiled helplessly. Huh, Lin Chu. Fizz pointed to the person sleeping soundly on the sofa. Ramirez leaned in for a look. Oh, it's the little girl Rimuru mentioned. What joke did she tell that shocked you so much? Tell this demon lord. She said the storm dragon Veldora had revived. Silence. Huh, the storm dragon? Ramirez asked incredulously. She said Veldora revived. How is that possible? I knocked Veldora out with one punch back then. He wasn't nearly as impressive as people made him out to be. His era passed long ago. If you're going to be afraid, don't be afraid of that breeze dragon, revere me instead, ha 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 ha. Ramirez was still laughing arrogantly, unaware that Rimuru had already brought her before Veldora. Veldora, I'll leave the hospitality for this one to you. Oh. Veldora took the little sprite in front of him and continued reading the manga in his hands. Ramirez seemed to sense something. When she opened her eyes, she saw a blonde young man right in front of her, staring at her, possessing the storm dragon's inherent, imposing dignity. Then, with a thump, she collapsed. Now, let us return to the main topic. The information released to the public will follow this narrative. I will declare myself a demon lord, but conceal the fact of my awakening. The greedy King Edamaris of Pharmus invaded Tempest, provoking a war, and was subsequently defeated. Compared to being annihilated by a demon lord acting alone, losing in a war is easier for various nations to accept. Furthermore, due to the massive casualties suffered by the Pharmus army, the seal of calamity was broken, allowing the sleeping evil dragon, storm dragon Veldora, to revive. Rimuru said this and looked at Veldora. In the face of Veldora, the hero Lin Chu, and I worked together. After making immense sacrifices, we finally persuaded him and calmed his wrath. We shook hands and made peace on the condition that we honor him as a guardian, giving my demon lord transformation legitimate meaning, pushing all the blame onto the Pharmus kingdom, and proclaiming ourselves the side of justice. Fizz was still considering whether this method was feasible. Think about it, people fear what they cannot understand and firmly deny its existence. If a person who single-handedly destroyed 20,000 troops advocates for friendship, would anyone believe it? But if we say the storm dragon did it, it becomes much easier to understand. Gazel finished speaking, telling Fizz not to worry too much. After all, the storm dragon is a natural disaster. Just as he said this, Veldora suddenly laughed, to call me a genius. You have some taste. I also agree with this explanation. Rather than letting people think my daughter's suggestion helped Lord Rimuru, and thus avoid drawing hatred toward her, it's better to let everyone believe that thanks to Lord Rimuru becoming a demon lord, negotiation with the storm dragon became possible. Having said that, Alato glanced at his daughter, and Aren offered an embarrassed smile. After hearing Alato's statement, Rimuru said, in addition, there are other benefits. Perhaps this will mislead the other demon lords who are wary of me, making them think that Veldora is the only threat. If this succeeds, my actions will be easier. The biggest advantage is that knowing we can negotiate with Veldora, far fewer nations will dare to provoke us rashly. If anyone objects, speak now. Especially Veldora, since I am essentially shifting my own crimes onto you. No problem at all. Veldora laughed. I decided long ago to bear the sins alongside you. You and the little girl Lin Chu should make good use of my storm dragon prestige. Thanks a lot. In that case, I can continue negotiating with various nations just as before. Rigurd was very happy. As expected of Lord Rimuru. This plan is fantastic. Sophia was reinvigorated. No, King Gazel proposed this plan, and Lin Chu made minor adjustments. I merely organized everyone's opinions. Rimuru said this while looking at Gazel and the little person sleeping. I see. Thank you, King Gazel. Please also thank Miss Lin Chu for me. This way, when we act, we can look forward to reinforcements from both of your lords. Albus of the Yellow Serpent Horn bowed proudly. I see. This way, we can focus on dealing with Clayman. If we still can't win, it only proves my incompetence, Benimaru said, already imagining a great battle approaching. Alright, regarding the statement when I publicly reveal my demon lord identity, does anyone have any objections so far? Everyone nodded. Then, based on this, I would like to. Rimuru was interrupted again because Raphael was informing him that an extremely powerful surge of magicals was approaching. What's going on? Is Milam here again? No, the magical surge originates from the individual named Lin Chu. Lin Chu. What's happening? Rimuru, who hadn't figured out the situation yet, was suddenly covered by Diablo's protective barrier, along with everyone else in the pavilion. Lin Chu, who was unconscious, was naturally excluded. Before anyone could understand what was happening, the power erupting from Lin Chu surged towards them. Fortunately, Diablo had detected it in advance, otherwise, the destructive force might have caused enormous damage to some of the humans present. Naturally, those with exceptional strength were exempted. Just as this power was about to spread throughout the Jura Tempest Federation, a mental protective shield reappeared, resisting the erosion of this power. Meanwhile, the sphere of magicals enveloping Lin Chu excessively expanded due to the limited space, leading to an explosion. When the dust settled and everyone could see clearly, the sky had suddenly undergone an astonishing change. The once clear, cloudless sky abruptly darkened. Rolling black clouds rapidly surged toward them from all directions, covering the entire Jura Tempest Federation in just a moment. The appearance of this phenomenon caused both the Storm Dragon and Diablo to feel a massive sense of pressure. The thunderclouds approached with incredible momentum, and the intimidation contained within them was even more alarming. Amidst the black clouds filling the sky, countless black lightning bolts flashed and streaked, emitting a terrifying power of destruction. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Jura Tempest Federation, gales roared incessantly, and black lightning danced wildly. Then, the unconscious Lin Chu slowly ascended into the sky, which seemed to be responding to something, occasionally striking down a black lightning bolt of extremely high danger. The areas struck by the black lightning were extensive. The surrounding magical fluctuations seemed to sense something, surging all at once toward Lin Chu, enveloping her once more. Notice, the individual named Lin Chu is about to evolve into a demon lord. Upon completion, the monsters and subordinates under her lineage will receive the demon lord's blessing. Demon lord evolution commencing. Only when the voice of the world sounded did everyone snap out of their daze. Watching the aggressive black lightning strike around the magical sphere in the sky, everyone retreated a great distance, only letting out a sigh of relief once they were out of the lightning strike zone. However, the current situation made them all extremely nervous. They knew there was a chance for a demon lord evolution to result in a rampage, especially since this person could cause such a celestial phenomenon. Although the probability was small, if the person before them were to accidentally rampage. Rimuru seemed to know what everyone was thinking and reassured them, promising that he would not let that happen. Relax, everyone. With this great me present, what can a mere little girl do to me? Veldora showed a confident smile. Lord Rimuru, rest assured, I am here. Diablo said elegantly to Rimuru. If the person before them truly went berserk, it wouldn't be impossible for him to take some time to stop her. Notice. After confirmation, the individual named Lin Chu is currently hyper-evolving from a viscous creature into a demonic viscous spiritual body. Overall physical abilities will increase substantially. She will acquire the inherent functions and resistance of the former entity, and can freely switch between a material body or a spiritual body. As the emotionless voice of the world narrated, Diablo, Veldora, Gazel, and Alato watched the continuously rolling magical sphere in the sky with solemn caution, preparing for the possibility of a rampage. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats with the actions of the two. They anxiously looked up, praying that this little child must succeed. If she were to rampage, what they would face would be no ordinary catastrophe. After an unknown amount of time, the sky finally returned to normal, but the magical sphere continued to draw magicals from all directions, spinning even faster than before. Notice, the Demon Lord promotion gift package has been delivered. Based on the host's preferences, parts of the package have automatically generated a Gothic-style black and pink Lolita dress with layered off-shoulder sleeves, Japanese-style high-heeled long boots, and a Chinese-style night party curled hairstyle secured by wine-red velvet bow, bell, and cherry blossom edge clip hair accessories. The above items have been automatically equipped for the host. Please confirm receipt. Notice. Demon Lord evolution is complete. Personal page has been updated. Please check. Host. Subsequently, the voice of the world sounded again. The individual named Lin Chu has completed Demon Lord evolution. Bestowing blessing upon lineage monsters commencing. Inside the city, due to Rimuru's message, everyone had made ample preparations, gathering the 500 goblins and having them lie down, only relaxing once they ensured they wouldn't have the sudden, unprepared experience like last time. Nifa herself was unaffected by the hypnotic effect of the Demon Lord's blessing, she merely emitted a continuous golden light outward, looking worriedly at the magical sphere. Master, you must pull through. The magical sphere dispersed, and Lin Chu materialized into human form, automatically wearing the outfit that had just been described. Layers of ruffled lace adorned the black velvet fabric, abandoning the most common red pairing in favor of vibrant pink. The lower half was a modified short style, not extending to the ankle like traditional wear, but ending freely. A pair of knee-high boots with small heels had their cuffs delicately shaped like flowers, and the hem of the short leather skirt was embroidered with a layer of dark lace, whose elegance could only be seen under specific lighting. Rimuru slowly widened his eyes. This scene, Lin Chu's appearance before him, was exactly the same as the image shown in the crystal ball back then. Just as everyone thought the danger was over, Lin Chu's sudden movement made them wary again. They watched as she raised both hands, and stretched out a carefree yawn. Oh dear, I feel dizzy. That sleep was truly able. Oh my back, tisk 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 tisk. Everyone, Rimuru, can you come over and rub my back a few times? It doesn't feel right. Rimuru. Everyone looked at Lord Lin Chu with black lines, a sweat drop expression. Judging by the situation, she seemed fine. Beldora looked at Lin Chu with disappointment. He had thought he could have a satisfying fight with this little girl, especially since he had seen the entire fight between Lin Chu and Milam through Rimuru's eyes. Watching it had made his hands itch, and he desperately wanted to join the fray. LINCHUDOYOUFEEL, Rimuru shouted loudly. From a distance, the little girl seemed to have grown taller. NOTHING. BUT, WHY, ARE, YOU, SO, FAR, AWAY. Lin Chu replied loudly. She was confused seeing everyone keeping their distance. Then, she noticed her own changes. She seems to have grown taller. It wasn't an illusion, she genuinely felt she had grown quite a bit. Was it the shoes? Notification. After becoming a demon lord, the host's physical abilities will comprehensively and significantly increase. Naturally, this includes height. Excluding the height of the shoes, the host has grown a total of 18 centimeters. Then what is my current height? 158 centimeters tall, host. Although it's still short of your 168 goal, you're getting close. Without dwelling further on her height, Lin Chu looked at her personal status page again, and then she seemed to realize something. Wait, something's wrong. A demon lord. I didn't even try to become one. Does this body come with automatic updates? Lin Chu was extremely confused. Sigh, it seems the idea of instantly reaching max level upon promotion is unlikely. She shook her head and continued checking. Wow, all her stats were maxed out, and several new skills were added. Even the number previously showing her magicals quantity had turned into infinity. But, whether this changes or not doesn't really matter, since she can't use it all up anyway. Lin Chu scrolled the page a few more times, then she saw a red exclamation mark in one section. She clicked it and saw the words ultimate skill written there. Let me see. Gluttony. Pride. Justice. Patience. Patience. Could it be the kind where you sacrifice your mana bar for HP? No, that shouldn't be the meaning. She remembered seeing it somewhere in the book. Never mind, I'll check later. Lin Chu stopped worrying and looked at the other three. Gluttony could be understood literally, and she had seen Rimuru use it in the book, so she could ignore it. As for the other two, she remembered pride seemed to be able to copy other people's abilities, which was quite convenient. Justice was mentioned later in the book, but it was so far back that she had forgotten what this skill display was. It looks like I need to constantly review my materials. Lin Chu closed the ultimate skill display and looked down at her outfit. Everyone had just walked up to her. Rimuru stepped forward to check, only feeling relieved after confirming that the little girl had only grown taller and suffered no other major injuries. However, as he looked at the portion of Lin Chu's thigh exposed due to the clothing design, an unreadable light flashed in his eyes. Lin Chu didn't notice Rimuru's gaze. She just wanted to know what she looked like now. Can someone get me a full-length mirror? I'll do it, Lord Lin Chu. Xian was very enthusiastic. She couldn't wait for Lord Lin Chu to see her brand new self. Seeing herself in the mirror, looking like a noble, Lin Chu was very satisfied. If her former appearance was cute, nimble, and even a bit precocious, now she was a typical beauty. Only her hands were still slightly smaller than her peers, otherwise, everything else was perfect. System, what kind of ridiculous setting is this? Playing dead. It's bad enough you're playing dead, but you had to say it out loud. Seeing that the system had shut down, Lin Chu ignored it and began to admire her current appearance. She didn't feel strange about the portion of her thigh exposed by the clothing design. Besides, not much was exposed, just the part between her thigh and knee. It's just that the front two strands of hair are quite long, reaching her chest. I should find some time to trim them. Does every evolution come with skincare? She felt that her current skin was the kind that would get injured even doing a little bit of work. But it's not a bad thing. Let the evolution proceed. Lin Chu withdrew her gaze, looked at herself in the mirror, then waved her hand, deploying the Demon Lord wings, one of the Demon Lord package items. Though called demon lord wings, they looked more like angel wings, except for the fact that one of them was black. Seeing Lin Chu's transformed state, the monsters were all delighted. Now, both of their leaders were awakened demon lords. Furthermore, Lin Chu herself was the Jura Tempest Federation's top combat power. If they wanted to, well, the monsters were already letting their imaginations run wild. Lin Chu, however, didn't have any particular thoughts about her magicules. She looked left and right in the mirror, very satisfied with her hairstyle and clothing. Hey, old system, why didn't you tell me about such a great benefit of becoming a demon lord earlier? You didn't ask. The person and the system conversed. Meanwhile, on Gazel's side, the original plan was disrupted. He had thought nothing could be more outrageous than Rimuru becoming a demon lord and Veldora being released, but he hadn't accounted for Lin Chu. Lin Chu was known for causing the most trouble. It was possible that the phenomenon just caused had already been noticed by others. It looked like he needed to make some changes to the original statement. Gazel sighed as he thought this. Because the pavilion was completely ruined by Lin Chu, the meeting location was changed to the conference room. As stated above, Lin Chu and I became demon lords, which made negotiation with Veldora possible. Due to Lin Chu becoming a demon lord, she bore too many magicules, causing her to lose control and trigger a strange phenomenon. Fortunately, Storm Dragon Veldora, who has already made peace with us, stepped in to help, and together with me and the hero Yum, suppressed the excess magicules in Lin Chu's body, preventing excessive casualties. Lose control, which cultivation novel did you get that from? Lin Chu listened speechlessly to this statement, but since she was the one who caused the mess, she decided to let it go. Thinking this, she created a clone and quietly slipped out. Since she knew what they were talking about anyway, skipping one meeting was no big deal, as she was confident no one would notice. So, based on this, I want to determine the future course of action. Rimuru stated his plan, completely oblivious to the appearance of Lin Chu. Meanwhile, outside, Ramirez was talking to Lin Chu. Hey, why did you sneak out without me? Ramirez said from behind. Who are you? Strange, how did she notice? Oh, right, you were asleep when I introduced myself earlier. In that case, I'll introduce myself again. You better listen closely. Ramirez cleared her throat and spoke with incredibly exaggerated gestures. I am Ramirez, who holds the title of Labyrinth Fairy and is also the strongest demon lord among the 10 great demon lords. Oh, alright. I am Lin Chu, one of the sovereigns of the Jura Forest. I know you. Rimuru mentioned you. But you were just tiny a moment ago. How did you suddenly get bigger? Even your clothes changed. Ramirez asked curiously, but after observing her for a moment, she immediately recognized the demon lord aura. I know. You evolved into a demon lord. How is it? Doesn't becoming a demon lord feel great tilde? Ramirez flew proudly in front of Lin Chu. Since you're a beginner who just became a demon lord, you probably don't know the benefits yet. I can generously tell you the advantages of being a demon lord tilde. How about it? Do you want to hear them tilde? No. Oh tilde, in that case, I'll just. Huh. You don't want to. Don't you want to know the benefits of becoming a demon lord? I'm already a demon lord anyway, so I'll experience the benefits sooner or later. Why are you like that? Ramirez glared at Lin Chu indignantly, but the other party completely ignored her and took a few sips from the water she was holding. Ramirez's attention quickly shifted. What is this? Why are you drinking it constantly? Is it that good? Ramirez said, putting on an expression that showed she wanted a taste too. Here, have some. Lin Chu tilted the cup just enough to ensure the other party could drink from it. Ramirez drank the water from the cup, but immediately spat it out away from the cup. Tui. Tui. What is this? You actually drink this? Herbal tea. What? Doesn't it taste good? Taste it yourself and see if it's good. I think it's alright. Plus, it has the effect of reducing internal heat. It's great. Ramirez stuck out her tongue, looking depressed. Lin Chu wanted to laugh at her expression. Was it really that awful? She thought for a moment and pulled something out of her pocket. Here, Compito. Ramirez looked at Lin Chu suspiciously. I promise, if it doesn't taste good, I'm a pig. Ramirez then half-believingly took Lin Chu's candy. After putting it in her mouth, her eyes lit up. This is delicious. Right tilde. Ramirez finished the candy and was still savoring the taste when a second piece appeared before her. Lin Chu, you truly are a good slime. Ramirez took the candy, enjoying the feeling of the sweetness melting in her mouth. After finishing it, she looked eagerly at Lin Chu. A third, a fourth, until the fifth piece of candy was finished. Ramirez looked at Lin Chu again, but this time, Lin Chu made an X gesture with her hands. No more. You're too small, you shouldn't consume too much sugar. My body is special. Even so, no. It would be terrible if you got a cavity. A cavity. Yes, a cavity. Where I come from, if you get a cavity, you have to get a tooth extraction. Do you know how tooth extractions work? Ramirez shook her head. A tooth extraction is pulling out a tooth that has gone bad. They really pull it out. Of course. Lin Chu looked at her indescribable expression and knew this guy must have misunderstood something. They don't just pull it out directly. First, they administer anesthetic, then they pull it. If it's serious, after the anesthetic, they even have to use a special small drill to reach inside the tooth and drill tooth. After Lin Chu finished speaking, she imitated the sound of drilling teeth to scare Ramirez. Seeing her cover her ears, Lin Chu continued. After the extraction, your mouth will be swollen for a few days, and you'll have to take anti-inflammatory medicine, and also. I get it. I won't eat anymore. Ramirez looked very wronged. Lin Chu looked at her dejected appearance. However, eating a small amount of sugar won't cause cavities, like 2 pieces a day. Before she finished, Ramirez's eyes sparkled again. In other words, as long as I don't get cavities, I can still keep eating candy, right? You could say that. In that case, I'll come back tomorrow. Ramirez said, then happily flew away, leaving Lin Chu completely bewildered. So, what exactly did she come to me for? By the time Lin Chu returned to her main body, she heard Alato questioning Fizz. I ask you, do you really believe in these 2 monsters, Rimuru and Lin Chu? The atmosphere suddenly became silent. What do you mean? Whether these monsters are falsely claiming to have founded a nation or doing something else, there's no need for Blumen to formally recognize this country, let alone get so deeply involved with them. While everyone's attention was on Alato, Lin Chu quietly ate a piece of candy. In other words, if it were me, I would only maintain trade while observing the reaction of the Western Holy Church. While enjoying the benefits, I would secretly report them behind their backs and let the church decide if anything is inappropriate. That is how a small nation navigates its way, isn't it? Listening to Alato's words, to put it bluntly, he was asking, is this deal actually reliable? Fizz scratched his head irritably. Fine. I think I understand. Then let me lay it all out. He stood up and looked at Rimuru. Indeed, what Duke Alato just said was my initial opinion as well, and that's what I reported to my superior, but that opinion was rejected by him. He asked me what we should do if war breaks out. Since we're gambling the fate of the nation anyway, rather than asking the Western Holy Church for help, it's better to trust the Lord of Monsters. Of course, the Dwarf Kingdom and your country are both major powers and surely have many paths to choose from, but for a small nation like ours, a single wrong step means losing the entire game. Establishing a relationship of mutual trust and pursuing coexistence and mutual benefit, this is the conclusion of our country's top leadership. So, you came to assist the Jura Tempest Federation. Was that also your superior's judgment? Alato asked. Exactly. Since a mutual protection treaty has already been concluded, he ordered me to fulfill the promise. However, even if the country broke the treaty, I would have come anyway. Who told me to be a free man? Well, holding a position in the Kingdom of Blumen's Intelligence Bureau can be considered the end of my good luck. By the way, who is the superior you mentioned? His Majesty the King of our country himself. It makes sense. To put it bluntly, a small country like Blumen wouldn't even catch the attention of the Western Holy Church. Rather than suffering in a war, it's better to choose the latter. I'm very sorry, Lord Fizz. But thanks to you, I now deeply understand the Kingdom of Blumen's perspective. I already trust Rimuru and Lin Chu, you don't need to doubt them. That's easy for you to say, Gazel, but establishing new diplomatic relations with a monster nation isn't a decision we can make easily. I truly admire the King of Blumen. Stop the nonsense. You only rushed over here because you had already made your decision from the start, didn't you, Alato the strategist? Gazel took a sip of tea. So, what is your conclusion? HMPH, I already have my own conclusion, but before I say it. Alato looked at the two of them. May I ask one more question? Hey, Dad, stop keeping us in suspense and just say it. Eren said impatiently. Young lady, it's not appropriate to speak like that. Exactly. He's trying so hard to look dignified. The strategist has lost all face. Lin Chu silently watched the drama unfold. Your dad is being all majestic up there, and here you are, undermining him from below. She really is a daughter who leaks her father's secrets. Just as she was thinking this, Rimuru's demon lord Haki suddenly washed over her. Lin Chu glanced at Rimuru. Oh, he's actually willing to use his demon lord Haki. She looked at Alato again. Oh tilde I see why he suddenly released it. He's giving the other party a way to save face. Nice emotional intelligence, Rimuru. So, demon lord Lin Chu. May I ask, with one country and two rulers, I cannot guarantee that you and Rimuru won't one day have disagreements due to different views, leading to a split in the nation. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Chu. Listen to yourself. Lin Chu glanced at Alato. Even if there are disagreements due to different views, we just need to talk things through. We're not 3-year-olds, there's no need to make a scene. Have you never thought about taking the Jura Tempest Federation for yourself? I find even the idea of world domination too troublesome. Do you think I'd do something like that? Lin Chu shrugged. In the time that would take, it's better to think about how to make the Jura Tempest Federation develop quickly so the monsters can grow and have a place of their own. When that time comes, I can make a glorious exit. Exit. Seeing that the other party didn't understand her meaning, Lin Chu explained, it means retiring, taking it easy, and quitting the job. Lin Chu, how old are you that you're already thinking about retirement? Rimuru looked at her with a smile. So, I'll be counting on you when the time comes. Lin Chu replied with a grin, her hands pressed together. Don't even think that I'll be doing all the work, you have to do your part too. No, I refuse. It's not up to you. Listening to their childish conversation, Gazel sighed and said to Alato, you can completely trust Lin Chu's words, because she was practically born to be lazy. Lin Chu. Alato. However, it is precisely because of this mindset of hers that the Jura Tempest Federation has developed quite well. I estimate that in a few more years, it will have the air of a major power. Alato. Then for the next question, as demon lords, how do you plan to use your power? Does that even need thinking? Lin Chu put her hands on her hips. Of course it's to round up everyone in the world who doesn't like cilantro and make them plant cilantro for me tilde. Rimuru. Benamaru. Xian. Diablo. Alato. Please answer properly. Lady Lin Chu. Lin Chu. Okay. Rimuru stood up. The answer is simple. We want to establish a world that is easy to live in, a prosperous world where everyone can live happily and freely. Alato was shocked. Such a pipe dream of a vision, do you really think it can be achieved? That's why power is needed. Rimuru paused for a moment and continued, ideals without power are just empty talk, and power without ideals only seems hollow. I am willing to cleanse the world, just to protect a corner of this fleeting life. Lin Chu also stood up and spoke seriously, looking like a completely different person from her previous casual self. Hearing their answers, Alato showed a look of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Interesting, truly interesting. Demon Lord Lin Chu, Demon Lord Rimuru, what heavy burden demon lords you are. I can understand why you were able to awaken. Alato finished with a smile and bowed to the two of them. Please forgive my previous disrespect. To both of you, and especially to Lady Lin Chu, I, as the envoy of the Magic Dynasty Sarian, hope to establish diplomatic relations with the Jura Tempest Federation. I earnestly request a positive response from you both. Seeing their father bow, Ren and her two guards naturally did the same. Rimuru stepped forward and reached out his hand to Alato. We also hope to establish a friendly relationship with you. We gladly accept your proposal. Lin Chu also stepped forward and shook hands with Alato. Thus, amidst warm applause, the meeting concluded. Tempest and the Magic Dynasty Sarian officially established diplomatic relations. After Bloomond and Dworgen, this was the third human nation. The meeting has come to an end. Next up is the subjugation of Clayman. Everyone, take down Clayman. Mission guaranteed. I've been waiting for those words. Also, the three Beastkadirs and the other Beastmen warriors. We are now under the command of both of you. Rimuru, can we win? We must win. That guy really pissed me off. Easier said than done. Clayman is a demon lord who rules over many magic born. We mustn't be careless. Hehe, I've received my master's demon lord's blessing. I wouldn't be afraid even if there were 10,000 of him. Clayman's castle. Milam was killed by that slime. They're threatening me. They want to seize the seat of demon lord. I'm sure of it. However, I've found out that the one who instigated them is demon lord Carrion. I see. If the other side betrays first, then we have a just cause. You said Milam was killed. Yes. I heard the whole process through the marionette heart, and the heart I kept here has already turned to ash. Is that so? What a pity, she was a good girl. Haha, Ter told me before to treasure my tools when using them. I heard you were the one who taught her that, Laplace. Laplace sighed. Clayman, is this operation really your own decision? Hey, the only ones who can command me are Lord Kazaram and that benefactor of mine. You should know that better than anyone. Understood. That's good then. Before leaving, Laplace suddenly thought of something. Lastly, as a friend, one more piece of advice. You'd better not be overconfident about controlling Demon Lord Milam. She is one of the ancient demon lords with a history even longer than Chairman Kazarim's. Whatever you do, don't let your guard down. Speaking of which, what is Ramirez here for? Rimuru looked at Ramirez, who was reading manga and giggling from time to time, feeling very confused. Congratulations to you and Miss Lin Chu on evolving into demon lords, the doll nearby spoke up. Rimuru noticed her. Oh, it's you. It looks like you're doing very well. Thank you for your concern. Make sure to listen to Ramirez, except for the parts that are complete nonsense. Leave it to me. I won't let you down. Just as Rimuru was about to ask what the two were here for, a familiar figure flashed by. Rimuru, I heard you made this thing. Yeah, I made one to compensate for the doll I broke. Didn't I tell you? You certainly didn't. Alright then. The newcomer was Lin Chu, and she circled around Beretta. It looks okay. But my Nifa is still superior. Yes, master. You can hear me and talk to me. Reporting to master, this is a new skill I obtained from the demon lord's blessing. Oh, I see. Lin Chu stopped talking to Nifa and looked up at the doll. Nice to meet you. I am a doll created by Lord Rimuru. My name is Beretta, and I currently belong to Lady Ramirez. Hello, I am Lin Chu. Lord Rimuru has mentioned you, Lord Lin Chu. Lin Chu signaled Rimuru to go chat with Ramirez while she continued her conversation with Beretta. So, did he say anything about me? Beretta was stunned for a moment. Don't mind it. I'm the boss here, so feel free to speak. Oh, okay. Beretta paused for a moment before speaking. Lord Rimuru said you are very kind-hearted and amiable. Lin Chu looked at Rimuru, who was still chatting with Ramirez, cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone, and whispered to Beretta, blink if you're being forced to say this. Lord Lin Chu, everything I said is true. Really? Lin Chu looked at the figure before her with suspicion, feeling certain that Rimuru must have said something to her beforehand. Really? Fine, it seemed she wouldn't get anything out of this one. She tactfully stepped aside to listen to the conversation between the other two. Rimuru, by the way, Ramirez, what are you two here for? Ramirez, I've encountered my fated true love. Rimuru, what? Ramirez, this wonderful book called, manga. That girl, who will she choose in the end? Oh, it's so agonizing tilde. Rimuru, hey, Ramirez, if you don't want me to spoil who she chooses, hurry up and tell me why you're here. Understood. Ramirez flew into the air. In that case, I'll say it one more time. Having said that, she raised her hands above her head and pointed at Rimuru. This nation, Tempest, will be destroyed. Rimuru. Lin Chu. Oh, I'm so scared. Hee, frightened, aren't you? Not at all. Besides, there's no need to say that anymore. That being said, I don't want to see Tempest destroyed either, so I've come specifically out of the goodness of my heart to tell you. You should thank me. For example, Lin Chu, give me another candy. Rimuru, why would it be destroyed? Ramirez, don't panic. Stay calm. Lin Chu, we're not panicking. We are very calm. Because of Demon Lord Clayman's proposal, Walpurgis has been convened. What's that? It's the Feast of the Demon Lords. A special gathering where all the Demon Lords assemble, abbreviated as, the Demon Lord Feast. It's recorded in ancient texts that when the Demon Lords gather, a great war is about to break out. It seems the day the Demon Lords assemble was named Walpurgis by the Western Holy Church, Alato added from the side. Walpurgis, originally meaning the night of the witches' revelry, gave rise to the legend of devils gathering on Mount Brocken. Seeing things starting to play out just as Lin Chu had said, Rimuru asked, so, the Demon Lords gather to start a war? No, it's not like that. I'm not that bored, I don't want to do something as troublesome as war. You look pretty bored to me, Lin Chu grumbled inwardly. The Demon Lord Feast is held frequently. The Demon Lords get together to drink tea, report on their recent activities, and chat about interesting topics. It's not something exaggerated like a war as the Western Holy Church claims. If it's just a tea party, how is Tempest going to be destroyed? I bet it's the agenda this time. The agenda. Exactly. And someone added some extra spice to it, right? Perfectly core. Wait, how did you know? The agenda content is probably something shocking. A new power has emerged in the Jura Great Forest, or shocking. The leader of the Jura Great Forest Alliance actually dares to call himself a demon lord, he's truly overestimating himself, and so on. Completely correct. How on earth did you do that? Lin Chu pointed to her head and nodded at Ramirez. Wait a minute, you've started calling yourselves demon lords. Though considering your and Rimuru's personalities, it's not surprising. You'll run into a lot of trouble, but with your strength, you should be fine, right? Everyone nodded. Rimuru asked again, so Clayman's goal really is to sanction me and Lin Chu. Anyone who wants to sanction can do as they please, that's an unspoken rule in our circles. But I heard the reason he specifically convened the Demon Lord Feast is that Demon Lord Carrion has defected. Hearing this, the three Beastketeers couldn't sit still. What do you mean by that? Who are you guys? They are the three Beastketeers under Carrion. Oh, but there's no point in getting angry at me, Ramirez said, looking very innocent. Who did he say Lord Carrion betrayed? Sophia was furious. He violated the non-aggression treaty with the Jura Great Forest and even revealed to you that a magic-born named Milam was Clayman's subordinate, right? And then we killed Milam, right? Yeah. Seeing the two of them not worried at all, Ramirez grew anxious. I'm telling you, this is a huge deal. A huge deal. Why are you still so calm? Carrion seems to have already lost to Milam, and Clayman seems to have ordered his magic-born subordinates to attack. See, you said it's a huge deal. Since it's a huge deal, we have to be even calmer. It looks like he's already started moving. I told you not to be so calm right now. Ramirez flew around the room in a frenzy. Don't get so worked up. Besides, at the end of the day, we didn't kill Milam, Rimuru said, looking at Ramirez. What do you mean? It means Clayman is talking nonsense. Do you have proof? Rimuru pointed behind him, and Milam became the center of attention. She looked a bit embarrassed. Lady Demon Lord Ramirez. The magic-born you said was killed is actually me. I am Milam. After hearing this, Demon Lord Ramirez fell silent for a moment, her facial expressions changing rapidly. Look at that, you've fried her CPU. Rimuru held back a laugh and gave Lin Chu a thumbs up. Oh, I've got it. The culprit is Clayman. Seeing that the child had finally come to her senses, Lin Chu nodded with a sense of hardship. Curse that Clayman. He actually tried to trick even me. But I am the great detective Ramirez. A great detective won't be fooled so easily. The fairy queen might look small, but her wisdom. It has been accumulated over the ages. True accumulation of years. By the way, Ramirez, I want to ask you something. HMPH, I am the great detective Ramirez. Ask away. Ramirez said grandly, patting her chest. Clayman fell for the fake news that Lin Chu killed Mulan and has started to take action. So how do you think the other demon lords will act? The meeting room fell silent as everyone waited for Ramirez's answer. Ramirez hadn't expected Rimuru to ask this and started to look dazed. How should I know? He just told me that for various reasons, he's holding a demon lord feast and asked me to attend. For a moment, the meeting room was deathly quiet. So when is the demon lord feast? You should know the exact date. Oh, let me think. Which day was it again? Looking at Ramirez, who was still racking her brain, Lin Chu felt a wave of helplessness. Oh, I remember. Ramirez puffed out her chest confidently. It's on the night of the new moon, 3 days from now. The wedding night. The new moon. Oh. Lin Chu counted on her fingers, then seemed to think of something, suddenly exclaiming, whoa. That's soon. Because her voice was so loud, it drew everyone's gaze. Lord Lin Chu, this, shouldn't you have known? Rigard asked, very puzzled. I'm not a fortune teller, how would I know when it starts? Lin Chu shrugged and said as if it were obvious. That seems fair. The monsters stopped looking at Lin Chu and began to think for themselves. Indeed, although Lin Chu had analyzed their abilities, it was unrealistic to kill Clayman within 3 days. The key was that they didn't know the movements of the other demon lords. Looking at it this way, the final showdown might have to wait until after the demon lord feast. By the way, why did you come to tell us this? Ramirez. Rimuru asked curiously. Well, Ramirez stopped talking and landed on Beretta's head. If you get taken out, I'm worried something will happen to my Beretta. But as for Lin Chu, I'm not worried. Why? Ramirez looked at Lin Chu, because I can feel that she is strong, and not just normally strong. Hey, even if you praise me like that, I won't give you any extra candy. How could you? Ramirez made a fuss for a while before standing on Beretta's head again. So, I'm going to establish an entrance to the labyrinth here. You two Tilda won't have any objections, right? Tilda, Ramirez rubbed her hands together. What did she say? Lin Chu, who had just been spacing out, looked dazed, leaving Rimuru to be the only one angry. How could I not have an objection? What's the big deal Tilda? Oh, don't worry about such trivial details Tilda. I care a lot. You should care a little too. See, Lin Chu Chan didn't say anything. As expected, Lin Chu Chan loves me the most. Isn't that right, Lin Chu Chan Tilda? She clearly didn't hear a word. Oh, then I'll go back to reading my book. Hey. It looked like the meeting would have to continue, but due to Lin Chu's strong protest, we decided to take a break first. Inside the bathhouse, Lin Chu transformed back into a slime, lazily soaking in the water. This is the life. She completely let herself sink into the water, but before she could enjoy the feeling of fatigue being washed away by the hot spring, she was scooped up. Master. Why are you drowning? It seems Master still needs protection. It can't be helped. Let me, the guardian of Tempest, Fa. Give you artificial respiration Tilda. After Nifa finished speaking, she moved in to kiss her. Seeing that she was about to be kissed, Lin Chu thought quickly and spat out a bunch of the hot spring water she had just absorbed onto Nifa's face. Thanks, I feel much better. On the other side, Rimuru heard the frolicking and laughter coming from the women's bath, then turned to look at the 4 middle-aged men behind him and sighed. If I had known, I would have gone to wash over there. The 4 grown men didn't seem to notice Rimuru's resentful little look, each one was thoroughly enjoying themselves. Alato. Ah, truly comfortable. Gazel. Yes, refreshing for the mind and spirit. Fizz. By the way, can an android's body feel this too? Yeah. Alato gave a brief, perfunctory reply, then swam towards Rimaru's direction and shouted toward the opposite bath. Ren-chan, is the water temperature still okay? A wash basin was thrown from above, accurately landing on Alato's head. Honestly, what's there to be embarrassed about? Alato didn't mind what just happened at all and enjoyed a small drink. By the way, Lord Rimuru. What is it? I think if we build a road between our country and Tempest, connecting them in a straight line, it should make travel much more convenient. What do you and Lord Lin Chu think? You mean, let us renovate the main road. Alato, you're trying too hard to take advantage. Gazel couldn't watch any longer. Ah, but we've been maintaining the main road from here all the way to the Dwarf Kingdom ourselves. Rimuru muttered softly. It's fine for Lord Rimuru to say that, but you of all people have no right to talk to me. Dwarf King, I'm his senior brother. Are we the same? Huh? Seeing that the two were not about to stop, Rimuru quickly jumped into the center to attract attention. Well, I understand Duke Alato's opinion. We can handle the road renovation, but, I hope the security on the road and the operation of the post stations can also be handed over to us. Of course, these expenses will be included in the transit tax, which we will collect. To put it colloquially, it means, I opened this mountain, I planted this tree, if you want to pass through here, leave your toll money. Understood, your request is reasonable. However, regarding this transit tax, I hope we can renegotiate it every few years. Okay, let's do that. Rimuru agreed very readily. Is it that casual? Fizz was a bit surprised. You're really taking advantage. I told you, you have no right to talk to me. Gazel. Alato said angrily to Gazel, then turned back to Rimuru with a smile. Then, it's a deal. Everyone. On the other side of the bathhouse, Lin Chu returned to her human form and lay on a sun lounger. Nifa was giving her a massage, while the two Sprite sisters and Ramirez were comfortably soaking in the hot spring. Did we get the steps reversed? In what sense? We should have massaged first and then soaked. Oh, it's all the same tilde. As they were talking, both noticed a corner of the bathhouse where a living creature, resembling a mannequin but not quite, was soaking in the water. What is that thing? Nifa's voice made the other three notice the unidentified creature in the corner. A bad feeling shot up to their heads, giving several of them goosebumps. Only after the thing slowly turned its head to reveal its face did they feel relieved. How skeletal. Aren't you afraid of rusting? Thank you for your concern, Lady Ramirez, but I won't. After a bit of a farce, everyone changed into various styles of bathrobes and headed to the dining area. Although everyone's bathrobes were very nice, Lin Chu really hadn't expected the Chunibyo dragon to wear a dragon robe, so she took a few extra looks. Veldora noticed her gaze. How is it? This outfit isn't bad, right? It looks very handsome, doesn't it? Lin Chu nodded honestly. Indeed, the last time she saw this was in a picture of Qin Shi Huang. Ahem, is everyone here? Rimuru pulled everyone's attention back, preparing to start the second meeting, but was interrupted by Ramirez. I'm asking you, what's going on? What on earth is going on here? What do you mean? Those two. Why are they doting on me so much? What's really going on? Isn't that nice? Lin Chu looked over, puzzled. It's great. I mean, this kind of life is simply wonderful. So, to ensure this kind of life can last, I've made a huge decision. Rimuru, Lin Chu, I've decided to live here from now on. I say, don't just decide on your own. Besides, Trainee and the others still have to manage the Jura forest. They don't live here, and they can't just take care of you. Rimuru tried to reason with her. But it was clearly useless. Stingy, stingy, stingy. What's the harm? If something really happens, won't the strongest Ramirez step in? I say, Lord Rimuru, Lord Lin Chu, please leave the matter of taking care of Lady Ramirez to us. Yes, please do consider this matter positively. We beg for your permission. After the Tree Sprite sisters finished speaking, they bowed slightly to the two. Since the Tree Sprite sisters had put it that way, Lin Chu sighed and gave Ramirez a flick on the forehead. Look at you, you're already so big, such a small person, even they are more sensible than you. Oh, Lin Chu, how could you do this, wah? Cut it out. The two soon started bickering and playing around again. Rimuru shook his head at the scene and turned to the Tree Sprite sisters. I understand. I'll think about it. Really. Rimuru is the best. Lin Chu, you should learn more from him. Ramirez excitedly hugged Rimuru's head, sticking her tongue out at Lin Chu from time to time. Whenever Lin Chu made a move, she would quickly hide behind Rimuru's head. If anyone was going to suffer, it would be Rimuru's head. Lin Chu, Rimuru, what are your thoughts on a sprite acting big because of who she's with? After saying that, she shoved a microphone into his face. Rimuru. Then, if there are no problems, everyone just dig in. We'll talk while we eat. Just as Rimuru was about to pick up his chopsticks, Lin Chu raised her hand. I have a question. No skipping the meeting. No. My legs are just numb from sitting, someone give me a hand. At Lin Chu's request, Rimuru brought her a stool and table, and only after making sure she was perfectly comfortable did the meal officially begin. Listening to everyone praise the food, Lin Chu finally sampled the dishes in front of her. Tempura, slime dumplings, shiitake beef noodles, miso soup, every single item was something she loved. After such a long meeting you must all be exhausted, but please bear with me a little longer. With that, Rimuru asked Xian for a report on the three prisoners. Lin Chu, happily scooping rice into her mouth, felt her heart skip. She'd completely forgotten to remind Xian not to mince those three into pieces. While she frantically wondered what to do, Xian, standing beside Rimuru, proudly recounted the results of her interrogation. Sure enough, Yum and Milam looked a little green. Right, too late now, whatever, we still have Noir, let him handle it. Reassured, Lin Chu went back to her bowl and tuned out their conversation. No matter when or where, filling her stomach came first. Then let me handle the persuasion. Dworgen will also trumpet its trade with Tempest far and wide. Salian will formally announce the establishment of diplomatic relations with Tempest. Then I'll focus on finishing this food. She thought, chopsticks moving non-stop. Once the other nations show interest, even the Western Holy Church won't be able to act rashly. I'll count on you both. Leave it to us. By the way, I plan to have Yum rescue those three captives and stage a triumphant return. Oh, besides King Edamaris and Archbishop Racine, who was the third again? The one who was scared out of his wits, I think. The last survivor, probably Commander Fulgen, Gazel guessed. Rimuru pondered, then turned to Diablo. Diablo, you caught him, right? What's he like? Safe to send back? Diablo bowed elegantly. A small fry, absolutely no threat, though for a human his magic use is rather refined. A mage. Then it's not Fulgen. Indeed, Fulgen was the one who'd stepped out of the tent after talking with the king and instantly got himself killed, Lin Chu mused, slurping noodles. What's his name? Xian checked her notes, turned solemnly to Rimuru and said, Ramen. Beside her, Lin Chu choked. Ramen. Oh, ramen, come to think of it, ever since I tasted Lin Chu's ramen I haven't had it again. Rimuru looked nostalgic. The ramen in England's pretty good, you should try it sometime. Lin Chu replied between sips of soup. All right. Does Pharmas even have a mage called Ramen? His name is possible actual name or nickname. She set her bowl down to correct. Not Larson. The demon Larson. Nifa tilted her head. Huh. Hero Larson, truly unforgettable. Guardian of Pharmas, the wise demon, right. A paragon of sorcery, I've always wanted to test my blade against him. In a fist fight we'd win, but he's still not to be underestimated. Lin Chu felt lost. System, did you give me an abridged edition? Negative, host. Then why do I feel like I'm on a different channel from everyone else? Unknown, dear. Suggest you watch from the sidelines. Oh. Lin Chu dropped it and let the plot roll on. Xian, you're sure his name is Ramen? Well, maybe. He's just a kid, oh right. He's among the troops marching on Tempest, but not the great mage you guys describe. What the heck? Notice. Spirit-type secret arts can swap bodies. I know, possession, duh. Then I'll take my leave. Oh. It's Larson, our captive's name is Larson. Lin Chu stopped caring whether it was Larson or possible actual name or nickname and just watched. To think they captured the hero who upheld Pharmas for centuries. A sorcerer equal to, or surpassing, me, a veritable prodigy. Of course, look how long he's lived compared to you. Lin Chu drained her bowl, wiped her mouth, and declared a truce. Yum. Take King Edamaris, Archbishop Racine, and Larson, those three captives, and move out. Bring Diablo along. Diablo. We're declaring war on Clayman. Beldora will guard the city. I was racking my brain over who should back you up, so it's you. Understood, Lord Rimuru. The melancholy Diablo snapped back to life. This could take years, be patient. No problem, I'll finish it in a blink and return. Oh, Diablo. Lin Chu called. Yes, Lady Lin Chu. Being addressed as, Lady, by Noir, she blinked in surprise. Lady Lin Chu, I am Rimuru's retainer, and yours as well. Ah, we're only master and servant if I name you. Before she finished, Diablo's eyes lit up like a child expecting full mark rewards. You'll name me too. Didn't Rimuru already give you a name? At that, Diablo's head drooped. Lin Chu, how about you give him one? Rimuru suggested. After naming Diablo he'd lost tenfold magicules and wanted to see if she'd faint, or worse. Notice. Above scenario unlikely. Raphael, we need hands-on data. Single quote ellipsis single quote. In case naming her drains her, I'd better know in advance to protect her. Single quote ellipsis single quote. Since Rimuru didn't mind, and even encouraged her, whatever felt off could be ignored. You already have a name, so I'll give you a nickname. Without thinking she said. Then you're Xiao Hei, Little Black. The instant the words left her mouth, half her magicals vanished, though they refilled a moment later, no harm done. Meanwhile the demon's magicals surged at receiving a second name. She gaped. Seriously. That actually works. I just blurted it out. No way could she stick with that, calling him Little Black day in, day out, sounds awful, let's change it, how about pineapple? Under everyone's stunned stare, his magicals spiked again. Still no good, then Gaia. Another leap. Sharo. Surge. King of Ultra. Skyrocketed. After a dozen tries she reverted to the original, factoring in Noir's age. Fine, we'll go with Old Black, it sounds friendly. Everyone else. After all that fuss, Diablo finally got himself a nickname. Lord Lin Chu, your kindness to me, Old Black Diablo, will never be forgotten. You've got it wrong, that name isn't for that kind of use, it's a separate name. I understand, Lord Lin Chu. Old Black Diablo will never forget your great favor. No, you're completely mixed up. Diablo is your formal name, Old Black is your nickname. Worried he still didn't get it, Lin Chu added an explanation of formal versus nickname. I understand now, Lord Lin Chu. Seeing that Diablo finally understood, Lin Chu relaxed. After all that commotion she'd forgotten why she'd called Diablo over, only a dazed Rimuru reminded her. Oh right, Old Black, how's your magic ability? Lord Lin Chu, just as those two said moments ago. What about rules, then? Diablo only smiled and said nothing. Good, I get it. I'm leaving those three to you, make sure it looks nice. With the naming settled, Lin Chu finally turned to the rest. Rimuru was puzzled. Strange, shouldn't Diablo be a huge magicals glutton? Why's he fine around Lin Chu? Curious, he tried to open Lin Chu's profile, but found it blocked. Weird. It worked before, what's going on? Notification. Unknown. Even Raphael doesn't know. How can that be? Because I blacklisted you. A voice echoed in Rimuru's mind, giving him a fright. Lin Chu glanced at him too. Huh, didn't I say I'm one of the good guys, why's he still checking up on me? No idea. Sigh. Being good is hard. Lin Chu sighed, seeing Rimuru's attention elsewhere, she tried to slip out, only to be yanked back. Trying to skip the meeting again. Ouch, how could I under your watch? I just wanted a breath of fresh air. Seeing he didn't buy it, she added, an old saying goes, a stroll after meals keeps you alive to 99. You don't seem to need that. It's for digestion. You don't need that either. Lin Chu grew anxious. Come on. I just want some fresh air. I may not need digestion, but everyone else does. They're stuffed, if you don't let them walk it off, that's no good. Besides, after such a long meeting they must be tired, why not take a break and show them our culture-rich architecture? She said, sneaking peeks at the crowd. Sure enough, some were already tempted. Just a quick walk, I swear, I'll come right back. Rimuru wavered. Really? Really, pinky promise if you don't believe me. Deal. Seeing her answer so readily, Rimuru added softly, whoever lies must swallow 1,000 needles. Huh. Noticing her reluctance, Rimuru grinned in triumph. Isn't it supposed to be hanging? What? Now he was the baffled one, but Lin Chu didn't want to argue. Fine, needles it is. So you were planning to trick me. Oh, drop it, let's go. And so, after their childish thumbprint treaty, we got a chance for a stroll. At nearly 8 we reconvened. So, regarding Clayman's war, thanks to Ramirez's intel, we know they're eyeing us. Ramirez preened at the praise, giving a proud hum while the two sprites applauded. Soe. Here. Report on Clayman's army movements. Yes. Soe opened a shared vision. His force numbers about 30,000 and is currently reorganizing within Demon Lord Milam's territory. 30,000, not impossible odds. The commander isn't Clayman himself, the one radiating the most magicals is. In the vision appeared a man with an ice blade. That's their general. Yes, middle finger of the 5 fingers, Yamza. Milam supplied. Yamza wields the ice-bound magic sword given by Clayman, known as the Ice Devil Swordsman. He's despicable, cruel, and vicious, but his strength is real. He swore fealty to Clayman, so we never got along, yet he's the strongest demon of the 5 fingers. Middle finger Yamza, index finger Adalman, thumb 9-headed beast, little finger Perone. And I was once ring finger. Clayman is cautious, he must know the Beast Kingdom's warriors have gathered here. By that measure his own force looks thin. Everyone began wondering what Clayman intended. Benimaru guessed his target might not be Tempest and earned Lin Chu's praise. Indeed, his real target isn't our city, but Eurazania. But the capital's already ruined, and surrounding towns are only refugees. Why would he? I believe Clayman plans to slaughter every refugee still around Urizania so he can awaken as a true demon lord. The room froze at the words. Clayman learned the three Beastketeers and Carrion's main force withdrew here, so ravaging the Beast Kingdom now is the perfect chance. Clayman's army can reach Urizania in 2 days. Soe added. Even if we head back now we won't make it. He seized the initiative, the fool's even craftier than we thought. The Demon Lord feast is 3 nights away, he's counting on slaughtering the Beast Kingdom without other demon lords interfering. Seeing everyone silent, Lin Chu rallied morale. Cheer up, folks, we can still turn this around. How exactly, Lord Lin Chu? What do you mean how? We teleport everyone over, of course. An awkward silence fell. Shuna whispered, Lord Lin Chu, troop teleportation subjects soldiers to massive magical shock, it's unsuitable. I know, but slap a shield on and problem solved. Still seeing blank stares she said, look, living people can't teleport because they'd be attacked en route, so just shield yourselves. Defense. You know, defense. Or cook up a teleport array with built-in protection, either works. Lord Lin Chu, we understand the theory, but such a spell. Oh, I just finished designing it. Really? Good heavens. Just now. Are you sure, Lin Chu? Rimuru asked, uncertain. Positive. Lin Chu smiled, looking toward Raphael within Rimuru. Over to you, then. Roger. And that's the plan. After this, it all depends on your resolve. Cast the spell and we can transport the entire army in one go. Rimuru reached this conclusion after hearing Raphael's analysis. That will break Clayman's scheme. The rest is up to you, make sure you win. Yes, sir. The meeting adjourned, only the inner circle remained. Lin Chu exhaled in relief. Finally, she could rest. Starting tomorrow it's back to the grind. I'm counting on you all. Leave it to us. If only we knew Clayman's exact location, we could space transfer straight to his door, Rimuru said, glancing at the exhausted slime that Lin Chu had become after the long meeting. Lin Chu, do you know where he is right now? Lin Chu slowly turned herself around. Clayman still has to attend the Demon Lord feast, and besides, how would I know where he is? Fair point. Rimuru flipped over and fell silent. Hands up. Xian, go ahead. Since we don't know where Clayman is, let's just go to the Demon Lord feast and wipe out Clayman and every other descending Demon Lord. How about it? Good plan, right? Clayman's one thing, but making enemies of the other Demon Lords is unwise, the puddle that was Lin Chu told Xian. The last guy who tried that lost his home territory and was torn to shreds. Really? Attending the feast, though, that idea had merit, if they could swing it. Rimuru turned to Ramirez. Hey, Ramirez, can we join the Demon Lord feast? Attend the Demon Lord feast. Yeah, we'll ride the network cable and beat that idiot senseless. Lin Chu declared, collapsing back into a blob of slime. Not like that. Rimuru corrected. We think it'd be fun to show up in person. Clayman will be flustered when he sees us. Ramirez swallowed the food in her mouth. You should be able to attend, but listen, 2 attendance maximum. That rule was made after past incidents. What kind of incidents? Mutual brawls. Nifa jumped in at once. Master, you promised I'd get my one-on-one with Clayman. No backing out. All right, you're definitely coming. Lin Chu pondered. Then I'm one short. Old Black, you coming? A splendid idea. Please allow me to accompany you. Hold on, Master, Old Black still has that farmers business to handle, Nifa reminded. True. Go and come back quick, then. Lin Chu dismissed him with that and looked around. Anyone else want on my team? 1 slot left, first come, first served. Diablo. Still, it could be dangerous. No. While I don't believe Milam has truly turned, she did defeat Demon Lord Carrion. Probing her real intentions at the feast is reasonable. Exactly, Ramirez said, thumping her chest to force down another bite. Milam being Clayman's puppet. Impossible, she's way too headstrong. Milam betraying Lord Rimuru and Lord Lin Chu. Never. I've no proof, but my gut says it's impossible. Still, proof is thin. Honestly, I don't feel betrayed either. I choose to trust Milam, yet we can't ignore the situation. Lin Chu raised a languid hand. Could it be, she's just messing with Clayman? What do you mean, Lord Lin Chu? Think about it, an ancient demon lord controlled by a mere demon lord seed. Ridiculous. Unless what? She's acting. Everyone fell silent. Then what's Milam's motive? Right, Lin Chu Chan, even murder needs a motive. Lin Chu paused, then laid it out. What motive? Boredom. What else? Imagine you're so powerful no one dares challenge you. You're bored out of your skull. One day an ant claims it's controlling you. You could swat it, but you don't. Why? You just want to see what trick the ant has, right? Oh, makes sense. Indeed. We don't know Clayman's endgame yet, so we play along and don't expose Milam. Lord Lin Chu speaks wisely. And as Ramirez just said, the culprit, Clayman, is obvious. I agree. See. Detective Ramirez is always right. Ramirez beamed, basking in the praise of her two fairy sidekicks. Ahem. So we'll attend the feast to fish for clues. Who should we bring? Rimuru scanned the room. Everyone seemed busy. She unlocked Rimuru in her sights. Cornered by that stubborn stare, Rimuru caved. Fine. I'll take Xian and Ranga. Well, Rimuru's set. Who should I bring? Lin Chu's gaze drifted until it met the Chuni dragon reading in the corner. You're the one. Ha ha ha, no problem. I'll show you with my own strength that choosing me will be the best decision you ever make. Beldora stood up, patted his bathrobe, and declared, a mere demon lord. Nothing to fear. Hold on a second. Beldora, your job is to stay here and defend the city. What? But a single wave of my hand could. Protecting the city is vital work, arguably the most important. Besides, Lord Lin Chu, if we bring Beldora to the meeting, Clayman will get suspicious. Just stuff him into a mascot costume. That would stand out even more. Yeah, I guess it would. Who else could she take? Lord Lin Chu pondered. If Hikuro went, he'd watch her swordsmanship with his one good eye during the fight, then come back and announce she'd regressed and drag her into hellish training again. Come to think of it, she hadn't touched a sword in ages. The last time felt like over a year ago, whatever, maybe she'd just bring Nifa. Speaking of weapons, she currently owned only Hikuro's sword and two cleavers she'd forged herself. No question her swordplay had rusted, but she couldn't show up in a gorgeous dress wielding a kitchen knife, way too tacky. Seeing her silent, Rimuru thought barring Beldora had upset the girl. Don't worry, Lord Lin Chu, I can summon Beldora with a skill, he can still help out. Oh, okay. She answered absent-mindedly. Her lack of enthusiasm convinced Rimuru she must be down. While he wondered how to console her, she was actually rummaging through gift boxes in her space, hunting for a weapon that matched her gown. Host, this weapon requires a blood contract. She inspected it. Could your trope be any more cliched? Host, this weapon requires your deoxyribonucleic acid authentication. Changing the phrase doesn't make it fresh. She nicked a finger with a cleaver and dripped blood onto the weapon. The moment the blood touched it, crimson light burst outward. Under that glow it reshaped into a colossal, obviously overpowered battle axe. Even resting in place it radiated a menacing aura. Lord Lin Chu hefted it with effort, studied the runic patterns on the haft, then swung it through the air a few times. System, are you sure? This thing feels clunky for me. Indeed. To help you adapt, entering simulation battle. Minutes later she strode from the simulator, axe in hand, looking every inch a war god. Thanks to the training, her sync rate with the weapon had hit 100% and it now felt like an extension of her arm. Oh, right, for realism we might actually end up fighting Milam. She switched back to her main body, giddy at finally owning a weapon that matched her gown and loved close quarters mayhem, her tone unconsciously upbeat. Lord Lin Chu, do you enjoy fighting Milam that much? She shook her head and glanced at Beldora. She already knew how troublesome Milam was, their last duel had felt off. Now that she herself had become a demon lord and gained a new weapon, Milam would surely demand a rematch, with zero chance of holding back. Therefore she delegated the Milam duty to Beldora. Don't worry, I'll handle her. You just cheer me on from the sidelines. Sure. She answered half-heartedly and dived back into her space to admire the new axe. After chatting for ages they moved on to Beldora helping at the Demon Lord feast while the Jura Tempest Federation stayed woefully underdefended. All the heavy hitters were leaving, some to attend the feast, the rest to raid Clayman's base. Rimuru still brooded over that vision. To Lord Lin Chu he just looked traumatized by almost losing his home. No biggie, I'll stack a few more barriers. After locking the weapon into her skill slot so it couldn't drop, she spun, shifted to human form, and, mimicking the Taoist rituals she'd seen on TV as a kid, waved her hands grandly. Hundreds of basic layers instantly wrapped the Federation's perimeter. One layer could blunt most attacks, even withstand Hinata's disintegration. Break it and you'd find thousands more identical barriers waiting behind it. Barriers don't need to be tough, just numerous. How's that, customer, satisfied? She asked Rimuru. He flashed an okay sign. Defense sorted, next they'd follow the original plot. Lord Lin Chu thought for a moment, then turned to Beldora. Beldora, we're about to leak your info. Rimuru repeated everything in the meeting just now. You're clear on the plan, right? HMPH. Of course. The storm dragon folded his arms, brimming with confidence. He couldn't admit he'd heard nothing. Right, so Clayman will assume Rimuru and Lord Lin Chu are just small-timers borrowing my reputation. What? Clayman dares badmouth my friends like that. Don't worry, I'll make him pay. Beldora struck an exaggerated pose and roared at the sky. Ignorant insect, let me flay him alive. Sheehan stretched lazily, her face promising to torture Clayman slowly. Sigh. You guys, Benimaru exhaled. Calm down, Shion, and Beldora. Lord Rimuru was only giving an example. Exactly, that's the idea we want him to have. Though I'd love to execute him myself, this time let the seniors handle it. Diabolo gestured graciously. Hey, you catch on quick. HMPH. Thanks to Benimaru's mediation, the war ended peacefully. So that frees up one slot for your attendant, Ramirez. Yep. How about Hawk? Lord Rimuru. Lord Lin Chu. Please assign this task to me. Trainee the tree spirit declared solemnly. We beg you as well, let our sister accompany Lady Ramirez, her younger sister added. Still basking in the joy of her new weapon, Lord Lin Chu shrugged. The original story went like this anyway, so she agreed. Rimuru didn't mind. Then for this Demon Lord feast it will be me, Shion, Ranga, Lord Lin Chu, Nifa, plus Ramirez, Beretta, and Trainee. Any objections? None. At the Demon Lord feast there should still be the Demon Lord Leon Cromwell, who has deep ties to Miss Shizu, but this time our target is only Clayman. Clayman, if you dare lay a hand on my companions, I'll make you pay the same price. Hey Rimuru, what are you spacing out for? Lin Chu gave him a shove, snapping him back to reality. Huh. Oh, nothing. What's up? Weren't you the one who said we'd teleport all the people of Urizania over? Lin Chu stared at him with dead eyes. What the heck? He called me here and then forgot what we were doing. Rimuru laughed apologetically. We had Gerudo finish emergency preparations within a few hours, then had Lin Chu use a new spell to bring every last citizen of Urizania over in one go. With Phobio accompanying us, the residents believed us at once and the job went smoothly. So that's why you called me over, huh? Ahaha, you've got the most magicals, after all. And didn't you say saving a monster's life beats building a 7-tiered pagoda? Phobio, watching from the side, was slack-jawed. To use such large-scale teleportation magic in one breath, Lord Lin Chu, why aren't you tired? Because I'm awesome. All right. No time to rest. Rimuru threw an arm around both of them. There's still work to do. Indeed, next up was the battle against Clayman's army. The next day, the warriors stood assembled and ready in the plaza. Benimaru saw us and walked over to report. Our forces, 10,000 beastmen led by the 3 beastketiers of Urizania, the Wolf Fang Goblin Riders under Gobta, Benimaru's personal guard, the Ogre Tribe Legion named the Crimson Corps, 4,000 senior goblins called the Green Corps, 5,000 pigmen under Gerudo dubbed the Yellow Corps, and the Dragon Men, Wyvern Corps, led by Gabaru, an army 20,000 strong. Left to defend Tempest was a 100-man unit under Shion. Thanks to Lin Chu, it was named the Purple Corps. Lord Rimuru. Lord Lin Chu. All present and ready. Good. Then I'll open the teleport. Lord Rimuru, Lord Lin Chu, we will never forget your boundless kindness. Yes. Now we can smash Clayman's claws without hesitation. Leave Clayman himself to you two lords, vent our hatred along with your own. Vent our hatred, along with yours. The Beastman warriors declared, eyes sharp and spirits high. Show no mercy, Benimaru. Trash should be taken out quickly before it starts to stink. Indeed. I'll show them a hell they'll never dare rise against again. Well said, Benimaru. We must win. Yes. We dedicate our victory to you both. Under the bright blue sky Rimuru began the new spell. A giant magic circle appeared beneath the 20,000 strong army, a stacked array rising from the ground, squares inside it forming geometric patterns. Lin Chu stared at the geometry in the sky. She'd returned all that to her teachers long ago. After 2 or 3 minutes the army was still standing there. Lin Chu glanced at Rimuru. He looked fine, but this was really slow. Forget it, anything this magical hungry, she'd handle from now on. Seeing Lin Chu step in, Rimuru smiled. Between them, no words were needed, each knew what the other intended. The instant the squares in the array passed over everyone's heads, a fierce flash of light burst out, and they were gone. Teleportation complete. All present and accounted for. Incidentally, after she'd finished moving the entire population of Urizania the night before, Rimuru had itched to try the new spell himself. When he activated it, it gave off a blinding glare, though she'd quickly covered it with a light shield. Overall not bad, just too few magicals, too slow to cast. Huh, I have too few. Yep, true, I'm nothing next to you. Don't worry, magicals build up over time. Seeing Rimuru looking glum, she added, tell you what, bet you anything that later on you'll have more than me. I don't believe it. Oh, you will. Maybe one day I'll even need to borrow some from you. For now, let's take it one step at a time. Magnificent, my lords. That spellcraft is simply exquisite. Diablo applauded softly, smiling at the two who had just finished casting. Master, teach me next. Nifa bared her teeth, gazing pleadingly at Lin Chu. Didn't you have a beginner's tutorial or something? Indeed, ever since becoming the one who governs formations, Nifa mastered every spell on her own. One look and she knew it. Coupled with her database containing every magic circle, she memorized everything after Lin Chu explained it once. Promising pupil. Rimuru. Lin Chu. Just let me wipe out all the enemies. Veldora swung his fists, itching for a fight. Rimuru shook his head. We agreed. Everything about you stays secret until the Demon Lord feast. Right, Veldora. If you really can't sit still, ask Nifa to spar with you inside the pot, just don't break it. Rest easy, master. I've refined the power you gave me to perfection. There won't be a repeat of last time. You'd better. Lin Chu gave her a sidelong glance, then helplessly produced a sparring pot. Inside, you two can fight however you like, go wild. Restoration takes but a thought. She tapped her temple. HMPH, if master insists, I'll reluctantly oblige. Nifa shot Veldora an annoyed look. Hey, little girl, big words. Do you even know who I am? TCH. Whether you're an azure dragon, a flood dragon, or a tyrant dragon, to me you're nothing. Nifa stepped into the pot first. Veldora, thrilled to be addressed like this for the first time, charged in after, leaving Rimuru and Lin Chu staring at each other. When did that girl get so fiery? Lin Chu mulled it over but couldn't find a decent reason. Could it be puberty? But she doesn't look the part. Still, with those two inside, the world became blissfully quiet. Rimuru patted Lin Chu's shoulder to snap her out of it. After stowing the pot, they turned to Diablo. I'll be back shortly, my lords. Take your time, we're in no rush. Blackie. I'll be back shortly, my lords. All right, off you go. Blackie. I'll be back shortly. All right, off you go. Blackie. I'll be. All right, off you go. Blackie. Cutting Diablo off mid-sentence left him walking away in sorrow. Lin Chu, a grown man sniffling, what a sight. Rimuru glanced at the now empty plaza. Benimaru and the others had set out for Urizania to crush Clayman's army. Gazel's group had returned to Dworgen, Alato's party to Salian, and Yum's team marched to seize the kingdom of Farmus. Hands on hips, Rimuru addressed the few who remained. All right, time for us to prepare, for the Demon Lord feast. First go change out of that hoodie and capris. Fine. Meanwhile, at the White Ice Palace. While Leon and Guy Crimson were discussing Storm Dragon Veldora's revival, a white-haired girl stepped from a spatial rift, smiling at them. My, this topic interests me greatly. She was one of only 4 dragon species in the world. White Ice Dragon Belzard, Empress of Ice. Still so cold, Leon. Still, I'm happy to see you again. Likewise. Seeing you again is refreshing. After brief pleasantries, the two fell silent. Haha, still at odds, Leon. Tell me, are you jealous of my partner? Don't be absurd. The white-haired woman smiled, her voice cooling. So, Lord Leon, you say my brother Veldora has awakened. 2 years ago his presence vanished, I thought he'd been obliterated. Is this true, Leon? No mistake. You seem remarkably well informed. Naturally. Unlike you, I was originally human. Besides, reports say Veldora slumbered beneath the battlefield, revived after soaking up the blood of fallen soldiers. His revival obliterated the Farmus army and let Rimuru and Lin Chu escape their crisis. Then the anomaly we saw in the sky was related. Word is that when Lin Chu became a demon lord, the excess magicules caused a rampage and triggered the phenomenon. The newly awakened storm dragon Veldora and Rimuru together suppressed it, preventing further casualties. Becoming a demon lord can cause such phenomena. Fascinating. It seems my little brother's centuries of imprisonment have mellowed him. White Ice Dragon Belzard smiled, genuinely pleased. Her brother had finally grown up, evidently, her methods had worked after all. So the seal was broken by chance. That, I can't say for sure. I see, perhaps the hero's seal was flawed to begin with. Belzado mused. That's possible, but I've formed another hypothesis. Hypothesis. The signal vanished without explanation. What if someone created a subspace and swallowed the seal whole? Guy leaned forward, intrigued. Interesting. If that's true, then someone undid the seal, someone with power to rival ours. Only a possibility. Hey Leon, you're thinking it was either Rimuru or Lin Chu, aren't you? Exactly. Then we have to investigate. Clayman's insolence, Milam's suspicious moves, Rimuru's ascension, Lin Chu's anomalies, Veldora's revival. If they're all connected, Guy trailed off, grinning. This demon lord feast will be entertaining. Still, why is Veldora behaving himself? The white ice dragon opened her draconic eyes and sneered. His aura is faint, nothing like before. Yet he's not rampaging, which is unnerving. Destruction used to be his reason for living. I don't care. If you want Veldora as an ally, be my guest. Leon rose to leave. Hold on. No need to rush. Any progress on your real goal, the designated summons. Far from it. Someone's interfering. Interfering. Children meant to die were saved before I could claim them. They're outraged by nations summoning kids from another world and may pressure those countries. The experiment is over. Then eliminate the meddlers. You could do it easily. Leon sighed. The meddlers are the famous Rimuru and Lin Chu. What? Guy's face paled. Coincidence. Amusing, isn't it? I'd like to meet them. I see. Guy's smile returned. I'm intrigued. Milam probably feels the same. Dense as she is, her instincts are sharp. This feast won't be peaceful. Certainly not. By the way, who's your informant? An imperial merchant, claims to be. I don't know the details. Trustworthy. I'm only using him. If you're fine with that, so am I. But don't drop your guard, I won't let you die on a whim. Worried about me? How rare. Leon chuckled. Relax, Guy. I don't intend to die before I reach my goal. You care that much about it? Yes. Leon paused. More than anything in the world. How touching. I almost envy you, Guy teased. Save the banter. I'll heed your advice. See you at the feast. Looking forward to it, Guy waved. A rhombic magic circle flared beneath Leon and he vanished. Impatient as ever. That's Leon for you. The white ice dragon frowned. For cautious Leon, that was sloppy. Shall we investigate? Guy shook his head. Meddle and he'll resent us. I'd rather not have a friend hate me. We'll help if it comes to that. Belzard nodded. This feast should be fun. Care to join me? I suppose. The white-haired girl hesitated, then shook her head. No. If my little brother were going, maybe, but I've no interest in demon lords. Then hold the fort for me. Understood. I'll take my leave. Guy watched Belzado leave, then turned to the aurora-filled sky. At last, after a century, excitement stirs in me again. Great change is coming. He raised a second cup in salute. To the Demon Lord feast. Because Trainee the tree sprite had to accompany Ramirez to the Demon Lord feast, Rimuru was preparing to craft her a new body. It looked as though Lord Lin Chu's help wasn't needed, so she was still lazing in bed. Even though the feast began that night, her sleep remained sacrosanct. Clutching a slime plushie, Lin Chu rolled over and went on playing dead. The Great Hall. The troops are deployed at the entrance to the Jura Great Forest. Swift beast warriors, disguised as refugees, will feign flight and lure the enemy straight into Gerudo's trap for a clean wipeout. Listening to Gerudo's report through the crystal, Rimuru mused, the country claimant schemes destroyed will serve as our final battlefield, poetic justice. Indeed. We now know the enemy's strength inside out, victory is already in our hands. Haven't even fought yet and you're boasting, so full of yourself, Rimuru laughed. Thanks to Lord Rimuru's awakening, I gained the unique skill, Grand Marshal. I can read the enemy's moves as easily as watching a river flow. Goodness, you're losing your humanity too, are you? Nifa strolled in, stretching languidly. Yesterday she and the storm dragon had fought to a standstill inside the jar, no wonder she'd slept like a log. Nifa, I was never human to begin with. Huh, oh, it's just a phrase my master taught me to praise people. I see. Nifa, where's Lord Lin Chu? Shuna asked, puzzled to see only Nifa. Master's still asleep. She specifically told me to warn everyone not to disturb her. Nifa poured herself a glass of milk with practiced ease, then glanced at the clock. Oh, right, she'll probably stay in bed till noon, and you can't get in anyway. She locked the door. That Lin Chu, getting more and more slothful. Who on earth did she pick that up from? Rimuru groaned. Nifa guiltily averted her gaze. Where were we? Benimaru asked. Ah yes, so I suddenly thought of a plan. Let's hear it. Rimuru looked toward the crystal. While we're at it, I'd like to seize Clayman's castle hidden behind the mist. While we're at it. That sounds far too dangerous. It's fine. Soe and Hikuro will handle the infiltration, they're both eager, Benimaru began, but Shuna cut in. Shuna, what's wrong? Shuna frowned. You ask what's wrong. Honestly. They say Clayman can manipulate people, what if he controls Soe and Hikuro? No, with their strength it won't be a problem. Absolutely not. If you insist on this, I'm coming too. Seeing Shuna's resolve, Rimuru stared at her gravely. Shuna, this is no joke. Lord Rimuru, please allow me to join the operation. Rimuru hesitated, he didn't want to send Shuna into danger, yet striking Clayman's citadel while he was away was indeed a golden opportunity. As he weighed the choice, Soe appeared so suddenly that Rimuru jumped. Lord Rimuru, rest assured, I will protect Lady Shuna. And I'll be present as well. Perhaps Lord Carrion is imprisoned in their stronghold. An investigation is necessary, Hikuro added dutifully. Lord Rimuru, I'm furious too. I can't forgive Clayman, this rage is hard to suppress. All right, I understand. Very well, I permit Shuna to join. Put her safety above everything, understood. Thank you for indulging Shuna's whim. Benimaru bowed toward the crystal. Don't worry, Lord Rimuru, if things go south I can teleport us out. Indeed, I'm more worried I'll be the one left behind, Hikuro said with a smile. We all have high resistance to mental attacks, we shouldn't be disadvantaged. With Lady Shuna along, we're even safer. As for Lord Carrion, we'll improvise once we find him, Soe concluded, nodding. Good. Adapt to circumstances. We move the moment the Demon Lord feast begins after midnight, clear. Understood. Hold on, don't cut the call. My master entrusted me with one more thing. Nifa spoke around a mouthful of toast. What is it, Nifa? She finished the toast, opened another bottle of milk, and choked from drinking too fast. Only after Shuna patted her back did she recover. Better. Ahem, my master foresaw Lady Shuna would insist on going, so she sent me to brief you about Clayman's castle. Nifa switched to mimicking Lin Chu's tone. According to my master's informant, Clayman's lair is guarded by index finger Adalman, one of the 5 fingers. Adalman was once a priest of the Luminous Church and commands undead. His ace servants, Death Knight and Death Dragon, are formidable, so don't underestimate them. Having become undead and cursed, Adalman can't die and believes he can no longer use holy magic. Unable to leave Clayman's castle, he's forced to act as its warden. Yet he still yearns for holy magic. When you face him, taunt him with, can't break free from control. Shame on you, High Priest, provoke him into casting holy magic and let it backfire. With that, Nifa poured herself another glass of milk. Everyone nodded in appreciation. Lord Lin Chu truly foresees everything. Haha, if she didn't insist she's no fortune teller, I'd swear divination ran in her family. Nifa, convey our thanks to Lord Lin Chu. With her intelligence, this operation will be far safer. Oh, my master knew you'd say that and told me to reply. Nifa cleared her throat and struck a pose. Spare me the thanks, just let me sleep till I wake naturally. Haha, that's so like Lord Lin Chu. She's adorable. Fine, on account of this tip, I won't wake her today, Rimuru said, grinning. But tomorrow's another story. Why? Nifa asked, puzzled. She only said, let me sleep till I wake naturally, but she never specified for how long, Rimuru declared. Early to bed and early to rise is still important. Watching Rimuru's sly smile, Nifa shook her head. Master, I've delivered every word. From here on, you're on your own. She tilted her head 45 degrees toward the ceiling, gazing aloft with feigned profundity. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.